I guess there are a lot of questions about whether that remains and whether Greg Abel will have the same authority or anywhere near the same authority to be able to make decisions about tens or even $100+ billion acquisitions without bringing the whole board in. And I think Buffett would like to see that continue and would like to very much make sure that Berkshire Hathaway can still be nimble. And I guess the question is winning enough support from the board to do that and from the general shareholder population, which having Buffett on as chairman for a while could probably be very helpful to Greg Abel in that.
Give him
having
some
him as a sounding board on some of those things too. I mean, Joe had talked about at the top of the show how we've all known Warren Buffett pretty well for a long time. He's been a friend of Squawk Box. He jokes around a lot with us too. I think that's one of the things that Joe was pointing out at the top too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Never had a time when he doesn't have some angle, some sardonic take on things. It's just the way he really does have a joy for the funny aspects of life. I think that's his approach. I looked it up.
I think that's the secret to his longevity.
Joie de vivre. We need to use French to figure it out, I guess. Although they don't always seem like they're that happy about things, but.
No, I think that optimism and that optimism for life, that interest in always learning more, was probably the secret to longevity for Charlie Munger, who lived to almost 100, and for Warren Buffett himself. I mean, you can look at anybody who's got an optimistic outlook, and odds are you're going to have a longer life cycle. That idea of constant learning, I think, is one that he's preached to the shareholders and anybody who wants to listen for years and years, and certainly a lesson I've tried to learn.
Becky, I read, I didn't hear it, but cherry Coke, I don't work out. I eat, he's like the opposite of Maha, is he not? And just sharp as a tack and headed for 95. Yeah, sharp as a tack and headed for 95. So there's a lot of different.
Yeah, he said that he and Charlie never worked out a day in their life that they didn't have to. Charlie made a point of saying the only time he ever did was when he was required to, when he was in the service. He said they were preserving their bodies for long life that way. They never wore out their joints too early by all that exercise. One topic that a lot of shareholders wanted to hear Buffett's thoughts on this week, and that's tariffs.
Trade should not be a weapon. And the United States, we've won. I mean, we have become an incredibly important country starting from nothing. 250 years ago, there's nothing been anything like it. And it's a big mistake, in my view, when you have 7.5 billion people that don't like you very well, and you got 300 million that are crowing in some way about how well they've done. And I don't think it's right, and I don't think it's wise. I do think that the more prosperous the rest of the world becomes, it won't be at our expense. The more prosperous we'll become, and the safer we'll feel, and your children will feel someday.
Buffett saying that the United States should be looking to trade with the rest of the world. He said we should do what we do best, and they should do what they do best. Although, look, he never specifically came out and named any of these particular sort of policies that are out there. He just said, when you're winning, you probably don't need to say nani boo-boo to the rest of the world. So it was his take on how he does things, on how he would do negotiations on some of these issues. He did say that the trade deficit is something that's concerned him for a long time. He wrote about that in a Fortune cover story back in 2003 and had his own idea of these certificates he would issue that could be traded back and forth. He said Charlie Munger thought it was a dumb idea at the time. But, at that point, he said that those certificates would be something akin to a tariff in another name.
Yeah, comparative advantage, no doubt. The only thing I think of is that we want everyone to win, but I don't know if we've ever been faced with a challenge like China before. I guess maybe we thought, in the 80s, Japan or something, but this is the challenge of our generation, I think. And we know exactly what China would like to do, and I don't know whether that changes it and whether you target certain things. I don't know what It's just nuanced exactly how it, and along with the hollowing out of, we know what happened if you go to $2 an hour labor and every single thing you do gets exported to do $2. We've seen what's happened. So it's nuanced. I don't know how to fix it. I don't know if this is the right way. And we're certainly seeing that it's gut-wrenching to try and do things about it, but I don't know what the actual answer is to try to. I'm not sure we want everyone making sneakers. We've seen that. Yeah. All right, coming up, New Market Week. Yeah, go ahead, Beth.
No, I just agree.
Yeah. I think we all have delays on where we are. We're spamming the globe. A New Market Week that includes a Fed decision. Jeremy Siegel is going to tell us what he expects Chairman Powell to do this time around. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making it up!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Double check that. That's pretty good. Yee. Not crying, are you? Let's tighten that and...
Ooh. Wait, what was that?
What? No, don't worry about that. Here we go.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you qualified to do this?
What?
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
In our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
Texas. At HEB, we partner with farmers around the world to bring you Cafe Au Lait, made from 100% Arabica beans. And from the world's finest coffee beans, we create blends in over 40 different flavors that Texans love. From whole and ground beans to single-serve cups, iced coffee, and cold brew. No matter how you drink your coffee, every time you take a sip, you'll know it was grown just for you. Cafe Au Lait, sourced around the world, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
This is what you can buy for $10 at KFC $10 Tuesdays. And this is what you can buy for $10 at a coffee shop.
This is coffee.
I know. It was expensive.
Get more bang for your bucket at KFC. 8 pieces of original recipe fried chicken or 8 tenders for just $10.
Hey, Mom. Dan is at the park.
Okay, have fun.
Okay, bye.
Recruitment to Shadow Force came with one rule. No one leaves.
Then we need help.
Now I can drink to this.
Good morning, guys.
May is Maytag month.
Oh, man.
Maytag sale of the year is bigger than big. Even bigger than Hugglefluff's hairballs. Keep on shedding. Save during the biggest Maytag sale of the year. Now through May 31st.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get to the markets this morning. We've been watching, and the futures are under a little bit of pressure this morning. You can see those Dow futures off by about 42 points, I think. They haven't that far. The Dow futures down by close to 240 points. And joining us right now is Jeremy Siegel. He's Professor Emeritus of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. He's also the Chief Economist at WisdomTree. Jeremy, let's think about what we've learned over the weekend. There was a big interview with Kristen Welker of President Trump, hearing a little bit about how maybe He's once again reiterating that he's not going to try and seek Jay Powell's removal from the Fed before his term's up, talking about how you could see lower tariffs on China at some point in the not-too-distant future. You had Warren Buffett talking about if you thought April was anything all that much of a concern, well, you probably don't have the right constitution for being in the investment business if you worry about a 15% drop. And now, by the way, both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are above where, or at least on Friday, closed above where they were before the president's announcement in early April of all of these additional tariffs that would be brought on. How are you feeling about the markets today?
Well, Becky, first, let me say a few words about Warren Buffett. The last 10 years, Berkshire Hathaway's return has been almost 2% above the S&P 500. And for a value-oriented investor to be above the S&P 500 over the last 10 years, which have been one of, if not the most difficult decade for value investors in the 100 years, is absolutely extraordinary. I mean, I don't think any value investor can touch him. You reported many times, he said, if I can match the S&P 500, once he reached a certain size, I think I'm doing pretty well. And not only did he match it, but he surpassed it. And that's extraordinary. I think we should also, listen to what he said about tariffs. And when, we teach a theory of comparative advantage. You do what you do best. You trade with the rest of the world. It's somewhat interesting. I know you know, Becky, but Warren went to Wharton but dropped out after 2 years. But he seemed to learn and he went back to Omaha and finished his education at University of Nebraska. But I think he learned about what, the theory of trade and how it can actually enhance the welfare. And I think those principles are important. Donald Trump went 4 years to Wharton, didn't seem to learn that principle. I wish he did. So, I am worried. I was hoping trade deals would be announced by now. They're not. I don't think the impact has hit us yet. I mean, no one has yet got that higher prices or, hey, that good is not available anymore. So even though, there has been a lot of worry, until we actually see it come, I think that will have a more severe economic effect in the future. I'm not as optimistic as Tom. I love Tom Lee. I think he's one of the greatest strategists. But I think unless we see an unwinding of these trade tariffs much faster, I still see some turbulent times ahead. On the Fed, listen.
Professor, can I just jump in on that point, because I do think that's an interesting one. We have not seen the trade deals yet. There have been reports that we could see the framework for several of these trade deals very soon. But I will tell you, just in reporting this weekend and talking to a lot of the managers of Berkshire businesses that were here, probably 20 or 25 of those managers, you start to compile an interesting perspective of what these tariffs mean for the businesses directly. And it's not something that Buffett's necessarily talking about on stage with some of these issues. But I'll tell you, I spoke with the CEO of Oriental Trading, and that's a business where they're not getting new stuff that's shipped in. And the CEO will warn you that, you might not in at that point, and it's going to be nearly impossible to switch that over. They're going to have to rely on stuff they have left over from last year, anything else that they can bring in on these issues. They're not going to be able to do it in time. You're talking about back to school, if you talk to other retailers on some of these issues, and then you're talking about Halloween. And if these decisions aren't made quickly and some clarity brought in the matter of weeks here, you will feel the impact for consumers, particularly around some of those big holiday type seasons, big event seasons. And that could paint a different picture. We haven't really felt any of that pain yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely true. On the ground, you talk to, the small owners of businessmen, businesswomen, that smaller companies, they're already very, very worried about shipments of the goods coming in. I mean, you read, for instance, comments from on the Beige Book from the Dallas Fed. Dallas. Texas is a pretty, pro-Trump, pro-Republican area. A lot of concern on the ground that this gets resolved relatively quickly. And, and Powell's not going to do anything. I mean, he's going to basically give a pretty, we're happy we are, we're flexible. I did make the case a couple weeks ago, and I still think, given the threat, given that inflation, look at oil down below 60. There's some reports that oil at 57, 58, it's not profitable for over 90% of the wells now to produce at that price. But oil down so much, I think there is a case for lowering. He's not going to lower it. And then what I worry about is then I think the attacks on Powell are going to escalate a lot. Whether this is all tariff induced, but to keep the rates at 4.33%, when inflation is running well below that, when the 10-year is below that, slight inversion of the curve, there's a case to go down, and and Trump, I think, is going to step up escalation. So I see a lot of turmoil ahead. I'm very optimistic for 2026. I'm very optimistic for the long run. I'm right with Warren Buffett. He's optimistic for the long run, and I am too. But I think we've got a lot to get through.
Starting maybe with that FOMC meeting this week. Jeremy, thank you very much. It's always great talking to you.
Thank you, Becky.
Coming up, thanks, Beck. Coming up, we got a rundown of some of the stocks on the move this morning. Then we're going to get an update on the progress being made on that reconciliation bill. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer is going to be our special guest. Squawk Box coming right back.
Life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Introducing AG1 Next Gen. The daily health drink backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical trials. Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times and to close common nutrient gaps. It's one drink for whole body health. The next generation of AG1 is here.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can simply arrive or make an entrance. Stick to the agenda or experience something unexpected.
Can you hear the TV or no?
IHG's 19 hotel brands. You can guess how you guessed.
The world's most precious resource? Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi is booming. Booming! Boom! Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity.
And welcome back to Squawk Box. I'm Dominic Chu with a check on your morning movers. We're going to start with shares of Apple and Microsoft, both lower this morning after Microsoft did overtake Apple last week as the largest company by market value in the S&P 500. It came after Apple shares slid almost 4% after reporting weaker than expected services revenue and saying that tariffs could add an additional $900 million in costs for the current quarter. Now, Apple shares have been hit hard this year, down about 18% so far. Microsoft shares are up roughly 2% right now, but at now Apple at $3.0405 trillion, and then Microsoft at about $3.24 trillion. We're kind of starting to see a little bit of an interesting dynamic there in terms of performance. Let's now turn to the energy markets, and crude oil prices are sliding right now below $58 a barrel, $57.54 for U.S. benchmark crude after OPEC Plus agreed to a production level boost for the second month. Prices have rebounded after opening below $56, but it's still hitting shares of some of the biggest oil producers out there. You can see names like ExxonMobil, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, and whatnot are all down on that bit of news. And we'll cap things off with shares of Wendy's higher after analysts at J.P. Morgan upgraded the fast food company to an overweight rating from a neutral. Analysts there are saying that they see value after a big pullback this year and an opportunity to grow in international markets. So Wendy's shares up 1.5%, partly due to that analyst upgrade. For more on that, other top analyst calls of the day, just head over to cnbc.com/pro. Subscribers get all the access to detail and analysis behind those big calls and stories. Andrew, I will send things back out to you in Los Angeles.
Thank you, sir. When we come back, a social media legal battle is brewing. Conservative activist Robbie Starbuck, you know that name. He's now taking on Meta, but this time in a different way. It's over a defamation lawsuit he is bringing against them over AI responses about him. And then later, right here in Los Angeles, Pershing Square's Bill Ackman is going to be our special guest. He's here at the Milken Institute's annual conference. That's coming up at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll talk to him about his big deal this morning with Howard Hughes and a little bit about what he saw in Omaha over the weekend at the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting. Squawk Box returning after this.
To chase your passions. We were made to put them in a package.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether. Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
Oh, dish soap is on sale. We need it?
Yeah. Oh, I think we need ketchup too.
What's in there?
Here. The ketchup's not in the fridge.
Ketchup does not go in the fridge.
Like when you were a kid coming up, you did this in your mother's house.
Right.
Baby, she failed you. I love your mother, but she ain't raised you right.
You try telling her that.
No, I will.
Wow.
Good wow or bad wow?
Just wow.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
So many in this business try to scare you. We try to give you the confidence to do it yourself.
I feel like I'm always on top of things because I know Jim has my back.
You can feel confident through the highs and the lows.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/.
I'll change the game at BK.
With so many options, I play my way.
Fries are my say, no compromise.
Winning big time, cause it's free to swap fries.
Dear Texas, at HEB, we partner with farmers around the world to bring you Cafe Au Lait, made from 100% Arabica beans. And from the world's finest coffee beans, we create blends in over 40 different flavors that Texans love. From whole and ground beans to single-serve cups, iced coffee, and cold brew. No matter how you drink your coffee, every time you take a sip, you'll know it was grown just for you. Cafe Au Lait, sourced around the world, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
And coming up, there is an effort and a race to get the reconciliation bill passed by the 4th of July. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, he's the whip. He's going to give us an update on the legislation, the budget, taxes, and more. Squawk Box coming right back.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat, the right amount of nutrients being added, but it's real food.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
What I look for in a contractor is someone who's reliable and skillful.
That's where Angie comes in. With top-rated pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
I'm into comedy. I'm also into flambanging. What I'm not into is heartburn. That's why I take Voquezna.
Here in Keenan's stomach, Voquezna can kick some acid and relieve heartburn related to non-erosive GERD.
Voquezna is the first and only FDA-approved treatment of its kind.
And it heals erosive esophagitis known as erosive GERD.
Ooh la la.
93% of adults with erosive GERD were healed by 2 months. Of those healed, 79% stayed healed. Plus, Voquezna can provide heartburn-free days and nights. Other serious stomach conditions may exist. Don't take if allergic to Voquezna or while on rilpivirine. Serious allergic reactions include trouble breathing, rash, itching, and swelling of face, lips, tongue, or throat. Serious side effects may include kidney problems, intestinal infection, fractures, life-threatening skin reactions, low B12 or magnesium levels, and stomach growths. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, medications, and if you have diarrhea, persistent stomach pain or fever, decreased or bloody urine, seizures, dizziness, irregular heartbeat, jitteriness, chills, shortness of breath, muscle aches or weakness, spasms of hands, feet, or voice.
Voquezna can help kick some acid, and so can you.
Ask your doctor about Voquezna.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
Republicans are continuing to work on a reconciliation bill with hopes of having it passed by July 4th. Joining us now with the latest, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Does that sound feasible to you, Congressman?
Oh, yeah. We're going to do it earlier in the House, Joe. Good morning.
Good morning. What's it include right now? What can you tell us since last time you were on? And then I want to talk about a very interesting piece regarding Medicaid and sort of the quandary facing Republicans at this point. Pretty interesting. Just some tough love from the editorial board about that this is the moment for Republicans to actually face down what has become, really kind of an embarrassment on who Medicaid favors. It favors able-bodied men over pregnant women and disabled people. And yet Republicans are afraid to take it on directly. You're going to get hammered either way by the Democrats. Why not try and fix it at this point and save $880 billion?
Well, unlike you, Joe, the reporting on this stuff is not exactly right down the middle. But first, where we're at with the bill, we've got 11 committees of jurisdiction that are writing a piece of this bill. I don't think any reconciliation process before this one has ever had as many committees involved in the process. We got 7 of those committees done last week. We've got 4 to go. We don't have hearings scheduled yet this week because people are working out the details. And as soon as that's done, the goal that our speaker has is to put this on the floor by the week of May 19th. So the goal is to get it out of the House before Memorial Day, and we're still on track to do that.
That's what makes it big, and that's what makes it beautiful, I guess the president would say. We'll talk about Medicaid in a second. What's it going to, how are you going to pay for any of the new tax proposals from the president if you extend all of the 2017 tax cuts?
Well, remember, extending them, we've got differences of opinion in both the House and the Senate as to how you do that as well. On the House side, they have included pay-fors for even extending the tax cuts that have been in place for 7 years, since 2017. Anything additional, they'll have to find offsets for that, and I leave that to our chair, Jason Smith, and his committee. They'll let us know what that is.
You'd be okay with raising millionaires, raising the top rate back to 40%?
You know, it's a cute campaign slogan, but the fact of the matter is that 2 or 3% isn't going to make the difference. Our government already has enough revenue, Joe. The issue is we've got a spending problem. We've got to address it. I think extending the tax cuts that have been in place for the last 7 years is imperative. If we don't get it done, Joe, the average American is going to experience $1,600 in increase in their taxes, the average American. And 40 million American families are going to lose half of their child care tax credit, or their child tax credit. So it's imperative that this gets done so that we don't have a $4.5 to $5 trillion tax increase on all Americans.
Then if you're going to extend those and do the no tax on tips and all these other sort of new ideas from the president, you say you're going to have some pay for it. I don't know where you go if you don't go at least look at Medicaid, because the savings you just can't get anywhere else. And you've got something sort of on a platter here. Right now, the feds pick up 50 to 77% of the tab for pregnant women or for disabled people. Yet, the feds pay 90% for prime-age adults, eligible to work and everything else because of Obamacare. And it's that way now, and a lot of states sort of entered that Faustian bargain, to pass it.
Can you hear me?
And now they're addicted to it. But that'd be a natural place to start. Is that a possibility?
Actually, the natural place to start is exactly where Donald Trump wants us to start, which is getting the waste, fraud, and abuse out of the program, Joe. According to the GAO,
is it clear
there's
or no?
about $50 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse in the Medicaid program on an annual basis. That's $500 billion over the 10-year budget cycle. Then you start taking out illegals. There's no reason that illegal aliens should be receiving Medicaid benefits. The stuff you're talking about is under the Biden expansion. There's definitely discussion amongst our members about how you might approach that, but the president has made it very clear that we're not going to cut Medicaid benefits for those that it's intended for.
You're going to be whipping, and I wasn't, we call some people Mr. Chairman, Mr. Leader, Mr. Speaker. I can't call you Mr. Whip. I just don't, I don't think that. So Congressman, does that work for you? Congressman, or what's the proper thing I should be calling you?
It's some of the nicest things they call me, Joe.
Yeah, compared to the other stuff you get called. So are you going to be able to, how's the Freedom Caucus? How are the people that, watching the president's poll numbers, how are people in districts where President Trump barely carried? How do you get all those cats wrangled together for the big, beautiful bill? That's a tough job. I wouldn't even accept that job if I were. It's too hard.
Well, keep in mind, Joe, I mean, you're focusing on my side of the aisle, which I expect, because we're the ones that are governing. But there are 13 Democrats that are sitting in seats across this country that Donald Trump won in November. There's another 21 or 22 that won by less than 5 points. So really, the American people voted for this reform, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to perform with this reconciliation bill. We're going to get it done, and it's really going to set this country off on that golden age that Donald Trump campaigned on and has promised.
Yeah, but say what you will about the Democrats, they are, when push comes to shove, they don't break ranks like Republicans do. You won't get a single one of those 13. Will you?
That's their choice. That's their choice. Look, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle right now, they don't have a leader. They don't have a message. They don't know what they stand for. They actually should listen to the American people and join us in trying to put our government back in a position to work for the people instead of rule over them and spend money willy-nilly everywhere. Let's focus on the priorities that the American public expects us to focus on. And I think our colleagues on the other side of the aisle soon will start to recognize that's who they need to listen to rather than their leadership.
Oh, my God. Okay. I hear you. I don't know. I always refer to that caucus as the Borg Collective. They vote. They should only take one vote. It should be yay or nay, just all of them, because there's never any. No one breaks off of that faction. All right. So you think July 4th? We'll be watching. I'd like to talk about something besides tariffs. We will hopefully have you back and do that. Thank you, Congressman Whip. Squawk Box, be right back.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
The FBI calls it house stealing, the latest scam where a cyber thief transfers the title of your home out of your name and steals your hard-earned equity.
It's roughly 60 to 90 days for that person to even figure out that they're the victim of this crime. You start getting foreclosure notices, and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Unfortunately, it's on you to protect yourself. You might already be a victim. Check your title status now at HomeTitleLock.com.
When your home needs work, where do you go?
Angie? That's where Angie came in.
With Angie, find top-rated pros in your area, plus compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. Find top-rated pros in your area at Angie.com.
Double check that. That's pretty good. Not crying, are you? Let's tighten that.
Wait, what was that?
What? No, don't worry about that. Here we go.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you qualified to do this?
What?
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-in.
Texas. This is Kona Fancy, part of our premium line of Cafe au lait Reserve. With notes of nectarine, maple, and macadamia, this full-bodied coffee was grown just for you. Cafe au lait Reserve, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
Hey, you all right? What's going on?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about something.
I got something that'll cheer you up, Jack. I go the other way. I just stutter when I speak. Snap that when my knees go weak. What's happening to me? In the dark, can you tell me what it means? I lay my head on my pillow. Come on. Staring out the window. At the start of a sign.
From Rose Bowl festivities to Major League ballparks, ESPN Experiences takes you behind the scenes and inside the action. Next stop, the Travelers Championship. Your all-access pass starts here.
Welcome back, everybody. At Saturday's Berkshire Hathaway, Warren Buffett answered shareholder questions for about 4.5 hours, including a question about whether he thought long-term the efforts of DOGE would be helpful or harmful. He said tackling the U.S. deficit is a tough job, but that it should be done.
We are doing something that is unsustainable, and it has the aspect to it that it gets uncontrollable to a certain point. I mean, essentially, you just give up on it. And Paul Volcker, kept that from happening in the United States. But we came close. We've come close multiple times, and we've still had very substantial inflation in the United States, but it's never been run away yet. And that's not something you want to try and experiment with because it feeds on itself. So I wouldn't want the job of trying to correct what's going on in revenue and expenditures of the United States with roughly a 7% gap, when probably a 3% gap is sustainable. And then the further away you get from that, the more you get to where the uncontrollable begins. And I think that it's a job I don't want, but it's a job I think should be done. And Congress does not seem good at doing it.
He talked about how bureaucracies everywhere are, not good situations, and said the government is the biggest of those bureaucracies and the most uncontrollable because you are spending other people's money. That's something he's always been opposed to. Berkshire Hathaway, a company that's worth about $1.2 trillion, operates with a headquarters staff of 24 people. Just the efforts at going after that, he pointed out, are very, very difficult. Congress is not going to be really up for the job. But, he said somebody should be doing this.
Yeah, that was telling, I thought, because you could see he's sort of uncomfortable. It's tough love, but he almost signed on to it, sounded like. And it's, I don't know. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know. I don't even know if this most recent effort was successful. We don't know at this point. Time will tell. Yeah.
Meantime, we got a lot more coming up on the broadcast. You don't want to miss this. Conservative activist Robbie Starbuck is going to be here on his new defamation lawsuit against Meta, specifically on the platform's AI responses about him personally. And then Pershing Square's Bill Ackman adding to his stake in Howard Hughes. He's going to join us live here in Los Angeles. The Milken Institute's global conference taking place. That's going to happen at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Squawk Box coming right back after this.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Searching for the perfect underwear? Tommy John combines innovation with excellence.
It's softer than cotton, with up to 4 times the stretch of competing brands. Tommy John, because if you dress to the nines, your underwear should be a 10. Go to TommyJohn.com now for 30% off site-wide.
Introducing AG1 Next Gen. The daily health drink backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical trials. Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times and to close common nutrient gaps. It's one drink for
Are there
whole
news
body
today?
health.
I don't think so.
The next generation of AG1 is here.
Next up, Chris. I see he searched how to tell if your cat loves you. Let's make him regret that.
Yeah. Betrayed by your cat? Adopt a dog today.
Yeah, they know, but not with Surfshark VPN. Take back your online privacy with Surfshark.
I get my ideas for Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC.
I love the viewer. It means everything.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Our next guest has filed a defamation lawsuit against Meta over the platform's AI answers about him. Joining us right now is a name you know, but maybe in a different context. Robbie Starbuck is here. He's the conservative activist and director. Robbie, we've had a number of conversations with you, typically about you aiming at big corporations in relation to DEI and other issues. This is very different. This is about AI at Meta describing you and, in many cases, describing you falsely when somebody types into Meta about you. When did you learn about this, and how did this happen?
Yeah, thanks for having me. We learned about this first in August 2024, and we immediately notified them that day. Actually, it is kind of related to the DEI work, because at the time I was targeting Harley-Davidson's DEI policies, which we all know I ended up wiping out. But what happened is one specific Harley-Davidson dealership had an issue with me, and so they posted a screenshot from Meta AI, and it was filled with lies, including that I was a criminal that was there on January 6th and participated in a riot and so on and so forth. And Meta AI, honestly, I didn't believe it said these things, so we went and checked. And it not only said those things, it said much worse. It said I had pled guilty to the crimes of January 6th. It also said I was a Holocaust denier and a whole host of other crazy things, and even suggested that authorities take my children from me in favor of giving them to somebody who's going to be, more accepting of DEI and transgenderism for children. And so, to me, that's unacceptable. And so we notified Meta immediately within 24 hours. And I notified executives, my legal team notified their lawyers, and we said, hey, this has to come down. And so they had this chance to fix it for a long period of time there. 9 months later, we had some of the worst lies that had ever been telling, including still that I was a criminal that went to January 6th. And so we said, this is unacceptable at this point. This is beyond negligence. This is malicious. And so we filed suit this week.
And so you had gone back and forth with them, it sounds like. Did they acknowledge the issue initially? It sounds like now they are.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't deny that they were doing this. I mean, it was something you couldn't really deny. It was all over the place. It was a question of, are they going to fix this and do so appropriately? And they just didn't do it. In fact, their one attempt at fixing it was blacklisting my name, and even that didn't work because it did such a poor job doing it. Because if a news story came up with my name and somebody said, hey, tell me about this guy and give me a bio, you're still getting that stuff. You're still getting all of the stuff about me being a criminal. So obviously that's not fixing the problem. And so I think now, that I've made this public, I filed the lawsuit, the video of me announcing it got millions and millions of views online. Then Meta suddenly got contrite and issued an apology and took accountability. But it's a little too late 9 months later, right? This is a situation where my family has had increasing death threats. My kids got doxxed online during this time. A man was arrested in Oregon who wanted to kill me. These types of things happen as a result of people getting information that is not true. And so it's got to be corrected, and I expect this from trolls online, but you don't expect it from one of the world's biggest companies and for them to continue to tell these types of lies for 9+ months.
So 2 things. One piece of good news, I checked over the weekend and just checked again. I wrote into Meta's AI system, is Robbie Starbuck a criminal? It says Robbie Starbuck is not considered a criminal based on available information. In fact, he's filed a lawsuit against Meta. So that's now in their system. I then even wrote, has he been arrested? Just to sort of push the issue with it. And he said he has not been arrested, according to a lawsuit filed, and then it goes through that. My question to you is, Do you think of yourself as one of many, meaning that there's going to be a lot more information, and I don't know if it's just going to be Meta, but others who are creating and training these systems that I imagine are training or learning information off of Reddit, off of X, off of all of these places, and then effectively repeating these things, and how the American public is supposed to think about that and what they're supposed to do, because not everyone has the megaphone that you do.
Yeah, and that's precisely why it's so important that I'm doing this and not going away quietly, because I think there are a lot of people who could be harmed by AI that doesn't have appropriate guardrails. And don't get me wrong, I'm optimistic about AI. I've got a lot of great feelings about what it can do in the future, but it does have to have ethical guardrails. It does have to have these lines that we say it needs to paint within. And if we can't control it, then that's dangerous, right? I mean, that's the stuff that's kind of dystopian. And the other thing we've got to be really aware of is all it takes is one malicious engineer, if you don't have proper safety controls, getting in there and injecting things that can not just hurt people, but could flip elections, right? Because think about what they did to me. If they did that in an election where whoever your preferred candidate is has lies told about them when somebody asks a simple question, what's the difference between candidate A and candidate B? That could flip an election, right? For a company as large as Meta with the amount of queries they get. So this has to be fixed now.
Just to put a fine point on it, are you alleging that an engineer or engineers or employees or others inside of Meta specifically targeted you, put this information into the system, or refused to remove it for this purpose? I'm going with, do you believe that they actually put this in there on purpose, or do you think that this was some kind of a mistaken training where someone picked something up off of the system effectively trained on something that was inaccurate, and that's how this happened?
I'll say this, it's being investigated, and we're definitely going to find out in Discovery, and I think we'll find out a lot of other things people have been very interested about. But I will say this, people need to understand these models, it's not a simple matter of you went and checked and now you're not getting those responses, right? Well, the problem is when Meta releases models over the course of a year, every model that they released over the course of this last year, when it's unplugged from the internet, once it's downloaded by somebody, it is there forever. They can't go in and change the millions of potential downloads they have and then the thousands of major apps that were developed on the basis of that data, which includes things like, insurance reputation checking and things along those lines. So the downscale effects you can have from AI telling lies about you and it being stuck in old models is lifelong. It's not something that goes away. Right. So we've got to get this right now and fix this. And, I think this is, legal scholars have said, the best case of it. I think because they were so malicious in the fact that they didn't fix it initially. So I think we're gonna try to get this right and get it fixed for everybody.
What are you seeking, both in terms of what does it mean to fix it for everybody, and how much money are you seeking?
Fixing it for everybody is probably the most important thing, because like I said, those downscale effects of elections and things along those lines, very important. So that's going to be a big part of our discussions and our hopes in terms of what an ending judgment will be in this case. So that looks like setting those guardrails in place when it comes to people's reputations and making sure that you're using verifiable sources, that you're training AI, that it cannot give unverified responses, because that's one of the big problems here. If it's not citing sources, has no verifiable sources, it doesn't even have the wherewithal to check for those things and say, hey, is this trustworthy information I'm spitting out? That's a problem, and that's totally trainable stuff that you can fix. Secondarily, in terms of damages, that's for a jury to decide. In Delaware, you file, you say in excess of, so we're in excess of $5 million, so it's going to be well above that. We asked Meta's AI. Meta's AI said a settlement would look like something between 50 and 100 million, and that in court, Meta risks over $1 billion. And Meta AI actually says that it believes it is very likely I will win this case against Meta based on all the parameters in the lawsuit itself.
Two final questions. Did you have any reticence about bringing this case, given the fact that Mark Zuckerberg, who runs Meta, has, for the most part, at least over the last year, directionally moved the company around some of the issues that you care about, like DEI, in your direction, and has obviously become a supporter of President Trump?
No, because if he's being honest, he's going to do the right thing here. If he's not being honest, it'll be very clear that that whole thing's been a dog and pony show to escape accountability for all the things he did wrong in the past. And there were a lot of things he did wrong in the past, including his engagement in the 2020 election, which was quite nefarious if you know the details of it.
And then finally, you have settled a lot of your efforts with companies that have come to you and tried to, resolve them amicably, if you will. Is this an instance where a settlement is possible, or for your purposes at this point, you would prefer to go through discovery and the full gamut, if you will, publicly? Meaning, what would ultimately make you happy?
What would make me happy is all the parameters that have been laid out being filled. So, in terms of the possibility of a settlement's always possible in lawsuits, right? But if it happens in this case, it's going to be because I got absolutely everything that we wanted. Everything is, in terms of leverage on our side, because I'm right here. The law's on our side. They were wrong. They were negligent. They were malicious in what they did. So risking going to court, I think, it's a big risk for Meta, right? I mean, this will set precedent not just for them, but for every AI company in many respects. And beyond that, you risk a jury sitting there and saying, wow, we have punitive damages in front of us to decide. We are going to be punitive because that is the purpose here. And right, most punitive damages are somewhere in the range of 1% to 2%. Unless you're in California, you get to 9%. This is a $1.5 trillion company. That could get expensive very fast. And I don't think shareholders would be big fans of that. But, a lot of this is going to be in Meta's court as well. How are they going to behave here going forward? Are they going to fix this? Not just for me, because I have that megaphone, like you said. But are they going to fix it for everybody? Because this shouldn't affect anybody. Think about the fact that they're talking about including AI reputation scoring for CPS and how lies about a parent could affect CPS cases for children in custody. That's just unacceptable. We've got to fix this now before this becomes a major issue for the public.
Hey, Robbie, just as an aside, I want to just change the subject for a second. There's a big piece in the Journal today about Exxon. I'm wondering, is ESG on your radar screen as well? Because you saw what BP is doing in terms of finally moving away from the alarmism that had them with really it's kind of a pipe dream to get to net zero. But this article, it's an opinion piece, points out that Exxon lags far behind most energy companies and is still pushing, peak climate, draconian regulations on carbon emissions. We're going to need Exxon globally to try to help satisfy demand for economies for fossil fuels. Is Exxon on your radar screen?
You say net zero is a pipe dream, but Spain and Portugal just achieved it, I believe, this week. So I think that a lot of countries should be looking at them and the fact that they lost their power for the period of time they did in respect of trying to go after this ESG dream. And I think, yes, ESG is definitely in our sights. And all the oil companies and, fossil fuel companies
wake up.
that have bent the knee to these climate
Love you.
alarmists,
Bye.
they're definitely in our sights. Because what they've done, bending the knee to these crazy people, is just insane. It's time to get back to business. It's time to drill. It's time to get our country filled with all of the energy we need again. And, you don't do that in chasing down these crazy pipe dreams at the far left.
Right.
Robbie Starbuck, it's never dull. It's never dull. We look forward to talking to you again soon. Thank you, sir.
You as well. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Meantime, I'm going to send it back to Becky, who is in Omaha this morning. Becky.
Thanks, Andrew. Let's take a look at what's been happening with the futures this morning. You will see that the market's under a little bit of pressure. Right now, looks like the S&P futures are off by about 45 points. Dow futures down by about 250. The NASDAQ down by just over 200. I want to get over to Mike Santoli at the NYSE. Mike, how are things shaping up this morning?
Yeah, Becky, giving back a little bit of these recent gains. We came into the week running pretty hot. Last week, the S&P 500 up close to 3%. We're more than 17% off the intraday low from less than a month ago. That was April 7th. And what you've done here is eclipsed the close on April 2nd. That was tariff day when we found all the details. At 56.70 was the close that day. So we're going to test that a little bit. We are operating at what you would probably say is the farthest extent of what a bear market rally might look like. And if it goes up further from here, it's still getting a little harder to call it a bear market rally. I think it's kind of inconclusive. But if the low is in, as a lot of the technical indicators suggest perhaps is the case, you're still a long way down to that low. It's down 15% to the intraday low. So if we have to retest or turn around, I would look for 5,400 as an initial level to say, hey, that's a normal pullback after this run. Take a look at the rest of the world equity markets relative to the S&P 500. That's That's ACWX, and really outperforming. In fact, it's at a new high for the year and outperforming the S&P on a year-to-date basis by about 15 percentage points. So everything going on policy-wise, weak dollar, sort of capital reallocated outside the U.S. A lot of the fiscal response across the world to President Trump's policies are at least right now causing a rotation around the world. Finally, take a look. Obviously, Berkshire Hathaway also came into this weekend running hot at an all-time high. And I've compared it here to gold over the last 6 months. That's what it's looked most like. It's been the ultimate quality defensive trade. SPHQ is high-quality S&P 500 stocks. That's usually around what Berkshire Hathaway trades along with, and you see the vast outperformance recently. So giving back a little bit in the pre-market this morning, Berkshire is, obviously after the news of the weekend, but even as it's indicated now, it's only getting back to levels last seen about a week or so ago, Becky.
Right. Not any sort of real sell-off after news that we knew was coming at some point, but maybe surprised everybody on the timing on it. Mike, you were here with us in Omaha at the Berkshire meeting this weekend, and this was the first time that Buffett's actually weighed in on anything regarding the markets since the meeting here a year ago. Why don't we take a listen to what he had to say about the recent market volatility, and then I want to get your take on that too.
The world makes big mistakes, and surprises happen in dramatic ways, and the more sophisticated the system gets, the more the surprises can be out of right field. That's part of the stock market, and that's what makes it a good place to focus your efforts if you've got the proper temperament for it, and a terrible place to get involved if you get frightened by markets that decline and get excited when stock markets go up. I don't mean to sound particularly critical. I mean, I know people have emotions, but you got to check them at the door when you invest.
Mike, what'd you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously really encapsulating his worldview and obviously the benefit of his perspective from all those decades. And he was addressing what recently has happened in markets, right? We get a 15 to 20% decline in the S&P 500 over the course of several weeks. It seems pretty jarring, but it came after 2 years of 20% plus gains. And so I guess his case is, look, if you were really alarmed and jarred by that move that we had over the short period of time, you're kind of not thinking about how the stock market metes out its risks and rewards over time. I also, Becky, found it interesting in a different answer over the weekend when Buffett said that he kind of doesn't experience emotions when it comes to financial stuff. He's sort of acknowledging that he's different than the way most people do kind of feel when it comes to their own money or their shareholders' money. And I remember at one point he said, look, $100 billion deal, that's easy to do. Well, it's not easy for most people to do. It's easy for him to do if he sees the right conditions.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to
it's easy
take
to do
a little
in
long.
5 seconds even, which just tells you they're looking at valuations all the time. They're reading stuff all the time. And it's
I'm
years
long,
of
guys.
experience and understanding of these issues that leads he and Greg Abel to be able to make those decisions kind of in a flash. Buffett also addressed the dollar this weekend.
The natural course of government is to make the currency worth less over time, and that's got important consequences. And it's very hard to build checks and balances into the system to keep that from happening. And we've had a lot of fun here in the last either the first 100 days or the last 100 days, whatever you want to call it, watching what happens when people try to make sure that they aren't running fiscal risks. And that game isn't over, and it never will be over, in finality. If you look up in search the great inflations of post-World War II, it's just a list that goes on forever, and the same names keep popping up and everything. So the value of currency is a scary thing.
Yeah, Mike, he pointed out that when governments really get into trouble, they usually do it through the currency, that's maybe the biggest weapon of mass destruction when it comes to governments.
For sure. And again, somebody who's been investing for 75 years, you've kind of seen these cycles, and somebody who also likes to focus on what can be controlled and the knowing the business that you're investing in, that's a piece of it that you kind of can't control. And so that's your massive risk factor is devaluation, great inflation. That's something that as somebody who's an evaluator of businesses, it's kind of at a loss to contend with.
Thanks, Mike, and great work this weekend. We appreciate it.
Thank you, too.
Joe?
Coming up, thanks, Beck. Coming up, what last week's tech earnings say about the potential for future returns. Investor Dan Niles joins us after the break. And then later, Pershing Square's Bill Ackman will be our special guest after announcing that he's upping his stake in Howard Hughes Holdings. Squawk Box will be right back.
Welcome to Club Champion, and welcome to more gimmies, like gimme 20 more yards off the tee, and gimme more brands than any other fitter. Full bag fittings are just $100 with code PERFECTFIT at clubchampion.com.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking this.
I used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
Gotta take it.
First thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. You want to try it? Try arma.com.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in its students and what they can offer the world. You get credit for experience. I didn't have to start at the bottom. I had life experience and I had actual job experience that translated to coursework and helped cut down the cost of school. UMGC honored the level of effort that I put into myself and helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market. Being able to buy a home is part of the American dream, and I couldn't be prouder.
As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I know you like that, boy. Want another one? I got you. Sir! I'm getting heated up. None of them can guard me. Hold up. And Edwards for game. Hey! And the crowd goes wild.
Inside, babe.
MVP. MVP.
My spot, mic drop. My spot, mic drop.
Well, Apple is the largest individual holding for Berkshire Hathaway's investment portfolio. Still, even after all the sales that we've seen over the last year and a half or so, it still tops 22% of that portfolio. At the annual meeting here in Omaha this weekend, Warren Buffett called out the leadership of Apple CEO Tim Cook.
I'm somewhat embarrassed to say that Tim Cook has made the Berkshire a lot more money than I've ever made Berkshire Hathaway. So credit should be given to him for. I knew Steve Jobs briefly, and Steve, of course, did things that nobody else could have done in developing Apple, but Steve picked out Tim to succeed him, and he really made the right decision. Steve died young, as you know, and nobody but Steve could have created Apple, but nobody could. But Tim could have developed it like it has. So on behalf of all of Berkshire, thank you.
Buffett famously was not a huge investor in tech until first buying Apple back in 2016. But interestingly enough, he never really looked at it as a tech stock. He said he saw it as a consumer product stock, and that's what got him so interested in it. Joining us right now in the technology sector is Niles Investment Management founder, Dan Niles. Dan, your thoughts on Apple and the Mag 7 and where things stand right now?
Well, I think the quarters came out kind of what I expected. And I think if you step back big picture, what really influenced this quarter for the Mag 7 is the fact that there was a ton of pull forward in demand because of tariffs and fears of export control. So if you look at GDP in Q1, imports were up 41% year over year for the United States. To find something even close to that big, you have to go all the way back to COVID. And imports were up over 88% in the third quarter, but that's because they were down 54% in the second quarter during COVID in 2020. And they were down, I think it was like 12% in the first quarter. So that's a massive pull forward for companies like Apple or like Amazon, where it's funny, you listen to the conference calls and very few of these companies were saying that there was much of a pull forward, if any, including Apple. And I think you look at that GDP number and you go, if it's up 41%, how can these companies not be seeing it? We're some of the biggest in the world. So I think there's going to be a big payback coming in the back half of the year, because let's say you bought an iPhone to get in front of tariffs or a Tesla or stuff off of Amazon. You're not going to need to buy a new car or iPhone in the holiday quarters. And so that's where I think we're going to have a big problem.
Let me raise one more issue that was talked about here this weekend, and that's just the idea that what these big tech companies are, their model has really changed over the last few years. You know, Berkshire has $350 billion almost in cash on hand. That's way more than these big tech companies have at this point. In fact, that's more than Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, and Amazon combined. We've always thought about the Mag 7, these big tech companies, as being capital light, basically printing money and not having to have a lot of CapEx. But over the last many years, they've been spending a lot of money on trying to chase the AI boom. Does that change the proposition of what these companies are as investments? Apple would be the exception in that. You know, it's not spending billions of dollars or 10s or 20s or 30s or 40, billion dollars or more chasing this stuff. But does that change the valuation or the investing proposition?
Well, the thing you have to remember, Becky, is that you get into these periods of times where people go, well, I can't lose. And the one that's kind of akin to this is the internet. And you spent a good 6 years kind of building that out from the time you got the first web browser out. And, my analogy is I remember John Chambers at CEO of Fiscal back in 2000 saying, we think we can grow this company 40 to 60% sustainably. And in fiscal 2000, he grew it at 55%. Since then, for the last 24 years, the company has compounded revenues at 4.5%. That's a lot lower than 40 to 60%. I think we can agree. Yeah. And there were negative quarters in there, 6 negative years in there of growth. So, when you look at the AI landscape today, the thing you have to remember is much like in the internet, when you had cost drop massively, and the companies that really benefited were the ones sitting on top of that. So think Netflix and streaming, Amazon and e-commerce, Google and search, Meta and social. Those were the ones where the value accreted to them. You look at today and you're already starting to see a cutback in AI spending. I love the media coverage that it's really strong and companies double down. But if you look at it, of the 4 that reported, Meta, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon, their AI CapEx was down sequentially for the first time since 2023. And if you look at Microsoft, their AI CapEx, and they obviously were an investor in OpenAI back in 2019 when none of us had even heard about OpenAI, their CapEx was down for the first time since 2022. So you're already starting to see some of these companies starting to cut back on their AI spending. And I think to some extent, that could be good for them, because when you're running over 30% of your revenues is CapEx, you're going to see a massive spike in depreciation. And unless you're getting some payback, that's going to become an issue. So there's going to be a lot of changes, I think, going on for the rest of this year. Don't forget, tariffs were rolled back on semiconductor chips also. And so I think there was a big pull forward in demand there by the hyperscalers as well. And some of that's going to get unwound in the back half of the year. You can't have imports up 41% for the entire United States of America and not expect some kind of payback on the back end of this.
So if you think that we've seen the best of the rally, that things get a little rougher from here, which, if any of these stocks are your favorites?
Well, I mean, you have to look at the big trends. I think with Microsoft, remember for the last, this is the first time in the last 4 quarters that Azure, which is their cloud business, has actually done well. It's disappointed the other prior 3 quarters, and their Azure growth actually accelerated from 31% to 33% growth year over year. You look at Google Cloud or you look at Amazon Web Services, their growth actually decelerated by 2% each. And Microsoft this year is actually getting their spending under control. And I think there's a reason why this is the best performer out of the Mag 7 so far this year. Last year, they were the biggest spender and ramped it up the fastest. There's a reason they were the worst performer of the Mag 7 last year. So I think that one's interesting. The other one, and this is a tricky one, is NVIDIA. Because, you know, when I watch the media coverage, everybody's saying, oh my God, AI spending, everybody's spending a ton. And I think investors want to believe that. Don't forget, this stock was down 49% from peak to trough with the stock price. Nothing will spur demand like saying, you can't have that chip, we're going to put an export control on you. And oh, by the way, tariffs are coming. That has pulled in a ton of demand. They've also de-risked the income statement, because they're writing off $5.5 billion worth. This is going to make it so gross margins can go up going forward. So, you know, I think investors want to believe it's good versus it's a pull-in. That stock probably does okay in the near term, but I think the back half, it's going to have another set of issues.
Dan Niles. Dan, thank you.
Thanks, Becky.
Okay. When we come back, a lot more on Squawk. The end of an era. Warren Buffett will be stepping down from his role as Berkshire Hathaway's CEO. That's going to happen at the end of the year. We're going to hear what he had to say about his handpicked successor, Greg Abel, when Squawk
Order
Box
submitted.
comes right back.
Brian, it's me. I mean you.
Order
Wake up.
canceled.
Come on,
Order
man.
submitted.
You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
I'm into comedy. I'm also into flambanging. What I'm not into is heartburn. That's why I take Voquezna.
Here in Keenan's stomach, Voquezna can kick some acid and relieve heartburn related to non-erosive GERD.
Voquezna is the first and only FDA-approved treatment of its kind.
And it heals erosive esophagitis, known as erosive GERD.
Ooh la la.
93% of adults with erosive GERD were healed by 2 months. Of those healed, 79% stayed healed. Plus, Voquezna can provide heartburn-free days and nights. Other serious stomach conditions may exist. Don't take if allergic to Voquezna or while on rilpivirine. Serious allergic reactions include trouble breathing, rash, itching, and swelling of face, lips, tongue, or throat. Serious side effects may include kidney problems, intestinal infection, fractures, life-threatening skin reactions, low B12 or magnesium levels, and stomach growths. Tell your doctor about your medical conditions, medications, and if you have diarrhea, persistent stomach pain or fever, decreased or bloody urine, seizures, dizziness, irregular heartbeat, jitteriness, chills, shortness of breath, muscle aches or weakness, spasms of hands, feet, or voice.
Voquezna can help kick some acid, and so can you.
Ask your doctor about Voquezna.
Food is Gina's passion, but diabetes threatened to take that all away. With Dexcom G7, Gina learned how different foods affect your sugar levels in real time, so she doesn't have to choose between the foods that she loves and her health.
Order filled.
Order filled.
The road to opportunity
I'm long again.
is often the road overlooked. At Enterprise Mobility, we guide companies to
Order
unique
submitted.
solutions. From
Order
our
filled.
team
Order
of
filled.
mobility experts. Because we believe the more ways we all have to move forward, the further we'll all go.
Order submitted.
Introducing CNBC Plus,
Order
a
filled.
global streaming platform from the #1 source in business news.
Order
On-the-go
submitted.
access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. When global business is booming, you need booming Wi-Fi from Xfinity, so you never miss a market moment streaming on CNBC Plus.
Warren Buffett stunned attendees at the annual Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting this weekend with an announcement right at the very end of that session, after about 4.5 hours of shareholder questions, that his hand-picked successor, Greg Abel, should take over, he thought, as CEO.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company.
Order
at
submitted.
year-end, and I want to spring that on the directors effectively and then give that as my recommendation. Let them have the time to think about what questions or what structures or anything they want. And then at the meeting following that, which will come in a few months, we'll take action on whatever the view is of the 11 directors. I think they'll be unanimously in favor of it. And that would mean that at year-end, Greg would be the chief executive officer of Berkshire.
Buffett was optimistic about Abel's future success at Berkshire, noting that as the head of all the non-insurance businesses, he's a very hands-on manager of the many portfolio companies that already.
It's working way better with Greg than with me because, I didn't want to work as hard as he works, and I could get away with it because we've got a basically good business, very good business, and I wasn't in danger of you firing me by virtue of both ownership and the fact that we would do pretty well. But the fact that you can do pretty well doesn't mean you couldn't do better, and Greg can do better at many things.
And Joe, we're getting that news this morning. Berkshire Hathaway confirming that its board of directors met yesterday and unanimously voted for the plan that was laid out for Greg Abel to become both president and CEO starting January 1st of next year, and for Warren Buffett to stay on as chairman. Obviously, some decisions that'll have to be made kind of gradually over that period of time between now and then. But maybe the biggest news being, because this was a little ambiguous when he made this announcement on Saturday, that Warren Buffett is sticking around as chairman. And by the way, he says he'll be coming to the office every day, too.
Oh, man. You were just as surprised as everyone that he didn't whisper to you or wink or anything you didn't know?
I mean,
No.
He did tell his two kids. He said he told both Susie Buffett and Howie Buffett.
Yeah.
And so they were the only two directors of the 11 other directors who knew about it.
All the directors.
And like you said, this has kind of been headed in this direction for a long time. He said now's the time.
It's
Order
been
canceled.
Telegraphed. It's been a long process, and Greg's always been, obviously, at least in recent years, this is how it looked like it was going to play out. All right, up next, Pershing Square's Bill Ackman will join us live. He's upping his stake in Howard Hughes Holdings. That stock is up sharply on that news. Squawk Box coming right back.
Comcast Business doesn't just power businesses. We help turn them into logistics mastery, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business.
Get up.
Comcast Business.
Right,
to follow your heart, you need to think ahead. At UBS, we match your ambition with tailored advice to craft a unique outcome for you. Advice is our craft.
Why do couples choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need help with their snoring.
Sleep Number does that.
Thank you.
And now get early access to Memorial Day deals. Save 30% on our most popular smart bed. Shop a Sleep Number store near you.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. Savor the moment or savor the details. Earn points for free nights with IHG One Rewards.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
Now, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% financing for 60 months on this Silverado. That's over $6,600 in average finance savings. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Well, maybe you should start.
It's your presentations. They're bad. There was the quarterly review, employee training week, Gary's retirement, and even the office pet policy.
Sounds boring.
This template is timeless.
Show him the thing.
Canva.
Canva?
It's easy.
You made that? You made that for me? Okay.
Order submitted.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are in Los Angeles, and we have some news this morning. Pershing Square announcing it has agreed to invest $900 million to acquire 9 million newly issued shares of Howard Hughes Holdings. Joining us live from Los Angeles is Pershing Square's CEO, Bill Ackman. You're in town for the Milken Institute Global Forum.
Yeah, I'd say for Mike, he puts on an incredible conference.
And you just came back from Omaha, from the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting, so I want to talk about that as well. But this is big news because this is something that has been in the offing now for several months. You have raised your offer and your stake now. Tell us what's happened and how did we actually get here?
So I think it's been in the offing for maybe 30 years, actually. What I mean to say is, I came into this business. First book I read was Ben Graham's Intelligent Investor. The next thing I read was basically the Berkshire Hathaway shareholder letters. And it tells, the story of Buffett buying control of a textile company and transforming it into a very valuable business over a long period of time. And, Buffett's been one of my most important heroes, certainly in business, and I would say in life. And I always sort of aspired to build a diversified holding company and turn it into, valuable enterprise and have big shareholder meetings and all that kind of thing. So I've been working on this for a really long time. Now, this specific transaction, started actually, again, a long time ago. We bought 25% of a shopping mall company called General Growth before it filed for Chapter 11. I joined the board. And part of the way to make that company valuable was spinning off all the ancillary assets into a company called Howard Hughes. And then that's now 14 years later. And that business it started with a jumble of assets. And over time, the then management team and most recently David O'Reilly and team have transformed it into a great business, but a business that has really gone unrecognized, I would say, by Wall Street. And so it struck us that it would be there was a cover story in Forbes saying that it was going to turn into the next Berkshire Hathaway that was a decade ago.
Well, so the question, though, is, so you're now going to have almost a controlling stake.
Correct.
Almost.
Correct.
It's a little bit actually like Warren Buffett, almost a controlling stake.
Correct.
The question is, when is it going to produce enough cash, like a Berkshire, effectively, that you can then take that cash and go invest it?
So first of all, the MPC business, let's just back up. Howard Hughes owns these sort of small cities. They're called master plan communities, but they're not small. Like, so for example, we own the Woodlands, which is about the size of Manhattan, right? We own Summerlin, which is a major, 28,000 acre small city in Las Vegas, populations of like 130, 150,000 people. And what we do is we own all the land. We sell lots to home builders. Home builders build homes, people move in. And then the company over time builds the amenities, builds the community. I call it a bit like SimCity, but in real life. And eventually we build high-rise office buildings and apartment buildings. And it's a great business, but it consumes a lot of capital because you have to keep building the cities. Now, the cities at a certain point in time get to a level of maturity where they start actually throwing off cash. And that's really where we are with Howard Hughes today. But there's still lots of opportunities to reinvest the cash in the city. So Howard Hughes, as a real estate company today, is not going to throw off a lot of cash, to your point. But 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it's going to produce more cash that it can generate.
Explain how Pershing Square is going to be attached to this.
Sure.
What your role will be, your CIO's role is now going to be effectively involved in this, how you're going to get compensated.
Sure. So first of all, the $900 million is not coming from the Pershing Square funds. It's coming from the Pershing Square Management Company that's owned. I own about 45% of it. The rest of the team owns about 45%, and 10% owned by a group of investors. We sold a piece of the business.
Order filled.
That's the $900 million of capital that's kind of going into the
Order
business. So it's
submitted.
really the new additions to the executive leadership team that is investing the capital. So it's great alignment. You know, you hire a new executive chair.
Order
canceled.
canceled.
It's nice to hear that they're investing, $900 million when they take the seat. We're not getting any option or stock or actually personally any compensation from the company. The company is getting the benefit not just of Ryan and myself, but I operate with a team. Unlike Mr. Buffett, who seems like a bit of a one-man band, and certainly he was when he started
Order submitted.
at Berkshire Hathaway. I've built a team over time, and we work as a real partnership. Howard Hughes today couldn't afford to hire the 40-odd Pershing Square team members, the 8 investment team members. So we're going to bring all the resources of Pershing Square to Howard Hughes, and we're going to charge we're going to get paid a $15 million fee, and we're going to get paid a incremental fee to the extent that the market cap of Howard Hughes grows at a rate in excess of inflation. We're going to get a 1.5% fee on the increase in market cap, basically above today's market cap. Let me finish for a second. And only if the market cap, on a per share basis. So if we issue a bunch of stock to make an acquisition, that doesn't increase our fees. It actually reduces the fees as a percentage.
What kind of, you talked about issuing stock to buy stuff.
Yes.
Is that how you plan to buy stuff, with the stock? Is there going to be enough cash? And would you ever try to buy, for example,
Order filled.
Which is something obviously Berkshire's done?
So we're going to start with $900 million of
Order
capital
submitted.
at the holding company that is available to make investments. It is definitely on our, if you look at Berkshire over time, a big part, Buffett's known as a great investor in stocks and companies, but a huge enhancement to his returns over time is that he built a profitable insurance company that generated, as a result, free money, so-called, float. And he built that, the insurance company was embedded in a diversified holding company. And the benefit of putting an insurance company or building one inside a diversified holding company is that it gives you a lot more flexibility in what you can invest the insurance company's assets in. If you're a pure play insurer, you can't take that much risk. You basically buy fixed income securities. So that model has not gone unnoticed by us. I think it's highly likely that we will build or buy an insurance company.
One of the things that has happened is it's become a crowded market, meaning there's a lot of private equity players that are trying to buy up, I imagine, a lot of the stuff that you may want to buy. By the way, they're buying up a lot of the stuff that Warren Buffett used to buy.
Sure.
So what's going to give you an edge in this case?
Sure. So one, we like great businesses, and so do private equity firms. But the big competitor, maybe by example. So I met with Glenn Youngkin, formerly co-CEO of Carlyle, now governor of Virginia. And he was saying, I really love what you're doing with this Howard Hughes thing. This is when, again, it was publicly announced, but obviously we had not gotten to the deal done. He says, the biggest problem I had in private equity is I'd have to sit down with Mr. Smith and tell him, you realize, of course, that after we buy your business, you're going to kind of be on the merry-go-round. And every 5 or 7 years, your company that you built is going to get sold to someone else. And I had to be candid with them about this, but that's the nature of private equity. And what Buffett was able to achieve over time is he could sit down with Mr. Smith, who was maybe 70 years old. He built this incredible business, an important business in the community. And he can say to him, look, I'm going to buy your business. I'm going to take very good care of it. I'm going to own it for decades. Your employees will be proud. And Mr. Smith found that a very appealing notion after he spent his entire life building a business. Now, the issue for Berkshire today is at $1 trillion scale, buying even a billion, $5 billion, even $10 billion business doesn't move the needle. Whereas for us, of course, we're starting out at, the market cap today, is about $3.5 billion or something. So we have the benefit of starting small, but we have the similar benefits of being able to be a permanent owner of a company, which is something that, depending on where we have to get our stock price closer to intrinsic value. We can also offer a tax-free execution. We can give someone the ability to kind of sell some of their business for cash, sell them for stock, and go along for the ride with us.
Becky's back in Omaha, where you just came from. She's got a question for you, Bex.
Please.
Hey, Bill, great to see you. Thanks for coming on with us this morning. I'm so intrigued by what you just said about how you guys would either build or buy an insurance company, that the benefit of the float hasn't gone unnoticed by you. First of all, do you think it'd be easier to buy one or to build one? I don't know where you think prices are and valuations are on these things right now. And second of all, over the weekend, something Ajit Jain kind of focused in on and talked about on stage was the idea that all these private equity companies have now gotten into the insurance business, and he thinks are writing premiums that aren't at great prices and that don't make it very profitable long term to do some of that business. He basically said, almost in these exact words, that Berkshire's waving the white flag when it comes to some of that, particularly when it comes to life insurance, I believe, that they can't write that insurance at competitive levels because he doesn't think the pricing is right from private equity.
Sure. So what Ajit was referring to is that the Apollos of the world, Brookfield and others, have issued annuities, which are more financial products than they are insurance products, but they occur in the context of a regulated insurance company, and they take that capital, with multiple of that capital, and they lend it with their sort of proprietary access to private debt type deals, and they make a spread. And that business is, I would say, getting more crowded over time. But to answer your question directly, I think it's more likely that we will build an insurance company. In fact, we have a person that is a phenomenal executive in the industry that we're just beginning a conversation with that's intrigued by what we're doing. And I like the idea of building from scratch because you don't assume a bunch of other people's kind of liabilities. And I think he's a super talented executive, and hopefully we can make a deal with him. But that would be, I'm kind of more intrigued with the idea of building something from a blank sheet of paper.
I'm curious, as you were sitting in Omaha this weekend, what you think the future of Berkshire looks like and whether you think it ultimately changes in a Greg Abel world.
Sure. So I think, Buffett has been very thoughtful about everything in his life, and in particular Berkshire, setting it up so that after he is no longer running it, it continues to succeed. And I think he's achieved that by buying these really great businesses. But I would say maybe more importantly, building a culture, principles, governance, thoughts that he's imprinted in the minds of the shareholders and imprinted obviously in the minds of the executives and the board of directors. So I think you've got a principle-based company that's going to stay a principle-based company going forward. Now he's stepping aside with $350 billion of cash on the balance sheet. I think, Greg Abel's known to be a superb operator and a very good allocator of capital, certainly in the businesses that he's managed. I think it's yet to be proven that the current management team has the capability that Buffett has had to obviously buy businesses, and it's more challenging now because of the scale. So I think for sure the businesses will be run arguably, potentially even better than they've been run historically, because now a great real operator focused on that, running the company. The question, though, is, one, I think they're going to start returning capital.
You do?
Yeah,
in the form of dividends?
I think dividends. I think they will be a little bit more aggressive about buying back stock. I don't see Berkshire waking up in 6 months and Berkshire announcing a $100 billion acquisition. I think the new CEO will be, and the new board, not the new board, the new CEO and the current board will be a little bit more careful on the first deals, because if Berkshire's first deal turns out not to be a good one, I think that the market will kind of frown upon that. But I think the business will do very well. You've got Todd, you've got Ted, you've got some very capable people, and it's extremely well capitalized. The insurance business, by the way, has a lot of continuity and some great talent. So I wouldn't bet against Berkshire.
Let me ask you a separate question just about the economy and where we are. I was at a dinner at this Milken event last night, and the question was put to the group to raise their hands. This is maybe 100 some odd people. Who's optimistic about the economy over the next 6 months? Mm-hmm. And when that was the question, when I tell you, I think there was maybe 1 or 2 hands that went up, that was it. If you asked the question again for a year, a couple of hands. If you asked again for maybe 2 years or 3 years, then more hands. Mm-hmm. When would you have raised your hand?
So let me be optimistic for a moment. What do I expect over the next 6 months? I expect that the war in Ukraine, Russia, has a pretty high probability of being resolved. I think there's some kind of resolution in the Middle East with Iran, either a deal or Israel and the United States take out their capability of producing nuclear weapons.
You do? That would be, by the way, a very big deal.
Very big deal. Whether it's 6 months, 6 months, 9 months, potentially by the end of the year. I think those are well within the realm of possibility. I don't think we're going to wait around a lot longer to deal with Iran. It's got to be dealt with in one way or another. That's going to bring down geopolitical risk, in my view, in a very significant way.
It could also increase risk if it doesn't go right.
Could.
Okay.
I'm being an optimist.
Okay.
Okay, and I do think, I think Putin would like to end the war. I think Zelensky would like to end the war. I think Israel would like to deal with the nuclear threat. I think the entire world would like to deal with Iran's nuclear threat. So I think that's obviously a big positive. I think inflation has largely been wrung out of the economy, right? Price of eggs. I think the price of energy is coming down, and it's going to stay down. And I think, obviously very, very good for the economy. What else can I say?
Well, how do you think about tariffs impacting potentially inflation?
So I think tariffs, where they ultimately get resolved, will increase the cost of some, by a percent of some products. But it's not like inflation that will compound. It's more like a one-time reset, and then we won't have meaningful inflation from there. And I think that's a backdrop in which the Federal Reserve, toward the end of the year, could start. Could have a few kind of rate cuts.
Do you think they should be cutting already?
I think a small cut relatively soon, I think, makes sense, because I think what's happened is, Q1's benefited by some front loading of purchases in event of tariffs. The uncertainty associated with, Liberation Day, so to speak, is caused many businesses to pause and wait to see what's going to happen, and that's going to be reflected in Q2. So I think there's definitely a deceleration in the economy, now, absolutely. So the question, I think what's important is the tariffs get resolved in the relative short term, because I do believe if we're still if the tariff thing is still major headlines.
Let me ask you a tariff question, then I know Joe's got a question about Harvard that he wants to ask.
Sure.
But on the tariff front, when you say it gets resolved, what does resolved mean? Meaning, do you believe that the U.S. government is going to be collecting lots of revenue because we're going to have big tariffs? Are we blinking and saying, actually, we're not going to have the kind of tariffs we've been talking about all along, and therefore the market likes that, and that actually is a version of resolve? What are we talking about when people say resolved?
Sure. So I would say Trump has gotten the world's attention on trade imbalances and unfair trading practices of our partners. That's what happens when you announce 145% tariff against China, and tariffs, really very high tariffs against the rest of the world. After achieving that, he said, okay, we're going to pause for 90 days on basically everyone other than China, because China responded, so we're going to punish them in effect. That set up the opportunity for deals with our major trading partners. Scott Bessent says, look, we've got 18 countries, the top 18, European Union, et cetera, we're working out deals. We need to do the same thing with China. My argument is, made the point with China, but 145% tariff against China means we're ceasing doing business with China. That has very negative repercussions for China, even more negative for China than us, but it also has meaningfully negative repercussions for U.S., starting with small businesses, stick with me for a second, and others. The right thing to do, in my view, is we pause on China. Let's give it a little more time. Maybe it's 180 days, because we're going to be busy here. What that does is it stabilizes the risk to the U.S. economy and small businesses around the country. But China is now highly incentivized to make a deal. Why? Because of the shock of 145% and the potential for high tariffs against China, every company that's producing in China and selling into the U.S. is moving their supply chains elsewhere. The longer the tariffs persist and unfair trading practices persist against China, the longer they take to make a deal, the greater the risk to China is they lose all those businesses. And so the dynamic now is not, in my view, ideally favorable for the U.S. because there's economic pressure on the U.S. as a result of China tariffs. You pause for 180 days, the economic pressure comes off us, but it persists on China because of everyone leaving. And I think I'd like for us to get to that dynamic as quickly as possible.
Buffett doesn't like the tariffs, but we can talk about that.
Sure.
I want to go to Joe, though, because I know you've got a question. I want to bring up the topic of Harvard, which you've been very outspoken about.
Sure.
And not in a political angle, Bill. I'm just wondering, you're an alumnus. What should Harvard do where you'd say, okay, to get back in your good graces, what does the university need to do at this point?
Sure. So the right thing to do, or I should say the wrong thing to do, is receive a letter from the administration and write back saying, we're doing nothing. In fact, we're going to sue you. Okay, that's what Harvard did. What Harvard should have done is should have said, President Trump, you make some good points, right? Taxpayer money coming to Harvard, that's a privilege. It's not a right. And taxpayer money, going to an institution, the institution cannot have massive amounts of administrative bloat, waste, bureaucracy. And we're going to eliminate it. We're going to hire Alex Partners, or restructuring firm. We're going to take a 3G, zero-based budgeting approach to the way we run our administration. Things that are not inefficiency is causing harm, and we're wasting taxpayer money. Mr. President, you're right. Harvard has become, there is not viewpoint diversity at Harvard. Students are self-censoring their remarks in classrooms. Faculty are doing the same because people are afraid to have real conversations. You can't learn. You go to college to be exposed to a broad array of ideas. And I guess maybe I should be looking at Joe. Broad array of ideas. And that's not happening at Harvard. Free speech is not happening at Harvard. So you acknowledge the areas where the president is absolutely correct. And you say, look, we're going to fix those areas, okay? We want to make a deal, Mr. President. What have we seen from Trump? He asked for the moon, kind of shock and awe, okay? Same thing true for Harvard, that most recent letter. You could argue it's certainly overreaching in some of the elements. But he wants to make a deal. Make a deal with the president. Commit to fix these things, which, by the way, your alumni want you to fix. It's in the best interest of Harvard. And treat shareholder, taxpayer money like as a fiduciary, and they're not doing that. And Harvard is not in a good financial position. This is something I think is not well appreciated. They nominally have a $53 billion endowment. I don't believe the carrying values of their endowment. 80% of the assets are invested in real estate, private equity, and venture capital.
So it's not liquid.
It's not liquid, and they're apparently selling us $1 billion slice of their private equity. Watch where that gets priced relative to the carrying value of the portfolio. My guess is it could be 30–40% below the current carrying value to get a bid. If in my business, if I owned a slice of something, I sold a piece of it at a 30–40% discount, I'd have to remark my entire portfolio. So one, the endowment, in my view, is massively overstated in terms of what it's really worth. The second thing is no one talks about the fact that Harvard now has $8 billion of debt. I read the prospectus for the recent bond issue. So you have $53 billion of overstated assets that are illiquid, and you have $7.9 billion of debt, which you owe. As a donor, do you want to give money to a nonprofit institution, which is going to go into the institution and going to go out the door to pay money interest to bondholders? My experience is nonprofits that borrow money, it doesn't end well. And then you have, what do they rely on for current funding? Money every year from the U.S. government, money every year from donations. Donations, I don't know, I have to believe they're down meaningfully. And tax-exempt status. Another reason that induces people to give money to their university is to get a tax deduction.
Fair or unfair to try to take the tax-exempt status away?
I think it's fair. Again, the Harvard became, over time, a political advocacy organization for one party. When a university goes from being a university to, affecting becoming a political advocacy organization, it doesn't deserve nonprofit status. I mean, and they have to. Harvard should be a place where students go to learn and the best research gets done. It shouldn't be a place that is allowing, pro-terrorist organizations on campus, that only allows, certain kinds of thinking and speech on campus. That's a political advocacy organization. It's not a university. So I don't think we're going to end up there where Harvard loses its tax-exempt status. I want Harvard to succeed. It's been very important to me over time. But really, it got itself to a very bad place, and Alan Garber is a good president, but he's not managing. The mismanagement here is Penny Pritzker. If this were any other kind of corporation, the notion that she's still chairman of Harvard, leading the charge here, and in terms of how Harvard managed everything from COVID, and I know we have to go, but it's an important topic, to endowment management, to waste, to free speech, to who they hired as president of the university. it's time for a change in leadership in the board at Harvard.
It's a longer conversation. I want to thank you, Bill Ackman.
Sure.
Becky and Joe, I will see you. We will all see each other tomorrow, and we'll kick it back to the folks on Squawk on the Street.
Order filled.
I think it's the time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year end.
End of an era. Warren Buffett giving up the CEO reins after running Berkshire Hathaway for 6 decades. Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Mike Santoli here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. David Faber's at the Milken Institute Global Conference in Beverly Hills, and Kramer has the morning off. Futures red after a 9-day, 10% rally for the S&P. Couldn't quite get to the 200-day on Friday, but there is a very busy week ahead. Speaking of which, let's begin with David. Talk about what is coming up on Milken, not just today, but in the next few days, David.
Yeah, we got 2 days of programming here, and we've got some great guests. Today, let me just tell you, I mean, Mark Rohn will start things off for us. Obviously, an opportunity to talk not just about the macro environment, the company Apollo coming off its earnings only on Friday, so we can talk a bit about that. And, of course, we're going to talk a lot about private credit, not just with Mark, but I'm sure with John Gray a little later in the hour. And in the middle, squeezed in between, one of the biggest banks in the country, and a man we haven't often heard from, Charlie Scharf, will be my guest as well. So very much looking forward to sort of getting certainly a sense for where things stand in the macro economy right now from all three of those gentlemen, Carl, given so many different things, even in a short time between when we may have last spoken to them. Things can change, as you guys know, very quickly.
Yeah, obviously, Rowan, we cannot wait. After Friday's conference call from Apollo, where they talked about sitting this one out, risk-free assets. Their chief economist, of course, continues to post almost every day about the coming wave of stagflation.
Yeah, Torsten Slok has been not shy about sort of sharing so many interesting charts as well and things of that nature, as you say. Yeah, maybe it is a time to deploy capital. It's interesting from that perspective. I'm sure John Gray as well will spend some time talking about the $177 billion in potential capital they have to deploy as well, Carl. So no shortage of topics. I don't know if they want to talk about the oil market, but that's certainly also something that I'm sure we'll hit this morning as well.
Yeah, below 56 today, getting more trims to forecast for the price of West Texas out of Goldman. There's a lot to get to. Let's talk some Buffett this morning, of course. But as we said, Berkshire Hathaway's board has acted on his recommendation, voting unanimously to name Greg Abel president and CEO effective January 1 of 26, and for Buffett to remain chairman. Of course, Mike was there over the weekend. That must have been something to watch.
For something that was at least to a large degree expected, it was still pretty jarring and dramatic, the way that he did it in the final couple of minutes of the meeting, and really kind of fascinating just to see this moment that he chose to do it. Now, whether it was intention or whether it was happenstance, the stock had ramped to an all-time high. It's outperformed the S&P just on a year-to-date basis by more than 20 percentage points. There's been this massive recognition of not just the defensive qualities of the company and the capital allocation acumen, but also just this constellation of businesses that he built and the whole thing and how it sustains up. Now it's the big question of, does it live beyond him? It's his company as CEO for another several months. It's been my sense for a while, I've tried to make the case that whether tacitly or strategically, he's been setting up this company with $350 billion in cash right now to have maximum flexibility when it's handed off to the next leader. And that's where it is. Now, the question is, what gets done with it? I talked to a lot of investors in Berkshire Hathaway, and there's a real split between those who say this could be a catalyzing event. There's probably some sort of suppressed value in the company. You could restructure it in various ways. You can deploy that capital in a shareholder-friendly way. And others who say, actually, Buffett's greatest genius was creating this machine that can just sustain itself for a very long period of time, driven by the principles that I think do pervade the entire organization.
Not a fan of tariffs as a trade weapon.
Not at all.
Right?
No.
Even raised the prospect of reasons why they could want to own other currencies than the dollar.
Exactly. He definitely. I don't think that's a surprise that he would say that this is just sort of a kind of an imperfect way to go about trying to rebalance the world. Of course, as shareholders and others have talked about. He had this idea years ago for export credits, and it's a way to incentivize people to produce things kind of domestically. He basically said, no, look, it's a Rube Goldberg machine. It's not going to work. But so maybe even if the general idea of trying to bring manufacturing back is legitimate, I don't think necessarily that he was ever going to be a fan of tariffs. Look, it puts a massive tax on the global economy, on global efficiency. He recognizes that. He's very concerned, more than you might think, about these macro kind of world historical things like devaluations and hyperinflation. And I guess living that long, you have the sense out there that big stuff can happen when you least expect it.
Yeah. Take a listen to what Buffett said about tariffs and the argument that the U.S., far from being ripped off, in his words, has actually won. Take a listen.
Exactly.
Trade should not be a weapon. And the United States, we've won. I mean, we have become an incredibly important country starting from nothing. 250 years ago, there's nothing been anything like it. And it's a big mistake, in my view, when you have 7.5 billion people that don't like you very well, and you got 300 million that are crowing in some way about how well they've done. And I don't think it's right, and I don't think it's wise. I do think that the more prosperous the rest of the world becomes, it won't be at our expense. The more prosperous we'll become, and the safer we'll feel, and your children will feel someday.
David, echoes of Ken Griffin last couple of weeks saying that trade has made its way to a, quote, nonsensical place, and that we are eroding the American brand.
Yeah, and Griffin obviously will also be in attendance here at Milken, and perhaps there will be some debate around that as well. I did want to come back to Mike, who was obviously in the room. Mike, last night was at a dinner. There was somebody who's quite close to Buffett who was also there, and described the fact that it seemed as though it really was a truly, and I know Becky's talked about this, you have as well, a surprise, the announcement itself. And beyond that, shared their belief that, in fact, Warren may devote himself now to making decisions about that $350 or so billion, and perhaps, well, actually, that will be his final legacy, the investment of said cash at Buffett. I'm just curious to get your thoughts about it.
Well, that's absolutely part of how he even framed his decision and his transition to a new role. I found it pretty telling where he said, look, I'll be around to help any way possible. Now, we know as of today he will remain chairman for a bit as well. But he said, I would be there if, in fact, there was an opportunity to do a big deal, to deploy that capital. That was probably helping to reassure shareholders that, in fact, he would be holding the reins if, in fact, there was some kind of a crisis or some kind of dislocation in the markets or just some grand opportunity that presented itself, that he would be steering it.
Hey, can you hear me?
It sort of seemed a little bit almost like, look, I don't want to miss out on the last one. I was thinking about, Jack Nicholson said, look, I've pretty much done everything. What I'd really like is one last romance. And he said that like 15 years ago. I think I don't think he's wanted to build up the cash. I think he hasn't seen the conditions under which he felt he had an edge in putting a lot of it to work in a new business. So we'll see if he does, in fact, do that. But I have no doubt that thinking about what that cash represents and what that potential energy could go toward is a big piece of this next phase.
What about questions of the current portfolio? Does Oxy get most of the conversation right now?
No. I mean, as much as it's a very large percentage of Oxy that Berkshire owns, it really isn't that big relative to the portfolio. The biggest dollar market value of the portfolio is still Apple. Yeah. They own 2% of Apple. I do think that it's fair to assume under Greg Abel that the kind of stock-picking aspect of Berkshire Hathaway, the investment in public equities, at least new ones, will become maybe a lesser part of the story. Some of that cash, I think there was some allusion to this in the meeting, maybe is more like bolt-on acquisitions. What Abel has done at Berkshire Hathaway Energy is to kind of cobble together this vertical that makes a lot of sense. So I think I would look toward that rather than the individual public equity investments as the key to the future.
Yeah, and maybe I'm sure you've talked about it all weekend, but maybe we'll get to as well the impact of current policy on the operating businesses as we speak.
For sure.
That's a huge story as well. When we come back, David's going to sit down with Apollo's Mark Rowan at the Milken conference as we watch futures here ahead of Some 94 S&P earnings this week, a Fed meeting, BOE, and we'll watch for some arrivals or lack of arrivals at the Port of LA. Stay with us.
No,
It's
I think that's
smart
Doc.
move to get a second opinion. You do it when you're looking for a contractor.
Order
you
filled.
definitely do it with medical advice. So why not with your stock market investments? We can help you see opportunities you may be missing. At Henyon & Walsh, it only takes a second to schedule your free second
Shit, my
opinion.
lawn is good.
So what's there to lose?
Get out. No, I got out.
Speak to Henyon & Walsh, the second opinion people.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment,
Is my
reconfiguring
mic
for
working on
entertaining the next, and
YouTube too?
tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Can you hear me now?
TimberTech
On
decking
both?
looks like real wood.
But there's no hassle of maintaining it.
I just take the leaf blower and blow the leaves off of it. It's fantastic.
Hey.
We have a sectional out there, and we'll sit out there with a glass of wine.
Yeah, no, yeah.
We feel like we're in heaven.
I am Tony Hawk, and like many of you,
Where?
I take a
On
statin
Discord
to
or
reduce
on
cholesterol. But
YouTube?
statins can also deplete CoQ10 levels.
Alright,
That's
they
why my
said they can
doctor
hear me.
recommended Qunol CoQ10. Qunol has the #1 cardiologist recommended form of CoQ10. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Tim Cook has made the Berkshire a lot more money than I've ever made Berkshire Hathaway. So,
Has your view on trade barriers changed?
Trade should not be a weapon.
Trying to get him to get in.
Revenue and expenses. Congress does not seem good at doing it. The time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year end. That's the news hook for the day. Thanks for coming.
QX80, you are cleared for takeoff. Is that free?
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new 2025 Infiniti QX80. A most luxurious way to travel.
How would you describe your communication style?
May I? Classic. Complex.
He struggles to.
I have the ball, so I do the talking.
This is what I'm working with.
Rendezvous. No. Revenue. That checks out.
Check this out. Canva. It's easy.
Wow, how'd you do that?
Yeah, I want a long though. Kinda.
All right, we're live from the Milken Institute Global Conference. Apollo Global out with its earnings Friday, saying it is, quote, well prepared for the economic environment ahead. Joining me now is Mark Rowan, the CEO of Apollo. Always good. Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Our annual sit down here at Milken. You were on our air not that long ago with Andrew Sorkin back on April 9th. But even between now and then, it feels like a great deal has happened. So let's just start off if we can. I want to get to your earnings, obviously, but give me your senses to the macro environment right now. Nothing has really changed in terms of trade, at least in terms of any new deals, even though the market seems to be hoping and awaiting something on that front. What are you seeing?
Look, we were in the single best position of any country in the world. Low unemployment, massive capital investment, massive capital flows. And what the administration wants to do is actually the right thing. Resetting our terms of trade with the world,
wrong at
long overdue. How we did it and how we're doing it, in the short term, we've created uncertainty. Uncertainty slows down investment. Uncertainty slows down hiring. We have ground things to a halt.
I'm not trying to make cash this week.
And we've also, in the longer term, just damaged the brand because we've introduced so many unexpected outcomes for people.
Ken Griffin has said something similar in terms of damaging the brand. What does that mean?
Look, we are seen as a safe haven. For the last 15 or 20 years, investors from around the world were given three choices. There are three big markets. You can go to China, you can go to Europe, you can come to the U.S. Everyone answered that in U.S. for the past 20 years. All that money flowed into our economy, mostly in our capital markets, pushing our stock indices and bond to record highs. I mean, think about what happened here. We had 10 stocks that became 40% of the S&P. Market cap of NVIDIA alone was more than the stock market capitalization of every stock market other than Japan. And those 10 companies traded at a 60 PE. Hyper-exceptionalism, as I sometimes say. Now, we're just exceptional. That's literally what's happened. Uncertainty has given people an opportunity to rethink. Is the U.S. a safe place long term?
Yeah, although you've made the point, you did as well in the interview I just referenced. All right, where are you going to go? Germany with a $2.5 trillion bond market? You got it. I mean, we still have $36 trillion, not to mention the last I looked, the dollar was still the reserve currency.
We are exceptional. We will continue to be exceptional for a very long time. We are now experiencing a loss of hyper-exceptionalism. And people are adjusting to that.
Is that gone forever?
It's hard to say forever. Look, I want this administration to succeed. The instinct of what they want to do, I actually think is right.
Well, what's right about it, Mark?
Think about it. We set terms of trade following World War II. We are the freest trading country in the world. We are, over the next generation, going to experience massive waves of technological change and other changes in our society. To want more of the jobs here, to prepare for the long term, is long overdue. Where is it written that the U.S. has to be the freest trading country in the world? Can't we be 10? And also, we have not yet gotten the benefit of what we're, in my opinion, what we're entitled to. I mean, I used the example when I was on last. Think of the U.S. and Mexico together. Done the right way, the U.S. and Mexico together should be the most potent economic force in the world for the next 50 years. Add Canada to that, and you really have something of massive size and scale.
Right, which points out perhaps the wrong-headedness of going after two of your key trading partners at the outset.
Interesting. I don't think it's the wrong-headedness, it's how. We should want reform in Mexico. I sit with Mexican industrialists, Mexican financial leaders, and to quote one of them, who will not be named, if it takes tariffs to make Mexico great again, so be it. There are things we should want from Mexico, and there are things that the Mexicans should want to do that are just politically difficult. And if tariffs are the motivator to do that, that to me is a smart tariff.
And you believe that manufacturing jobs can come back in a meaningful way?
I think some manufacturing jobs can come back in a meaningful way here. One of the most interesting stats I've seen over the past month, average salary for a sociology grad of a leading university, $60,000. And average manufacturing, $150,000. We have the ability to do high-end manufacturing here. We have the educational system to do it. We have the workforce to do it. We don't have the workforce to do everything. Low-value manufacturing, I think, is unlikely to come back here.
Yeah. All right, you mentioned hyper-exceptionalism perhaps going away, maybe forever. You also said earlier things have ground to a halt. Let me follow up on that. What does that mean, things have ground to a halt?
Uncertainty. How do you make decisions until you know what the outcomes are? And so that's what we're seeing right now. Businesses are holding off on making investment decisions. People are holding off in hiring. The decision as to where to invest, how to invest, under what circumstances to invest, the economics of investing. And I'm talking not investing in stocks and bonds. I'm talking investing in goods and in plant. Until we have resolution, until we know what the path is, I think we're going to have uncertainty. And so in our firm, as you know, our chief economist has basically coined the notion of a voluntary trade reset recession. The notion that we have had things so good and we've now ground things to a halt, that it is possible we will cause 2 quarters of negative growth. Different than what I call a real recession, where lots of people lose their jobs. We still have really good underlying fundamentals.
Yeah, and obviously we got a jobs number that was quite good on Friday. Same day that you reported earnings. Let me go there if I can. I'm looking through the analysts' reactions. I'd say they're mixed.
Yeah.
Good results in a quarter where market volatility began to build. This pressures near-term estimates primarily in retirement services and principal investing.
I'm still long.
Another
Haven't got out
saying,
yet.
this consensus, FRE, though, is ahead of the street. Why are you laughing?
It's a tough job to be an analyst, to have something relevant
I'm
to say
long at
On
98.
a quarterly basis. What in your
Trying to get out
opinion, would be
205.
something relevant to say in terms of the actual performance during the quarter?
I'd say the following. We are the beneficiary of 2 massive long-term trends. One is the growth in private markets, and private markets is experiencing very, very robust growth. From a business that was funded out of the alternative bucket of institutions, we now have individuals, we have insurance companies, we have now traditional asset managers, we have institutions who are now using privates in their fixed income and other portfolios. Lots of demand for privates.
Yeah, you haven't got in yet. Don't get in.
Just manufacture
Just wait.
them. Why are privates interesting? Better risk reward. We're limited by our capacity to create better risk reward, and we do this really well. So in the FRE business, we were up more than 20% quarter over quarter, very strong flows. In retirement services, we are a principal. We have to run with a principal's mindset. What we saw for the last 4 months were the tightest spread conditions in a generation, and you're offered a choice. When that happens, you can take more risk to try to keep your spread wide, or actually you can go the other way and say, this is not our time.
Right.
And that's what we did.
Sell and go to cash to some extent, raise cash.
Essentially, we built a massive pool of cash on the belief that these spreads would not continue. And lo and behold, in the first 2 weeks of April, not in the same quarter, but in a different quarter.
Did you put some to work already, or are you still waiting, given what you're talking about in the environment in terms of uncertainty?
I'm just gonna wait now.
Yes and yes. So we were, I believe, among the largest buyers. We put some $25 billion to work in April alone, and more to go.
You got the new levels for
All right, let's talk
NQ?
investment grade private credit, because you spent a good amount of time on the call as well answering a particular question. And I was reading various things you said, but one struck me, Mark. I think 18 months from now, we will not know the difference between public and private credit in the investment grade market. It won't be the issuers, the size, the rating, the provision of financial information, ability to sell and buy.
You long, Abe? There you are.
What are you talking about?
You know, I stand by it. The best way to get at this is really analogy. 25 years ago, the notion that loans would trade, people looked at you quizzically. Some crazy man named Jimmy Lee at JP Morgan stood up and said loans will trade. Well, how could loans trade? Every loan was private. Every loan was different. Loans took 30 days to close. But guess what? JP Morgan made a market in loans, and loans began to trade.
Started that at Chemical Bank.
There we go.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, JP Morgan was earning widespread, and Goldman didn't like that. They made a market. And Deutsche Bank, and so on and so on. And now we have loan ETFs and loan mutual funds, and we accept that something that is not even a security trades. We're watching the same thing happen in investment grade. So we've launched with State Street the PRIV. Yep. PRIV is a private and public investment grade. Guess what?
A couple guys that trade
Private investment grade trades. People will watch us earn wide spreads. They won't like that. Others will come into the market. 18 months from now, we're going to have a market for private investment grade.
You know, the ETF itself has, started off, I would say, somewhat rockily. You got a letter from the SEC sort of questioning it. They approved it, but they also had real questions specifically about the liquidity profile, the idea of how can you possibly offer daily liquidity in something along these lines. And open-end funds required by law to redeem its securities on demand from shareholders. We have concerns with the fund's ability to comply with the 40 Act. And they really did narrow in on that.
Yes.
What have you done to, A, improve liquidity, and what do you do broadly speaking to sort of give people the comfort that if I want out, I can get out?
Well, I'd start the other way. Why does anything trade in the fixed income market? I mean, think about what happened in 2008. We changed our financial system. On the equity side, we saw Citadel and Jane Street, Susquehanna, Blue Crest, and a number of others step forward. That is who makes our equity markets today.
Yes.
Who does that on the fixed income side of the market? The answer, no one. We have 10% of the trading capital in the world for fixed income that we had in 2008, and markets are 3 times their size. We have a historical, nostalgic view that there's liquidity in fixed income markets. There's not. There's only dealer liquidity. Why should what's happening in a private investment grade be any different than a public investment grade? And the answer is it's not. And that's what we're showing people.
So what, we have to get used to the fact that there's going to be a lack of liquidity?
In every fixed income market. And that is what we're showing. That is what we're showing regulators. That is what we're showing buyers. That is what we're showing counterparties. All of these markets in fixed income are dealer liquidity markets. And we should expect, as investors, that in big risk-off moments, given the lack of market-making activity, we should see wide price springs in public, in private,
what does that mean if I own the ETF, PRIV?
In a normal case, you should earn more for the same risk. And in a downside case, you should have no worse liquidity than if you were public.
It's only raised, I think, $54.6 million in assets. Are you disappointed, at least, in terms of how it started?
No, we start for about 6 months with your seed. People watch it trade. People watch how you do, and you grow it over time. This is, for me, a really interesting corner of the marketplace. It's not just about PRIV. This is about making privates better understood and more acceptable. Privates, as you know, we started with the notion that private was risky and public was safe. And And when something's risky, you stick it in a little bucket called alternative, and you want really high returns of it. Well, now we have individuals buying privates. We have retirement services insurance companies buying privates. We now have traditional asset managers buying privates. I think what we're watching take place in the traditional asset management industry is a redefinition of what active management is. Active management used to be the buying and selling of stocks. Now I believe it is the addition of private markets to public portfolios.
Yep.
Some of them will come in wrappers that investors understand. Every mutual fund has a 15% private bucket. ETFs have a private bucket. The more acceptance we have for private, the better demand we have for private, the more buyers there are for private. That's where I think we're heading.
Pump it open.
And it's our job not to grow too fast.
And you believe that the liquidity constraints can be figured out. I mentioned this as well because you're right. Blackstone is certainly moving down this road. BlackRock, I've talked to Larry Fink about that. There's no doubt.
My TV too loud on Discord?
So there is going to be more opportunity for the people who are listening at home right now to potentially participate in this market. But
they will.
About the liquidity problem?
Well, two things. They will participate, but they're not necessarily going to participate by being a client of Apollo or Blackstone or anyone else directly. They have a relationship with an existing asset manager. And what they're going to do is they're going to participate in the private market through the traditional asset manager packaging public and private. We're watching these partnerships get formed every single day. This market is very, very large. In terms of trading, this is about acceptance. In the investment grade market, I think that is the first market that is private that will become liquid. It will not surprise me to see the levered loan market become liquid. The difference between a broadly syndicated loan and a piece of private credit is only whether there are many buyers or one buyer. It's not inherently a different product. Is it tradable? It is tradable should people want to trade it. There's just no need to trade it at this point in time. Will we have liquidity in private equity? Not for a very, very long time.
We didn't even get to private.
I just want to make sure that we're talking about a segment of the marketplace.
Understood. Finally, let me just end where we started. When you talk about a halt, you talk about uncertainty. Do you have any sense as to when you think things are going to change? And what are you looking for to be a determination that they have?
Look, I think if we have critical mass of known rules, we will have some more certainty. That doesn't mean it will be as good as it was. I don't think it has to be the same. Same is not necessarily a good direction. The administration wants to do the right thing. Their intent, I believe, is the right intent. I can take issue with the process. There are lots of roads to Rome, as you know. But until we see critical mass of trading partners who have signed up to economic deals, I think we're going to have uncertainty.
Mark, always appreciate it.
More than appreciate
it. At least our annual from here. Thankfully, we get to talk more than once a year.
Always. Thank you.
Mark Rowland, CEO of Apollo. Carl, send it back over to you.
All right, David, a lot more to come from David and Milken today and tomorrow. Interesting comments. We'll see how it changes the narrative of sentiment right now. Mike, I do want to get you before the bell on crude. Goldman today trims their forecast yet again. It's another multi-year low here, got below 56. Interestingly, it was Apollo over the weekend and Torsten Slok that looked at the break-even out of the Dallas Fed survey, which he argues is somewhere in the high 60s, low 70s.
Yes, at least maybe on a blended basis or for new investment. I do think it's interesting. It's coming from non-U.S. supply push is really what's happening, and then some demand concerns in general. If you want to take the macro takeaway, it's perhaps a partial offset to whatever the de facto tax increase on tariffs is. So if you're looking for these angles, and I'm not saying it's essentially by design, but it could have the net effect of that. But it's not going to disabuse anybody of the idea that we have this kind of disorderly move in crude. It might be saying something about global growth, about the heightened recession risk. Also coming at a time with these sort of messiness in the currency markets again today. I'm not saying they're specifically related, but the Asian currency spiking against the dollar. It's not. There's not really a solid narrative attached to a lot of that stuff, except that general kind of like migration out of the dollar resuming, and just fixed forex volatility can certainly migrate elsewhere at a time when the stock market is on this 9-day rip. We're up big from the lows. We're at the farthest extent of what I would consider a plausible bear market rally as opposed to the resumption of an uptrend. And we're into a pretty significant resistance area. So lots of excuses to kind of pull back and reassess
Yeah,
here.
we did top out right at 5,700 on Friday,
pretty
highs of the day. Goldman over the weekend, Tony P said don't be surprised for a reversion back down to the 50
Too late for me.
which would put you around 55.80.
Yeah, which is really, that's just a nick at this point.
Oh,
I would
dang,
argue
nice.
5,400 is like a 5% pullback from the Friday close. That still keeps you kind of intact in terms of this latest range that we're trying to carve out.
Let's get the opening bell on the CNBC Real-Time Exchange with a big board.
That's a good line.
Mexican Real Estate Corporation Vesta with Executive Chairman Lorenzo Manuel Berkshire Corona ringing the bell. At the NASDAQ, its financial services firm Morningstar and CEO Kunal Kapoor. Brett, a little bit negative here this morning. A lot of takes over the weekend, Mike, about the RIP and the NDX going from severe oversold to arguably a tad overbought.
It is. I mean, the S&P even is looking a little bit overbought on a kind of like advanced decline type basis and how far it's come so fast. Look, that's something that does happen when you have a major V bottom and a low. But the issue is, I think a lot of it is just reflected in this positioning shock. So the extremity of the negative positioning and sentiment at the lows probably overstated. It was an overshoot relative to kind of known fundamentals. Now we sort of have unwound a lot of that. And I think that it's got to get to a point where you need genuine reassurance on the fundamental front, whether that means tariff deals, whether it means something more like we got Friday with the payrolls report, which is kind of okay and steady as she goes. But all that's really telling you is, you know, the before times. You know, it's sort of the beginning state where the tariff unaffected economy was at that point.
We'll see. I mean, what do we think of the
98
macro
again.
effects? Big pieces over the weekend in the Journal and the Times about sort of this, quote, asteroid, as Flexport would say, coming to hit especially small businesses.
Yes.
Once the last of these tariff-free vessels come into the ports on the West
I think
Coast.
it tells you there's this kind of like the sands are going through the hourglass in terms of when you can arrest that confidence shock and when it's not going to spill into. And to me, we can handicap the known effects, what it's going to mean for costs and margins, what it's going to mean maybe to flow through to employment. I'm always concerned about the one-offs, the relationships that get disrupted global trade-wise that you didn't really anticipate, supply of something specific. We don't know about any of that. One thing I'll say is credit markets during the stock market rally have also calmed down. They've also normalized. And it suggests that we're kind of regaining comfort with okay for now. Now, the drop in oil,
50 minutes
some
looks like it's
benign
gonna go
inflation
long
indicators
later.
also, I think, is rebuilding the
jump
idea
in.
that the Fed's not far from having the conditions where it can trim again in June, let's say, not necessarily this week. And I think that that's one of those, like, that's the angel on the shoulder of investors where you say maybe we can somehow thread this needle.
Yeah. We do have Apple with a four-part corporate bond deal.
Yeah.
They're coming back to market first time since 23.
Yeah, typically a pretty smart issuer. I don't know if that means yields are,
Instead of
are
long
on the
for
up, or
205.
it just means that again, credit spreads have gotten pretty tight again, and it's you know, look, there's always going to be demand for that paper. It's super high quality, but it's a good test of you know, of this market at this point.
Yeah, we're watching that closely. Also, some news about a new iPhone release cycle. As for, by the way, all sectors red at the moment. That's important to watch. Cummins is the latest industrial to pull guidance for the full year. I'm keeping a short list, Mike, of others that have pulled. GM, Harley, Snap, and then the airlines. Of course, in the words of Bob Jordan at Southwest, I don't care if you call it a recession. In the airline industry, this is a recession.
Exactly. Right now, I think pulling guidance is not going to be punished. We did it in 2020. The market didn't look back, but I think the issue here is earnings revisions are going down on balance for more companies than not that are going up, and I think that's what you have to keep an eye on.
Let's get back to David at Milken.
Carl, thank you. Yeah, I'm very excited to be here.
It's going to hit 32.
First time we've done an interview
There you
together,
go.
I think. I'm talking about the CEO of Wells Fargo. His name's Charlie Scharf. You may have seen him on Mad Money. He did,
Is that your last long
that
video?
with Jim a while back.
Oh, yeah?
Nice to have you here.
Great to be here.
At the Milken Institute. You know, I'd love to get started in the same place I did with Mark Rowan a few moments ago. Sort of your view of the macro and what you're seeing right now. Things seem to be changing almost on a daily basis in terms of at least investors' views. How do you see things right now in terms of uncertainty, in terms of whether things have ground to a so-called halt, which is something that actually Mr. Rowan referred to as sort of occurring right now when it comes to allocations of capital?
I would definitely separate what the markets are telling you and what we're hearing from our clients versus what they're actually doing, because you see two very different things. There's no question that people are concerned. There's no question that businesses are concerned. And they're trying to think through how they have to react to what the end game can be in the tariffs. But at the same time, what you see is, from our standpoint, our customers, whether they're consumers or businesses, in terms of their actions, they're very, very consistent. So when we look at spend levels in our card business and our debit card business, there's very little change overall. Now, they're reallocating what they're spending on. There's no doubt that some are pre-buying, but that's just, they're buying more goods and they're spending less on restaurants and travel and things like that. But the overall health of the consumer overall is still very strong. And when we look at the companies we do business with, the underlying facts are still strong because it hasn't filtered through.
Right. Well, I guess that becomes the question now. When are things going to start to filter through? Do you have an answer?
Well, I think it depends on what the outcome of the tariff negotiations are. If they come out in a way that's favorable, then you could wind up with a really, really good scenario for the economy. It'll take some period of time to get through this uncertainty. But if the numbers are significant and affect how companies do business, then you will see a reduced level of investment. You'll see certainly people stop hiring and possibly some downsizing. You'll see a more significant recession.
Yeah.
So Chamber of Commerce for all the outcomes. I mean, because it's impossible. We're in this unknown period.
It's almost impossible. There does seem to be a hope, at least, that there is going to be some sort of a deal with a number of countries, or at least the possibility of a deal that will be announced, and then maybe China to follow. Small and medium-sized businesses. I mean, we continue to hear Chamber of Commerce last week was talking about this, saying that they could get hit particularly hard. Do you agree?
For the most part, yes. I mean, I did a dinner here on Thursday night with a bunch of some of our middle market customers, and all of them in one way, shape, or form, all but one, have some degree of reliance on imports from other countries. But at the same time, it was quite interesting because here in California, and I feel like it was much more of a balanced point of view. Concern, but there's also a point of view that they ultimately could wind up in a better place
15 minutes
if
looks like it's going
the
to go
trade
up more.
negotiations bring about real change in the trade environment.
Yeah. So what is it you would like to see in the trade
I'm gonna move
negotiations?
my long
Or what
up
do
a
you
little
believe
bit.
would be best for
Maybe 210.
your clientele across the board, from both consumers, obviously, to
Listen, we're a very simple company, being so focused on the U.S. So what's best for the U.S. is best for Wells Fargo. And so if we wind up in a scenario where you've got some tariffs which equalize the playing field across the world, which creates some degree of revenue, but don't change behavior negatively in any material way, and we get resolution, particularly with our allies, and that opens up the ability for our companies here to export more to other countries. Doesn't mean there's got to be trade balance in every country. I mean, that's a whole different story. But just a more level playing field for us to compete is a really good thing for our customer base. And that ultimately will filter through from businesses down to the consumer.
Right. Is time of the essence here? I mean, we are starting to see at the Port of LA, for example, ships are not showing up at quite the same frequency, or if they are, they're half empty.
Time does matter, and I think, importantly, people want to see progress. They want to see that we can get to a resolution on some of these things so that companies and individuals don't have to start making behavioral decisions which get hard to reverse. So as I said, when we talk to these middle market companies, and we get a report every day that lists all of the conversations we've had with all of our commercial banking clients.
Yeah.
And again, people aren't taking meaningful action yet.
244. I'm just going to get in.
Putting plans in place, and they're ready to do so if they have to.
Order
So what
filled.
you want is you want people to be in a position to be prepared, not have to do that, and reap the benefits ultimately.
The meaningful action being cuts, I would assume, in expenses and changes of that nature.
I'm just going to hold it.
What are you doing in terms of preparing Wells Fargo for, let's say, the worst?
It's
Press the
first of all,
bot.
we always plan for different
I'll
environments.
blow my account.
And one of the things in the banking business is you never know what's going to happen, so you've got to be prepared for downside. So we're doing a whole bunch of scenarios, but I would say most importantly is we've been running the company very conservatively going into this environment.
Who's short?
We had trimmed our. We had.
Oh damn.
We had on the
I guess
edges
short's good.
started to be very careful with our consumer lending practices, and we were in a conversation of when we could start loosening up some of those things that we had done. So we've stopped doing that. We're looking at all of the asset classes with which we lend to, but it's not stopping us from doing the things that we do. You've got to be there through good times and bad. We generally focus on higher quality companies or companies that we know very well.
Order submitted.
And that's going to continue, whether they're smaller companies or larger companies.
Yeah, but you are responding, obviously, to what you're seeing from your customers.
We are indeed, and I think that's why I would say trimming on the edges, but not any material actions.
Well, let's talk a bit about what you've done in terms of material action since you've been CEO. For example, I noticed you're speaking, I think it was your annual general meeting, $12 billion in gross expense savings over the last 4 years. You cut the workforce from 272,000 in 2019 to 218,000 at the end of last year. Is there more to go?
First of all, I think there's always more to go in big companies like this, both with and without tools like AI. And I always describe it, it's like peeling an onion back, right? It's when you first come in, you see things that don't make a whole lot of sense. You deal with those, and then you get to a new normal. And whether you call it zero-based budgeting or you say that you're going to just take a fresh look at things, how do you do things better, more efficiently? And the reality for our company is we ran the company as a bunch of small pieces that fit together into a total. We didn't look at efficiencies across the place. We didn't have consolidated operations. We didn't have consolidated risk functions. And we didn't have consolidated technology platforms. So when you do all those things, you got tremendous opportunity, not only to get efficiencies, but run the place better. And that feeds back into all of the control-related work we're doing. Because of simplifying the company, we're actually a better run company than we were. So we sit here today, we feel great about the progress that's been made. We've taken a substantial portion of that $12 billion savings and reinvested it into creating a stronger growth and higher returning platform, but we're far from done.
You've also been buying back stock. You just announced another, what, $40 billion as well. You bought back, what, over 20% of the float as well over the last few years.
What's your average on your long?
I think our diluted shares are down 21% since 2019. Part of that's because when you have an asset cap, it's hard to reinvest back in the business. And we do have an obligation to return capital to shareholders, and you got to figure out what your different levers to pull there. We'd love to be able to reinvest more inside the company.
That long is not good.
And to continue to provide capital for our customers. And I think we're certainly closer to being able to do that than we were.
Well, you brought it up, the asset cap. It's obviously a question I'm sure you're tired of answering, but you said you're closer. What does that mean? I mean, do we think soon, as in months, potentially, you'll finally get to
I always say I'm not tired of answering because I totally understand why people want to talk about it. It is that thing that's hanging out.
Well, you've gotten so many of the others resolved at this point. So this is the last big one.
Submitted.
This is the last big one. We've closed.
And then I have one account that gets bag holding.
6 this year. And listen, I think one of the things I said in our earnings call is a lot of the control work that we've completed that's in the closed orders is overlaps with what's in the remaining orders. Just to try to give people a feel for, we don't just feel like we can get the work done. We're actually getting the work done, and we have other regulators that are saying you're doing it to our satisfaction. So just trying to give shareholders and interested people an idea that we certainly feel very confident that we're going to get to the end of this. I always say I'm not going to speak for our regulators. They make their own judgments. They're very deliberate about it, appropriately so. But we as a company have a level of confidence that we'll get done. And
I think data's coming out soon.
Have you been led to believe it's a 2025 action?
Again, it wouldn't be right for me to put any specific time frame on it because it's up to them and they can decide what they want to, any step of the way. What we control is the work we do and then the work we continue to do to run the company properly. And I feel really
I got one account that's long at, see what it's at. 42. Okay, I should be green
including
soon.
having a lot fewer people and, as you say as well, buying back a lot of stock. 2 years ago, you and I, if we'd been sitting here, would without a doubt have been talking about commercial real estate. We would have been just coming out of course, the failure of a number of fairly significant banks.
Come get out. Okay, I'm off
Where
flat
are we
now.
right now on that? I hear constant chatter now that people are starting to look at the asset class again. Wells Fargo was certainly wrapped up in a lot of concern at the time in terms of how many loans you had out in that particular sector. How do you characterize things?
Listen, we have a great commercial real estate franchise, which if you look at the franchise, it's performed extremely well.
I think you can on Lucid.
In this period, the problems that we've had are in one specific class, which are large office properties, very often owned by sponsors in one way, shape, or form. And the world has changed. Even though people are coming back to work, it's not what it was. And so the demand is very, very different. So we are characterized it two ways. The market is playing out the way we would have expected. So we were pretty conservative in terms of our approach to how we reserve
20,000 if we hit again.
We haven't had to add to reserves. We feel like we're in just the right place. Values are down significantly, but what we see is things aren't getting worse.
Dang, good shit, man.
Capital coming into certain
Gonna cash out today?
and so hopefully the transaction, in terms of where we are in terms of valuations, most have hit bottom, but it's property by property. Overall for us, in the scheme and the size of Wells Fargo, we'll lose a couple of $1 billion, which we would prefer not to do.
Right.
But our CRI franchise, it doesn't change the value of that franchise or what we do for the broader set of customers that we deal with.
Did we overestimate the potential risk then a couple of years ago when it was, everything, when it was discussed so often by so many as a real risk?
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, in retrospect, we did. I mean, in terms of you look at how it's played out, but for good reason. Number one is you don't always know where the risk is in this environment.
Yeah,
what people did underestimate is this isn't something that doesn't get marked to
Babu,
market
is that
immediately
your
because the market evolves over a
funded
period of
or
time.
eval?
And so banks and investors have had a chance to play this out over a period of time. And
Oh,
so
nice,
when you look
nice.
at what we do, and I know even take, CECL gets, a lot of my friends in the banking industry complain about CECL, which
What day
they
is
have
that?
to
Day
reserve
5?
up front for things. Well, it's just the other side of that, it's de-risk balance sheets because it
You got a
takes
long
the
way to go.
conversation out of the balance sheet, which people generally get concerned about relative to your
Size
financial
down.
conditions. So all in all, probably so, but
Hey, my TV's messed up.
behind us, but it's one of the most amazing franchises in the country. We've got a great group of people, many that have been there for a long time, a lot that we've hired from the outside. You do get a great sense of accomplishment across the entire team for getting these orders behind us and recognizing, and people broadly recognizing the progress that were made. And we're having more fun talking about the future. And we've got lots of opportunities across all of our businesses. And that energizes all of us every day.
One of the areas, of course, that you have focused on, I think, is investment banking, sort of bringing in a lot of new faces there at a fairly senior level. But M&A right now is kind of lackluster, to say the least. There may not be nearly as many financing options available as well. Do you see any potential turn there? Are you regretting having made that investment?
Absolutely not regretting making the investment. We have, first of all, we've always had a corporate investment bank because we've always lent money, and whether it's provided our balance sheet or provided access generally to the more high-grade markets over a period of time, and then we've expanded our capabilities as they become more complex and the markets become more complex. So it's very logical that we continue to expand into advisory, into other asset classes, and into different levels of the credit spectrum. And that's a long-term build. And we've been very, very conscious and very careful about we have a plan. We're not hiring it indiscriminately. It's industry by industry, geography by geography. And it makes perfect sense for us to be a bigger player in those businesses. And again, you build it over cycles. And just because the next 3 or 6 months might be more difficult is not a reason not to invest. In fact, it's probably just the opposite.
Right. And finally, I'd love to just come back to macro, kind of where we started, given you've got a lot of inputs, whether it's consumer data on the credit cards, whether, as you said, sort of surveying medium-sized businesses as you guys do. So how would you characterize the current economic moment right now, Charlie?
I think
10 minutes for data.
Things are still strong,
There you go.
stronger than people talk about. But this uncertainty puts us close to an edge where
I think we're going to go up some more,
we're
too.
either going to start to see a slowdown, or things will either continue to muddle along the way they are as people wait for the outcome, or things, people see that these things are getting behind us and feel better about the actual economic situation that really does exist today. So I think those things can go either way. My own, I don't know what I'm talking about on this, but I think the administration understands both sides of wanting to solve the problem, but also the importance of having a strong economy. And you can take some risk, but you want to ultimately get to a good outcome in the end. That's ultimately what this administration
You feel like
wants.
you have input with the administration? Are they seeking
think it's
you out
gonna
at
go
all
up.
to get your sense of what's going on?
I think
That long's
this
good.
administration has a lot of very strong points of view, but significant touch points with not just banks or financial services, but with businesses more broadly. They care about business. They care about consumer. They understand
Yeah, when
how
the bot's
those
long,
two
I just
things
buy the
interact.
dip all the time
And
until it
it's
goes
very
short.
easy to sit on the outside and to comment about how
You
they're
lose,
doing
you
things. I've come to understand that you know what you know. I know how to run a bank. I know how to run a financial services company. I don't know how to deal with trade and take upon what other countries do. But what I what I feel good about is the level of understanding of what the goal is here.
Oh,
and
you
as
didn't
I
get
said,
out?
We want the U.S. to be stronger.
Yeah.
And everything that I hear from the administration is just that. And I take them at their word that they're going to be thoughtful about how to get to that outcome.
I
as
hit
they go
92
through some
earlier,
difficult
95.
negotiations.
And at potentially a key juncture. That, at least as you seem to be pointing out. Charlie, certainly
Oh
appreciate
shit, I'm
taking
still long
time.
on
First time
Lucid.
in
I'm up
5 years,
400. I
hoping to
didn't
do it
even know.
again sooner than that. Thank you.
Different time for us, so I look forward to talking to you some more.
As do I. Charlie Sharp, CEO of Wells Fargo. Carl?
Not anymore, I don't think.
David, thanks so much. Meantime, looking at a lower open, S&P down not quite a full percent. Interesting to see Berkshire in the top 5.
I was
S&P.
just going to note it's actually
Lucid to
the
Ninja
second
Trader.
biggest downside contributor. Now, I mentioned it kind of finished last week, just way stretched out on a limb. It's also at a pretty rich valuation.
And I keep forgetting about it because it's on the other tab. I'm like, shit.
That there's just some slice of the shareholder base that was basically
It's
just
gonna go
wanting
down.
to own a piece, literally, of Warren Buffett's mind. And that's going to be
I'm at
diminishing
20,000
as he gives
is where
way
I'm
to
along.
the CEO, Greg Abel, incoming
Just
CEO. So it is interesting
85.
there. It's traded at a pretty good premium to the sum of its obvious parts for a while
gonna
right
trust
now.
the bot.
So a little bit of a give back, though. I would point out we're not too far back in time. We had, up 19% year to date coming into today for Berkshire.
Right. One thing we haven't yet mentioned is the president's Truth
I
Social
haven't
post
touched
about a
the
potential
Apex yet.
tariff on foreign-produced
I
movies.
need to because your payout.
Barclays is out saying literally that's all we have is just the post. If this is deployed on a wide scale, it may end up harming the industry it's supposed to help, given that the U.S. exports 3 times the amount of content that it imports.
This is the key in general with services, right? We have a massive trade surplus in services. Also, good luck trying to come up with the domestic content for a film that's produced by an American company. I mean, it's just sort of this matrix of everything, whether it's located outside in terms of shooting or not. And then there's a lot, I think there's even questions as to, the reason that the president can impose tariffs is because of these emergency powers that Congress has granted, and it's unclear if it even would apply in this case. So, we got to be mindful of it, but, Paramount and I think WBD is also
all reporting this
down
week.
more than the market.
And Disney tomorrow. So we'll get a look at some of how operations are faring in the media space right now. As we go to break, obviously busy week for central banks. We mentioned the Bank of England and our own Fed. Check out bonds today, see how treasuries are faring as we continue to monitor that and gold and oil and equities. This morning, the benchmark yield right around 432. Stay with us.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
No coffee. Getting you confused with Coffee Cat and who's other cat? Cat Daddy, that's who it is.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call 877 Cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100.
Every 15 seconds, someone will hear the words, "You have cancer." At the American Cancer Society, we're here to help people through their entire journey. And today, we're asking for your support. Your gift helps fund important research that saves lives.
I owe it all to the American Cancer Society.
Is it big?
We
Big news or
can't
no?
do this without you. Go to cancer.org or scan the QR code to donate today.
We're Mizuho. Sound familiar?
It
It should.
some Apex.
Bringing a microchip powerhouse to market? Mizuho was there. Anywhere a tech
It's
company
going up.
needs a corporate and investment bank,
Yeah.
we're there. Mizuho America.
And then it looks
a
more
name
up.
worth knowing.
So careful, you're short.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking.
Is it
Partnering
funded
to
or?
unlock new ideas, to create
Okay.
new legacies, to transform a company, industry, economy, generation. Because grit
Yeah,
and vision, working in lockstep, puts you on the path to
Hope
your
it
full
don't, so I can just
potential.
long again.
Old school grit, new world ideas. Morgan Stanley.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
The world makes big mistakes, and surprises happen in dramatic ways. And the more sophisticated the system gets, the more the surprises can be out of right field. That's part of the stock market, and that's what makes it a good place to focus your efforts if you've got the proper temperament for it, and a terrible place to get involved if you get frightened by markets that decline and get excited when stock markets go up. I don't mean to sound particularly critical. I mean, I know people have emotions, but you got to check them at the door when you invest.
That's Buffett at the annual meeting over the weekend on this recent market volatility. I wonder, Mike,
Yeah, take your
he
profit,
knew
dude.
it would be his last meeting in
Sure.
a sense.
Yeah.
And I wonder if you think he saved some gems in particular.
You know, a lot of it was greatest hits or different versions of it. In that answer, I believe it was, he mentioned that on the day he was born in 1930, the Dow was at 240. And it went down
Yeah,
to
about as
41
green now, just
at
get
the
out
low in
before the news.
1932, and he said he didn't have the sense to buy it there. But he was describing his own sort of innate temperament, which is it doesn't seem to make him
Oh, yeah, good
emotional,
shit.
and we're not all like that.
Yeah, that's the athleticism in his investing. Mike, thanks for being with us today. When we come back, David's at Milken with Blackstone's John Gray as we watch these markets. Dow's down 150.
So many in this business try to scare you. We try to give you the confidence to do it yourself.
It gave
What's up,
me
buddy?
more confidence in my investing decisions.
You couldn't ask for more support.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/join-Jim. Breaking earnings after the bell. Ford, Palantir, Mattel, Clorox, Instant
That's
Analysis.
how people just follow the
How
bot,
tariffs
dude.
are impacting their guidance. John Ford, Morgan Brennan. Closing bell overtime. Today 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Did you know that somebody could literally steal your house? Yeah, that is a thing that happens. It is when a criminal forges your signature on one document, uses one fake notary stamp, they then take out loans using your home equity, and the worst part of it is, you don't even know it's happening until you start getting collections and foreclosure notices. This right here is why you need to use Home Title Lock.
Find out if you're already a victim. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now.
You ignited an outdoor cooking revolution, making Blackstone America's best-selling griddle.
Don't be dumb.
Bringing
You just
people
want it long
together,
again.
creating better backyard celebrations big enough for the whole neighborhood, with an endless variety of your favorite foods. When you cook on a Blackstone, you get an incredible cooking experience and amazing food. With your Blackstone, you'll make every breakfast, lunch, and dinner unforgettable. With more ways to cook and more tools to cook with, all across the nation, Blackstone is the way America cooks outdoors. You can cook anything, anytime, anywhere. And we're never done pushing for more. More flavor, more innovation, more fun. Go to your nearest Blackstone retailer or log on to blackstoneproducts.com now and make everything better on a Blackstone.
Oh, damn. Nice.
When my hair started thinning, I wanted to attack the problem head on. I chose Nutrafol because it was drug-free, which meant a lot because I didn't want the side effects. My thicker hair gave a huge boost to my social life, and I really feel the best I ever have.
Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do, with food that's freshly made, packed with nutrients, and pre-portioned. We're making it easy for you to take care of your buddy.
Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios
It's going to take off without us now.
Today, Franklin Templeton, your trusted
Bot's
partner
up
for
60
what's
points
ahead.
now.
3 and 30 is sponsored by Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla, live from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange, alongside Sarah Eisen and David Faber, both live in L.A. ahead of some huge interviews of the Milken Institute's annual conference. This hour, an interview you do not want to miss. Blackstone Chief Operating Officer John Gray is going to be with us. In the meantime, though, let's check some markets. About 2/3 of a percent declines for NASDAQ, S&P, 10-year hanging right around 434, actually rising a bit during the session. A few movers we're watching. Berkshire's board votes to name Greg Abel as its new CEO at the end of the year. More on that and what Buffett said about markets in just a moment. Media stocks under some pressure after the president announces plans for a potential tariff on any movies produced overseas.
What,
and then
75 you
earnings
gonna long?
beginning once again. Lowe's misses, Tyson misses on revenue. On semi reports a loss, but they do beat estimates. We've got some more data crossing the tape this morning. Let's get to Rick Santelli. Hey, Rick.
We had S&P Global final April earlier. They both deteriorated to the lowest levels on the service side since the fall of 23. Now these are ISM April reads. 51.6 is the service indice. That is stronger than expected, higher than the rear view mirror, best since February of 24. Now, if we look at the prices paid component, 65.1. Once again, this is zooming. We're expecting a number around 61. Our last number was a whisker below 61. This is the highest since Jan of 23, and in this case, highest is not a good thing.
Not
On the
mine.
new
I said
order
that is
side,
bad.
52.3, best since Dece of 24. Once again, better than front and back, meaning rear view mirror and windshield. Finally, the employment, and of course, we know in the rear view mirror, we had a good jobs report. This number is the only one that's in contraction territory, under 50, 49, but that's still better than expected and well above 46.2 in the rear view mirror. 49.0, believe it or not, is actually the weakest, and the first time under 50 since June of last year. We were at 47.8. Now, what we want to really pay attention to here is the fact that these readings, the strong readings and the prices paid, are pushing yields higher. If you notice, right now we're at 434 in a 10-year. That's up 3 basis points on the session. It had been gravitating near unchanged. We want to pay particularly close attention to this area right now, 434.
Oh no, 3 minutes like
It's
near
been
the
a
top.
very
I don't
important
know.
high-frequency pricing point. Any type of a yield close above it most likely continues to push rates
I'll
more
leave
to
at
the
75.
upside than the downside, which reversed last week. Sarah, back to you.
Okay, Rick Santelli, thank you very much. Good setup for some of our conversations that we're going to have here at the Milken Global Conference, where everybody in the finance world is here and some key policymakers are here. We're going to have a conversation next hour with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is delivering a policy speech in the next hour, and then he's going to come out and speak to us exclusively. Also, we'll talk to some of the other Trump officials. FCC Chair Brendan Carr is here, also very much in the spotlight.
No!
With some of his actions. Look, it's been a very busy 100 days, I think, for both of these two gentlemen. On the policy front, for Bessent, trade obviously is front and
go
center,
down
but I
more.
think he's really trying to bring the conversation, David, to the three-pronged strategy. the tax deal, which he's very much in the throes of negotiating. Has set a new sort of July 4th deadline
Butt's
for
still
that
long. We
to
just
pass.
buy the dip.
And
I want to get
deregulation
back
as
in
well,
at
which I think
44.
the administration is expecting to start to come to fruition now that the regulators are in place. He set it all up with the Wall Street Journal op-ed this weekend, and I just wanted to read some of it for you because I think it speaks to what Rick was just reporting on the economic data. He's setting up, he says, for a second half that is strong. The American people should expect to hear the engine humming during the second half of 2025. With all pistons moving, we'll see more jobs, more manufacturing, more growth,
Order filled.
more robust national defense, higher wages, lower taxes, less burdensome regulations, cheaper energy, less national debt, and less dependence on China, all while maintaining a strong dollar.
Order submitted.
We're getting the cheaper energy right now with oil prices down. You know, Sarah and I heard it from Charlie Scharf, Chairman and CEO of Wells Fargo. I heard it from Mark Rowan as well. We are at a
76.
key juncture, I think, is fair to
The
say.
other one, kind of red, so I'm going to put it in at 85
in
to
terms of
get
where
out.
the economy is.
Should hit later.
And a lot of it is not going to be related to dereg or taxes, but to China, which is also obviously a Besant issue. Lutnick is taking everything else, but China is Besant's to negotiate. Obviously, I'll be interested to hear the expectations because I think there is an expectation that there will be some sort of de-escalation. Doesn't mean it's going to be an agreement by any means, but some sort of a de-escalation that comes about as a result of Besant meeting with his counterpart in China. I'll be very curious, obviously, to hear any comments he has about that.
So far, what he said about it is that China needs to de-escalate. Ball is very much in their court. I mean, he's been pretty consistent on the fact that they need us more than we need them on the trade front, that their factories are starting to idle, that they're starting to see layoffs and slower activity, that as we go into this critical buying season for retail, which we've heard, you know, the holiday inventories start to happen now, that China is going to get hurt more because they are the sellers and the producers.
There are divergent views on that, though. You know, at a dinner last night, where obviously we spent a good amount of time talking about potential tariffs on Hollywood movies given we're in LA, and there were a lot of people from that industry there. Nonetheless, somebody who was an expert in China pointed out maybe it's 3% of their GDP. They spent a lot of time in the country recently, and they were not necessarily of the belief that the pain would be as bad in China as it might be here when we deal with empty shelves and a lot of businesses relying on imports from there that are not going to be there anymore. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see where it really balances out.
Right, but there are reports already that the Journal reported recently that China could be looking at maybe a fentanyl offer
Order
as a way,
submitted.
because the administration has complained about these precursor ingredients that go into fentanyl that are still exported from China. Potentially into places like Mexico and then come over our border. That's been a big problem. So there are ways that they could de-escalate.
I think for any off-ramp you can find.
The bottom line, David, is that we're talking about de-escalation. And the
Order
administration's
submitted.
talking about de-escalation.
let's
And that's a
start
much
the
better place to
giveaway
be
now.
in than talking about escalation. And then when you look at the market, up 9 days in a row, which is actually turning out to be a pretty historic rally on that streak, and the fact that we fought off all the post-Liberation Day losses, I think the de-escalation is very key. And then as Rowan
the market to a certain extent is already, obviously we have had quite a bit of a rally, I think, in the hopes of that de-escalation you're discussing.
But I think what Rowan told you was interesting, that we need to start to see the deals to give the certainty and the clarity that we need. So hopefully we'll get an update from the Treasury Secretary on where those deals stand. Yes, China. He's also got all the Asian countries in the portfolio, places like India, South Korea, Japan, key allies and trading partners. So it would be good to see some progress on that front. We'll definitely ask him about that. And then, you know, we're going to talk to the CEO of PIMCO as well on the stabilization we've seen in bonds and the U.S. dollar, which have been also critical, I think, psychological turning points for the stock market, allowing it to rally because there was some worry, right, when the bonds were not acting as safe havens, and neither was the dollar.
3-4 weeks ago, we were discussing it every morning while it was a key. As you see, take a look at Sarah Eisen's guests that are coming up. Real quick on the tariffs that people are talking about here, of course, all these potential 100% tariffs on movies.
Yeah, come on. I need 85. Give me 85 and I'm out.
What percentage of a movie? How do
I'll
you
move it
actually
down to
do it? Is
81.
it not really applying to TV production, but only to movie production? A lot is done in other countries. Barbie was filmed in London. Mission Impossible movies. I mean, you go on and on. A lot is done there. And so
Maybe it's filmed here.
Yes, but very much unclear to the people I was with last night, many of whom are very senior in the industry. They didn't view it positively. Let me leave it at that. Ultimately, it would be an increased cost for an industry that's already under significant pressure. And so they were trying to figure out, possibly so at this point, what it actually could mean and how you go about
And I'm not sure they would pin their problems of the movie industry on foreign competition.
No, I mean, it's one of our areas where we have enormous export, where we have a surplus, right? It's one of the few.
Right.
Oh, I think 15 billion. We
It's not like China's making better movies than we are.
We sell a lot more movies overseas than we do.
But the production question is interesting, whether we could film. I mean, it's not like producing cheap T-shirts and shoes overseas for labor.
No, not at all. All right. Carl, I'm going to send it over to you. Of course, I've got Jonathan Gray coming up later in the show from Blackstone. And tomorrow we'll also have Mike Arrighetti as well from Ares. I should point out, company just reporting earnings, stock looking up a bit. Of course, we'll talk yet again about private credit, certainly a key part of the conversation I had earlier with Mark Rowan, and most likely will be as well with Mr. Gray. Over to you.
All right, guys. Meantime, of course, Warren Buffett surprising a lot at Berkshire's annual meeting over the weekend, announcing plans to step down as CEO at the end of the year. Berkshire's board voting to name Greg Abel as CEO at the end of the year, effective January 126. Buffett will remain chair. Buffett has led Berkshire, as you know, for 60 years, building it into a conglomerate with businesses ranging from Geico Insurance to Dairy Queen. Under Buffett, Berkshire's Class A has gained more than 5 million% since its first trade, and more than 850% over the last 20 years. Here was his take on the recent market volatility.
The world makes big mistakes, and surprises happen in dramatic ways. And the more sophisticated the system gets, the more the surprises can be out of right field. That's part of the stock market, and that's what makes it a good place to focus your efforts if you've got the proper temperament for it, and a terrible place to get involved if you get frightened by markets that decline and get excited when stock markets go up. I don't mean to sound particularly critical. I mean, I know people have emotions, but you got to check them at the door when you invest.
Bob Pisani joins us to talk about Buffett's impact on the investing landscape overall, Bob.
One of my favorite Buffett quotes: the stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. And he was the ultimate long-term patient investor. You know, it's hard to believe Berkshire started as it was a textile company when he bought it many decades ago. And I think it's important to look at what the long-term contribution is for. Now, everybody knows Buffett as a value investor, and that was obviously very important. Obviously, these are people who look for companies that are mispriced or undervalued. But I think he had an equal contribution to another part of the market. Today, we call it quality. It wasn't called quality 20 or 30 years ago, but it's basically investing in companies that have competitive advantages. We call them moats today, although they weren't called that a long time ago. Companies that have low leverage, companies that have strong competitive advantages, companies that have strong cash flow and strong management. And this is how he bought Apple. Charlie Munger convinced him in 2016, when he started buying Apple, to stop investing in what he called the cigar butt value school. This is Munger's criticism, and start looking at what we today call quality issues. That's how Buffett got into Apple. So it's very important to understand that quality contribution. Other than that, the big contribution is just this concept of long-term buy and hold. We say it all the time, but Buffett really helped popularize that. His favorite holding periods were, of course, he called his favorite holding period was forever, not down. His favorite holding period was forever. I met him in 1997 down here on the floor. He had been accumulating coke for about 9 years, and I said, how long are you going to hold coke? And he said, forever.
Yeah, 34.
And that was a comment that he met many times. And again, favorite holding period was forever, not down there. And he was very opportunistic. Do you remember, Carl, in 2008, during the great financial crisis, he came in and bought $5.5 billion in Goldman stock. It was preferred, and there were warrants. Then he bought $3 billion in GE stock and preferred and warrants. Now, it took several years for that to pan out, but they were fabulously successful investments on his part. There he was, opportunistically going in. It's buy low, sell high, folks, and Buffett was right there on top of the deal at a very critical moment.
What's the line? I'm taking my grandkids to Dairy Queen. Let me know what you want to do.
Exactly. So other than that, I think the important thing is Buffett was sort of the opposite of index investing, which we have very popular. Index investing, it's diversified, you own everything. Buffett was the classic stock picker. So we had six stocks, or 60% of his portfolio at this point, and yet he was a huge believer in indexing. He believed the average investor was better off in long-term buy and hold index funds, yet he himself was a classic stock picker. Very interesting little contradiction there. I wouldn't say it was a contradiction, but in his case, he believed in the value of concentrated stock picking, but the average investor believed in diversification.
Right. I do want to get your take on what he said about his Apple trade and Tim Cook specifically. Take a listen.
I'm somewhat embarrassed to say that Tim Cook has made the Berkshire a lot more money than I've ever made Berkshire Hathaway. So credit should be given to him for. I knew Steve Jobs briefly, and Steve, of course, did things that nobody else could have done in developing Apple. But Steve picked out Tim to succeed him, and he really made the right decision. Steve died young, as you know, and nobody but Steve could have created Apple, but nobody could. But Tim could have developed it like it has. So on behalf of all of Berkshire, thank you.
Remarkable. And he has called the iPhone maybe one of the most important inventions of all time.
And again, remember, he was a value investor. Look at what he owns long-term, what he's been holding. Amex, Bank of America, ExxonMobil, Chevron, Occidental. What's missing here? Growth stocks, technology stocks. Apple is the one technology stock he really went after in a big way, and I think Charlie Munger's influence was very clear here. Again, Munger went to him and said, enough with the... Charlie Munger went to him and said, enough with cigar butt investing, and let's go and start looking at what we call quality today.
Right. You surprised by the price action?
No, not particularly. Look, he made it look, he's lightening up on the holdings for a while now, and I'm not surprised at all. I mean, look, I think Mr. Buffett would still very much believe in Apple long term. That's pretty obvious.
Right. Sarah, David, you guys listening in? Thoughts on all this?
Yeah, yes, and I made a special chart for this conversation, as I always do.
Of course you did.
Because, you know, there are two interesting macro indicators that people look at related to Buffett, as he said, that he follows and he watches. And there's a great chart. This comes from Ben Emmons at FedWatch Advisor. So the first one in blue is the S&P 500 market cap over nominal GDP, which is just interesting. There's sort of this twin peak in that chart. And then the second is how much cash Berkshire is holding as a percent of their assets, and that includes T-bills. And we know that has skyrocketed, David, to more than $300 billion. Buffett himself even made a joke for it, that he would not be so noble to withhold investing myself just so Greg Abel could look good, which is why. But I do wonder, Bob, you know, people look at these to figure out what Buffett's doing and how he's feeling about the economy and the world. What does it tell you?
I think it tells me he's getting a lot more cautious. I mean, just look at the cash holdings now. He seems very content by his demeanor there to keep a lot of money in Treasury bills right now. His position in Apple is a little bit smaller. And the important thing is he is a guy who sits there and still looks fundamentally for value. And I don't think he sees a lot of it right now. I mean, he's got a point here. The value of the market is still very high. We're still almost 20 times forward earnings. If you're talking about a traditional value guy like him, there may not be a lot that's that appealing to him right now. He could be waiting for a better opportunity.
A new long at 44.
By the way, and on that note, one of the big holdings that he bought were banks, obviously. Citigroup was one of those banks that he bought in 2022 and has been selling some of the shares along with Bank of America at the end of last year. And so later we're going to sit down with Jane Fraser, the head of Citigroup, in the 1 o'clock hour on CNBC. And she's been to those shareholder meetings, and she has some thoughts on this transition at Berkshire.
It's fascinating. I kind of hope that Buffett, in fact, will devote himself to investing that next $350 billion over these next few months. That would be amazing to watch. All right, we got a whole lot more, of course, coming right from Milken right this hour. I'm going to sit down with Blackstone's president and COO, John Gray. Of course, we'll talk about so many different things, including the macro environment. Big show ahead. Squawk on the Streets right back after this break.
As you get older, your liver health becomes an increasingly important part of the aging process. We created Dose for your liver to make taking care of your liver easy. Dose is an organic blend of liver-supporting ingredients and is clinically backed to promote healthy liver function so that nothing's holding you back.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
I've been there. It's haunted.
I can't wait to see their faces when they come out.
I went in the daytime. It's really cool.
What seems to be the problem, soldier?
The belly's it's full of Greeks.
All the pictures we took there is like blurry. You can see like a ghost.
Send it back!
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.
Dear Texas, at HEB, we partner with farmers around the world to bring you Cafe Au Lait, made from 100% Arabica beans. And from the world's finest coffee beans, we create blends in over 40 different flavors that Texans love. From whole and ground beans to single-serve cups, iced coffee, and cold brew. No matter how you drink your coffee, every time you take a sip, you'll know it was grown just for you. Cafe Au Lait, sourced around the world, brought to Texas with love from HEB.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man.
Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Consumer Reports ranks car brands on more than 50 road tests, reliability surveys, owner satisfaction surveys, and safety ratings from IIHS. And for 2025, Consumer Reports' most reliable automotive brand is Subaru. It's no surprise they also named Subaru the best overall automotive brand. Safe, reliable, trusted, loved. Subaru.
Check out shares of Skechers today, rallying about 25%. The company agrees to
The
sell
market is
itself
open.
to investment firm 3G Capital. 3G will pay investors $63 a share in cash. That's a 30% premium for the sneaker maker. Interesting deal this morning. Meantime, big tech is a key part of the recent market rebound, as you know. All the Mag 7 names, except for Apple, up 10% or more over the last 1 month. Our next guest is pretty bullish on Microsoft and some other top holdings in his portfolio, including NVIDIA and Apple.
We can do the
Jeremiah
last one,
Buckley
so
joins
we
us
can
this morning. Janice
be
Henderson,
done with
Equities
this.
Portfolio Manager. Jeremiah, welcome back. Good to have you again. Overall, just looking at the rebound we've made since the second week of April, have the bulls made their point, or is the onus to prove it by getting above, say, the 200-day?
Well, I think we just finished up a very strong earnings season. We still have some stragglers yet to report. But as you mentioned, tech companies, which have rallied the last month or so, really had strong earnings. We saw some of those large caps have revenue growth of more than 10%, profit growth much faster than that, as they saw very strong operating leverage. And so we think that that bodes really well for the future. And they also noted that they haven't seen changes in trends. The demand driven by AI continues to be quite positive. And so we think the outlook in that area of the market, AI infrastructure in particular, is quite strong still.
Interesting to see today, at least, Delta and United leading the S&P. I know you're pretty positive on the travel backdrop, even though there are these lingering concerns about what the summer is going to bring.
Yeah, certainly the travel area is exposed to the macroeconomic factors, but we think experiences over a long period of time will continue to trend stronger than goods purchases by consumers. We think companies like Delta and United have really differentiated their model. Another company like Royal Caribbean, which has differentiated their experience and continues to invest in the business. We think the outlook for them is still quite positive. They've shown good earnings growth. And we think eventually, as we get through this economic uncertainty, that we'll move forward and they'll continue to show strong growth.
Markets had to be patient when it comes to financials, as this sort of expected wave of M&A and capital markets activity has been a little slower than some expected. You think it pays to be patient still?
We do. We think investment banking, both underwriting as well as M&A advisory, is still well below the long-term trends. And certainly, we had hoped it would come a little bit sooner, earlier in this year. But as you see today with the Skechers deal, there is a lot of money on the sidelines. And we think that activity will pick up here eventually as more certainty comes around both trade policy and interest rate stability. And we think it continues to be an attractive area. And companies like Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley positioned very well and have been growing their wealth management business, which is also a less volatile piece of their company. And so we think that there's potential for multiple expansion over time there as well.
Yeah, we'll get a lot more information in the coming days, certainly regarding the Fed. Jeremiah, thanks. Good to talk to you again. Jeremiah Buckley joining us from Janus Henderson. As we go to break, check out some of the biggest gainers on the S&P today. We mentioned Delta and United. Expedia not far behind. Ralph Lauren, although every sector except for industrials currently in the red, with the Dow down 83.
So you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us, being corporate types. Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle all our AI agents.
Well, watch me handle my agent, Gary. Bubbly water, no bubbles.
So what'd you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
What are we doing?
Just clap.
Don't buy another stock before reading this book, because when you see the returns you could be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize that in today's market, buying and holding stocks alone, it's not an option. The simple, beginner-friendly option strategies you'll learn in our new book could take your investing returns to a whole new level. And today, we'll give you a copy for free. Get your free copy while they last at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
Is this your dream of retirement? How about this sweet deal? I like fishing. Or is this a little more your style? Retiring well isn't a guarantee, it's a goal. It's easy when markets are going up. But what about when they're not? That's why you need this.
Call for Fisher's Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the Fisher Investments Difference. 3 indispensable guides, yours free for calling 1-800-213-5317.
Fisher Investments' disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
The Wi-Fi is booming!
The Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity.
Welcome to CNBC Plus. Where to?
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. Energy's in the red on the year, coming off the worst month in 3 years, as you know, as crude prices continue to fall. That said, today, B of A upgrades the group to buy, argues the stocks are getting cheap here and unlikely to get hit further by tariffs. Biggest names at a discount, they argue. APA shares more than cut in half off of some recent highs. Take a look at some other names like Devon and Oxy. Let's get a news update this morning with our Contessa Brewer. Hey, Contessa.
Hi there, Carl. Israel reportedly plans to scale up its military offensive in Gaza and seize the entire enclave. An Israeli official says that new plan will move forward if there's no hostage deal during President Trump's visit to the Middle East later this month. As many as 24 of the 59 hostages still in Gaza are believed to be alive. Israel has called up tens of thousands of reservists to prepare for that escalation. Jury selection is set to begin today in Manhattan in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutors allege he used his music and business empire to run a criminal enterprise and abuse women for decades by coercing them to participate in drug-fueled sex parties. He has repeatedly denied the accusations. The trial is expected to last 8 to 10 weeks. President Trump is expected to announce this afternoon the nation's capital will host the 2027 NFL draft for the first time since 1940. A source tells NBC News the aim of this is to hold the event on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. The NFL has declined to comment. Let me send it back to you, David, at Milken.
Okay, I will take it. Thank you. Coming up here, Blackstone's John Gray is going to join me. That's just a few minutes from now. Of course, hey, you want to hear about data centers? That's your man. We're back in a moment.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Premium meat for a natural diet.
Most people don't realize how processed typical dog food is. At the Farmer's Dog, we believe dogs should be able to get their daily nutrition without the excess processing.
The digestibility is just better. We have the right amount of protein, the right amount of fat,
looks like we're
the right
gonna
amount of nutrients being added.
Attempted a
but it's
short.
real food.
I don't know why.
Everybody wants to take care of their dog in the best way that they can. Our mission is just to help them do that.
Introducing AG1 Next Gen.
Because 3 minutes on the
Daily health
thing.
drink backed by
let's
full,
go
rigorously
short.
designed clinical trials.
A short of 52.
Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times.
I'm in at 52.
And to close common nutrient gaps.
Get out 45.
It's one drink for whole body health. The next generation of AG1 is here.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped.
Order filled.
There we go. Got out.
Wide fit, hands-free
Easy
Skechers
money.
slip-ins feel like this. With Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my shoes. Try wide fit Skechers slip-ins.
Small business owners, you got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to zendu.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zendu.com.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she meeting? Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
May is Maytag month, which means the biggest Maytag sale of the year is bigger than big. It's ginormous. It's humongous. It's another really big word that ends in us. Save during the biggest Maytag sale of the year, now through May 31st.
Starting today, some new restrictions out of JP Morgan when it comes to sending payments via Zelle. For that, we're going to turn to Leslie Picker to explain. Hey, Leslie.
Hey, CQ. Yeah, beginning this week, Chase Zelle users will see a pop-up like this. We'll show you in just a second. It says basically, quote, "For your protection, we don't
Order
let you
filled.
send
Order
Zelle
filled.
payments identified as originating from a social media contact." The firm says about half of scams that they've seen through the payment
Order
service
submitted.
originated through contacts discovered on these social media marketplaces. Examples, we've all seen them. They include things like concert tickets or even puppies, which are offered through social media only for customers to send over the money and then not receive their goods or services. So when this happens,
Are you
there
still
is
long
no
or no?
recourse. Melissa Feldscher, head of commerce enablement for JP Morgan, says Zelle is designed to send money to those you know and trust.
Many of the interactions that are
Yeesh.
happening over social
Yeah.
media are between
Long don't
people
look
that
good.
don't know each other. And
I wanna
as
get
a
out.
result, you are having interactions and leading to money exchange between people that don't know each other. We think in
40 to get
instances
out.
where you are transacting
Order
and sending
canceled.
money to someone you don't
Order
know, you should
submitted.
be using a product that has purchase protection, products that we offer at Chase like debit cards and credit cards. We don't think you should be using products like Zelle, same way you wouldn't use cash to send money to buy something that from someone you've never met or for goods that you have never seen.
A recent Senate report from last July found that about $207 million worth of Zelle payments were disputed as scams among JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo customers in 2023. The vast majority of those were not reimbursed to customers. Still, the rate of both scam and fraud disputes on Chase Zelle are just 0.05% of the total transactions, guys. So still very, very small in the scheme of things, but large for those going through it.
Still, it's a really interesting, I guess, lesson, Leslie, in how at least the payments industry in this case is having to keep pace with other huge changes in societal norms, right, and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, absolutely. What was shocking to me was just the extent to which commerce through Zelle has skyrocketed over the last few years. And a big reason for that is because people are finding marketplaces on social media by which they could transact. The problem for banks, of course, is that while they may not necessarily have the need to reimburse these types of transactions that come up as scams, contrast that with fraud, whereby someone is impersonating you or hacking into your account. They do reimburse for most fraud instances, but scams, they don't. But it is a big reputational problem, and it's a challenge when customers call and say, oh my gosh, I lost all of this money, what can you do for me? And they say, well, there's not really much we can do. So for them, the best course of action is to really get out in front of the problem. And since they saw so many issues arising in these social media marketplaces, they decided to do just that.
Right. Of course, coming on the heels of a lot of other payment issuers, earnings that we got in the recent weeks, and still signs, Leslie, that at least the consumer, whether it's front-loading or not, appears to be robust at the moment. Our Leslie Picker this morning.
Yes.
Watching markets today, NASDAQ is the biggest laggard, biggest losers on the NASDAQ 100.
Oh, dang.
Take a look at some of the movers that we've seen in the last few days. As we said, busy week. We'll get Palantir, Ford, Clorox, and Hims tonight. And then, of course, one of the main events of the week will be that Fed decision on Wednesday. When we come back, Blackstone's John Gray in just a moment.
Who is that?
Nobody's born with grit.
Rose is really struggling.
It's something you build over time.
It's 21 missed cuts in a row.
For 89 years, Morgan Stanley has offered clients determination and forward thinking to create the future only you can see.
Rose, back in the winner's circle.
Good shit, cat. Good luck, man. Cat daddy.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need?
Filled.
Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment.
Order canceled.
Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical
That's a good
bills.
pump.
And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health.
Oh,
it's the #1 doctor recommended
my
form
funding
of
had
turmeric.
good
It
sell.
helps you keep doing the things you love at every age.
Sorry.
Cunol, the brand I trust.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee,
That's a good deal
employees
for
having
my
a similar
funding.
work style. You hired them, or your staff, all having the same vibe. I like their style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice.
For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee are best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
Tim Cook has made the Berkshire a lot more money than I've ever made Berkshire Hathaway. So,
has your view on trade barriers changed?
Damn, that's a nice pump.
Weapon. How you control revenue and expenses. Congress does not seem good at doing it. The time has arrived where
Good to see you, by the way. Good to see you. We're live from the Milken Institute Global Conference. Let's get right to our next guest. His name is Jonathan Gray. He's the president and COO of Blackstone, and we're in person together, which is always nice.
I like it. We're here in LA. A lot of crowd, a lot of action.
Yeah, a lot going on here as well. I've been talking macro with a couple of my guests, John, and I want to get to it with you for obvious reasons. But you know what else I'd love to do is start off on data centers. Okay?
Okay.
Blowing your mind, right?
Yes.
And the reason is because until the last couple of months, it's what we talked about every damn day, for obvious reasons. And you have great perspective on it, given all the money you've put in and potentially more. So when it comes to data center usage, demand, and what you see right now from the hyperscalers and others, what are you seeing?
Well, you know, it's funny, David. I think that's a great question because everybody is now caught up on what's happening with the tariffs, which are obviously very important. But if we had been doing this 3 months ago, we would have been talking about AI and how it's changing the world. And I think there's a bit of a danger that it's almost like there's this wall in front of us and we've forgotten what's off in the distance, which is this powerful revolution in technology. Mark Zuckerberg said last week that what's happening in AI is staggering, and we share that view. And so I think as investors, you want to remember that it's really going to impact companies' productivity, margins. On the data centers, there's a real disconnect between the headlines, which are obviously negative, DeepSeek, Microsoft pulling back a little bit, some of the chip restrictions, and what's actually happening on the ground, which is strong demand. I mean, the big hyperscalers are spending 42% more this year than they did a year ago, $320 billion.
We got a lot of the conference calls out of the way. Nobody really backed away from their CapEx commitments, even Microsoft.
Yeah, they're still spending an enormous amount. We're the biggest owner, the biggest developer of data centers, and our pipeline right now is up 25% year on year. Now,
right?
there are some companies who are, doing a little less. There's sort of an ebb and flow.
Yeah.
I think there will be a little more caution on committing, just given the environment. But because the underlying demand is so strong, the demand for data centers. OpenAI, I think, is up 4-fold in users in the last year. So I think this trend is powerful. I think it will continue. I do think the chip restrictions outside the U.S. are slowing things a little bit down. I think finding some solution there, maybe U.S.-controlled data centers, so that the security concerns are eliminated. I think that would be helpful because that's probably one area where we've seen a little more slowing. But overall, we still see a ton of demand for data centers.
And so you still see as an opportunity. I'm curious in terms of the timeline, because you were early, to be fair, and rightly so. Is it another couple of years of increased spend? Do things start to really even out, in 18 months? I don't know.
I think it's very hard to say, but if you think about ultimately, there'll be billions of bots, virtual bots, and probably hundreds of millions, billions of robots too, lots of driverless cars. I think you're going to need a lot of GPUs, a lot of data centers. Technology could change over time. But the way we do this is we sign very long-term leases with big companies, and that's the way to mitigate the risk. But I still feel like we're early days in this infrastructure build-out. The other area that's exciting tied to it is what's happening with electricity. So it's probably been our biggest theme. Power, utilities, utility service companies, all sorts of business, electrical equipment, things that weren't that exciting, I think become increasingly exciting because of these power needs.
It is the gating issue, conceivably, for our ability to continue to grow in this area. Do you think we're going to be able to meet the demand from the electricity side?
I think we will. I do think some of the regulatory and permitting reform is important. I think looking at all sources of power, yes, we want renewables, but we're going to need to use natural gas. I think all of that is important, and it's a global issue. I mean, everywhere there are constraints. And look, utility usage, power usage was flat for 20-plus years. Now it's growing 4+%. It has an enormous impact. But I think big companies are recognizing this, and I think the investments will come. And importantly, the government recognizes it. And so it is the gating factor on this sort of technological revolution we're on.
Yeah. I I want to come back to AI for a moment before we again get sort of a macro view from you and some other things. Because you make an interesting point. There's so much happening every day right in front of us in terms of the administration and tariffs and the economy. AI is over here, but it's only increasing in speed. What are you seeing internally, versus 6 months ago or a year ago in terms of the way you use AI at Blackstone and what your expectations are for how meaningful the change will be within enterprises?
Well, it's still early days, but the amount of time, effort, and energy we spend on this is significant. We just hired Rodney Zemmel, who ran AI for McKinsey. Gives you a sense of the importance. We've been on data science with a team of 50-plus people for a long time now. We're continuing to work with our companies. I think what's really interesting are rules-based businesses. So think about accounting, tax, legal, financial transactions, healthcare transactions. I think AI can be super powerful in making these companies more efficient and the customer experience is better. So we're spending a lot of time looking, buying businesses in those areas, and then trying to apply it. But it is still early days. I wouldn't want to overstate that this is happening overnight. The area where there's probably the most impacts on coding, some of the technology things we're doing internally, and then content creation, I think, will be another interesting area.
You do. But as for those efficiencies that are going to significantly add to margins, either because they simply make things faster and or they replace people, that's a ways away?
I think it's going to continue to move. I mean, it does feel very early to get the machines to answer the questions, to have the accuracy levels, to get the applications. The LLMs are very powerful, these large language models, and yet it's a little bit like translational medicine. The basic science really good, but getting it to the bed at the hospital is still taking time. I think this application layer is going to be very exciting. That's going to enable companies to do it. So I still think we're in the early days. I think each year we're going forward, we're going to see very significant increases.
All right. Well, obviously, one place you could benefit is the portfolio companies that you guys own, essentially. I want to come to that as well from a macro perspective, because you do have a decent snapshot in terms of across the businesses that you guys have ownership stakes in. What are you seeing right now? What are you hearing from the leaders of those businesses in terms of their willingness to allocate capital and their ultimate sentiment right now, given the environment?
It's interesting. We spend a lot of time looking at data. That's one of the great advantages of Blackstone, having 230 companies, 13,000 pieces of real estate. And on the data side, it's hard to have a clear picture because it's been a month, basically. A bunch of companies started pre-ordering, and so there's a lot of noise, and it's short term. On the anecdotal side, what I'd say is we see the greatest challenge companies directly in the supply chain. So if it's a manufacturing business or retailer, they're really having to look at their cost structures because that's where the pressure is, that's where they're in the line of fire. As you look broadly at the rest of our companies, and this portion, the manufacturing supply chains, very small piece of what we do. But in the rest of the companies, I describe it more like a blanket of caution that's gone over the economy, where companies are more deliberate in capital expenditures, in leasing. We own a ton of warehouses. We've seen volume of leasing there slow in April. There's still a lot of underlying demand, but, procurement people, they're saying, well, we want to be a little more cautious. And that's sort of what's happened. People are looking for terra firma, and I think the faster the government, the administration gets to that, the more the economy can find its footing. I do think some of the breadcrumbs they've laid out, that there is a path to deals with a number of countries. I think that has been very helpful, as you know, in markets. But once they start to get some of these deals, be it the UK or India, Japan, Korea, it'll create a precedent. It'll be a 10% tariff, elimination of non-tariff barriers, some exemptions, so the effective rate's below 10%. People will say, I see how that's going to work. I think China's probably tougher because of the scale of the issues there. But the faster we get to clarity, I think the less slowdown we can see in the real economy.
Do you have any idea in your mind in terms of a timeline? Like, this is too long. If we have to wait another couple of months, bad things are going to happen?
It's hard to put an exact timeline. The longer it goes, the tougher. I don't think you need every deal nailed down. You just need to begin to say like, hey, I've seen one or two deals. I can extrapolate that. And then market participants, obviously in liquid markets, but corporates can say, now I understand how my business should work.
Yeah. During your recent earnings conference call, you and Steve Schwartzman both made a point of saying, hey, got $177 billion in dry powder, the old dry powder. Why, and what are you going to do with it?
Well, that's one of the fun things about our jobs is we get to look at the world and see where opportunities exist.
You guys still
I'd
long
say a few
or no?
places are particularly compelling today.
Fish.
One, secondaries, buying interests in funds. A lot of LPs have been waiting for liquidity. The shakeup in the markets has slowed that down. They're now more open to selling their interests. We've got the biggest platform in that space. And so we're very
15 minutes
active
got a
there.
lot more to go. So
I would say we talked about electricity and power. That's an area we continue to lean into. Commercial real estate.
Yeah.
You know,
commercial real estate. You've been talking about it for a few months now as having bottomed.
For sure. And what I'd say is if you look at new supply, if you look at warehouses, we were building 160 million in terms of new starts 3 years ago. That number's down to 33 million. And that is laying the framework, the groundwork for a big recovery in commercial real estate.
Including office?
Including office. Even office, because there the values have fallen so far. We bought a building in New York, one in San Francisco. We're looking in cities like London where there's strength in financial services and technology. One other thing I'd say globally, Japan continues to be really interesting to us because of the restructurings and the openness to foreign capital. And then India, we think, has a really long-term run. We've been the biggest foreign investor there. So even though the world changes, there's always opportunity somewhere.
Right, and conceivably, as you pointed out, at a moment of some dislocation is an opportunity as well. And I love the way opportunity, it's always, you love using that word as well. I do want to, in the end here, come back to private credit, of course, which is a very important part of your business. Mark Rowan was a guest earlier. I think you guys are together on a panel as well later, talking about both illiquidity in the public fixed income markets and or liquidity in privates and how they're going to equalize. He has efforts underway. There's an ETF out there. Are you guys pursuing that same path? And do you generally believe that there's an opportunity to serve sort of the underserved investors out there and give them exposure?
Well, we definitely believe that private assets deserve a place in individual investor portfolios. If you think about our institutional clients, our pension funds, they're about 1/3 allocated to private assets. And yet if we look at individuals, those numbers are much lower, 2-3%. And so we think private equity, real estate, infrastructure, private credit, all deserve a place. And I think this year, it's a good example of that. You see the volatility that exists in markets. There's a reason pension funds diversify. There's a reason why they get the excess return from private assets. And so in terms of private credit particularly, what we really like about it is we bring the investor right up to the borrowers. That farm-to-table model allows them to get excess return.
Well, is that this alliance you have with Vanguard and Wellington? Is that going to result in products that are going to do that?
It's the basic idea of bringing and democratizing private assets for individual investors. We started on this journey 20 years ago with our drawdown funds. 8.5 years ago, we started these perpetual products. And this is the next step. Bring active equities, passive equities, same thing on fixed income with two world-class groups, Wellington and Vanguard.
You can provide the liquidity necessary for this investment?
For sure, and then bring the private assets, but you have to be mindful of the liquidity. So the liquidity, and I can't talk about individual products, of course, but you've got to make sure the liquidity aligns with the underlying assets. That's so important. But we think this movement towards private assets will continue. It's happening with individuals, insurance companies, continues with institutions, and that's one of the reasons we're so excited about our business, but it's also always about performance. We've got to deliver for the customers.
Okay. John, we got to leave it there for now, but to be continued as always. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Great to be with you.
Nice to have you as well. John Gray, President and COO of Blackstone. Squawk on the Street is back right after this.
Check that. That's pretty good. Yeesh. Not crying, are you? Let's tighten that.
Ooh.
Wait, what was that?
What? No, don't worry about that. Here we go.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future.
Are you qualified to do this?
What?
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
We just signed the lease on our third
Damn,
shop.
nice.
My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
Your record label is
Good job,
taking
guys.
off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yes.
Breaking earnings news. AMD, Wynn, Disney, Warner Brothers,
3
reporting,
minutes at the
market
top,
reaction,
so hopefully
expert
we'll pull back
analysis,
a little bit.
strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
I'll give you my bike if you can prove you know your finances.
Sure.
How many subscriptions are you paying for right now?
I don't know, like 4?
Let's download Rocket Money and we'll see if you're right. It actually looks like you're paying for 15, which is costing you $290 a month.
What? No way. Where are you getting this information?
Rocket Money has all your expenses in one place, and it even helps you create a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about those subscriptions. You can cancel the ones you don't want right from the app, and it'll even try to get you a refund on some of them.
That's actually pretty helpful.
Welcome to the show, the one with unimaginable power and endless entertainment. You can't help but be awed by it all. Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday, all season on ESPN.
Started the week with a lower open, although Dow's just gone positive. S&P managed to erase a little bit more than half of its losses for the moment. Got that ISM Services prices paid, a new cycle high, highest since January of 2023. And watch the long bond yielding 483 this morning. That's up about 40 basis points in just the past month alone. When we come back, more from Milken, moments away with the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent and SEC Chair Brendan Carr as Money Movers begins right after this.
Power E-Trade's award-winning trading app makes trading easier. With its customizable options chain, easy-to-use tools, and paper trading to help sharpen your skills, you can stay on top of the market from wherever you are. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley. Power E-Trade's easy-to-use tools make complex trading less complicated. Custom scans help you find new trading opportunities, while an earnings tool helps you plan your trades and stay on top of the market. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed, you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Running out of money in retirement? It's not an option. That's why more stock investors are now learning to trade options to boost their returns. Look at the return of this option trade versus a stock trade on the same security. They can't even compare. After years on TV as the go-to options experts, we wrote our new book to teach stock investors how to successfully trade options. Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is expected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of those technologies combined. The World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. Hi, my name is Whitney Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. Now I'm stepping forward with the biggest story of my career.
Order filled.
One market insider predicts that
Order
this technology
submitted.
could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I
Yes,
want to give
I'm
you,
already
free
in.
of charge, the name and ticker
The itch is
symbol
real.
of the company at the center of this technology. Simply visit the website on your screen to secure your free
I know.
recommendation
Just,
now.
I'm gonna sit here and just watch. All right, get me out of here. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out.
Order
All right,
filled.
I'm out.
The Daymaker
I'm
pants
just
by
waiting, you
Public
guys.
Rec. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. With the Daymakers, you can choose your waist and length sizes to guarantee a perfect fit. Now comfort looks good.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. Track your portfolio from every angle on one optimized platform. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com.
I should have kept my short.
Pro now.
Fuck you, Gambit. I wasn't you. My bad.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Quintanilla, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen's live from the Milken Institute Global Conference in Beverly Hills. Sarah, it's already been a busy morning. What else is coming up?
Big lineup ahead, Carl. We will be joined by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, this hour on all things policy. He's giving a speech right now. He'll come talk to us exclusively right after that. Plus, another key member of the administration, the FCC Chairman, Brendan Carr, Emmanuel Roman, the PIMCO CEO, on market volatility. Big hour straight ahead.
Meantime, market bid, or once again, the dip getting bought. Dow's now up 50 points. S&P down about 19 as opposed to the earlier 50 plus. Watching bonds, though, as we mentioned, the ISM services came in fairly steady, but it was prices paid, the highest since January of 23, that has the 10-year and the 30-year yield on the move higher.
Let's see what the
We'll stay on the markets, Carl, because joining me first here on Money Movers, we've got Manny Roman, the CEO of PIMCO. PIMCO oversees more than $2 trillion in assets under management. It's great to see you again here at Milken.
Thank you for having me. I'm delighted.
So Carl was just saying that the data this morning, services comes in better, but prices
Order
paid
filled.
comes in
Order
high.
submitted.
How concerned are you guys about an inflation flare-up?
Yeah, I'm just bored.
Well, I think we're gonna know a lot more at the end of May. There's a lot of uncertainty about tariff, and we may enter into a recession. We may already be in a recession, and so there's going to be this tension between the inflation coming from policies, and then at the same time, the fact that in a recession, of course, inflation becomes more subdued. Which one is going to win? We don't know, and we also think the Fed will react to this, and we look at the data before they
It's
make
not
a
real.
decision.
I think it's fake.
On Wednesday, data's not really clearly showing which one is the bigger problem right now.
No.
Inflation or growth.
No, it doesn't.
So what do you expect the Fed to do this year?
We think that in September the Fed may decide to cut. We think it will
Not till September?
Not until September. We think it will be very data dependent. And I think the key we all have to watch is unemployment. If unemployment goes above 4.5%, and I'm not saying this lightly because people will lose their job and it's never a fun thing to watch. But if unemployment goes above 4.5%, then the Fed may decide to act and cut and start into.
But wouldn't that be too late if they wait until that happens?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. And I think also you need to balance the risk of going too early. And I think that's a real risk that the Fed is well aware on inflation.
So given that there are these two big uncertainties about the impact of tariffs and everything going on right now, how are you guys positioned at PIMCO around treasuries?
Well, I think we like fixed income, and there's a lot of things to do. So you can break the question into several parts. We like the fixed income market, and we are going to be able to deliver pretty good performance to our clients. We like the alpha opportunity. There's a lot to do. Some things look very cheap. Some things look more expensive, and so we should be able to pivot. Tips, emerging market, if you think the dollar is going to be a little weaker, structure product, mortgages, asset-backed.
Student loans?
Potentially student loan. There's a lot to do, and we're going to be able to build pretty good portfolio for the next 3 to 5 years, and I think we're excited about that.
Order filled.
Where the 10-year Treasury sits right now,
Order
around
submitted.
4.2 or so. Where do you think it should be at this point?
It's a very hard question to answer because the tariff and what's happening with trade policy dwarf every
Long or
sort
short?
of model in terms of what fair value is. Tariffs are usually inflationary, and so we need to think about what this will
Yeah, but you
mean.
don't know if it's a
There's
sell or
clearly
buy, right?
deals coming with potentially Japan and Korea.
I was asking. Maybe.
And so there's a lot of uncertainty.
Okay.
And
Let me
the
get out, man.
uncertainty around the tariff is actually much bigger in terms of
Order
no's
canceled.
than
Order
other
submitted.
things going on in the market.
The Secretary of Treasury is speaking right now in the room behind us here at the Milken conference, and he's laying out a case to invest in America right now. And he's really talking about how it's much more than the trade policy that they're focused on.
Order
He's been very
filled.
involved in tax negotiations, for instance, in Congress and trying to get the tax cuts passed. Do you see that as a potential catalyst for the market?
Well, our expectation, and if Libby Cantrell was sitting here, she would say that her expectation is that
he on today?
the tax cut will be extended and will be voted. And then the question is, how much does deregulation help growth? And where are the places that Secretary Besson wants to act? I think he's been quite vocal about oil prices and the fact that he wants to produce more oil and wants the energy industry to
My
be a
3
place
minutes
to
look like
invest.
it's talking
And I
now
think that's
soon.
probably one of the things that will help inflation. And then we'll see what he has to say later today.
Do you guys have any questions about the U.S. as the exceptional investment destination for capital? That's been the theme and that's been the trend. And there were some questions after Liberation Day about whether Treasury still had that safe haven appeal or the U.S. dollar.
As my partner Dan Iverson would say, the short answer is no. The longer answer is that the U.S. has been an exception for the past 80 years, and everyone
happened,
should
data?
hope that it remains
Dang.
the same. And I always say, if you don't like the dollar, where are you going to
There are no alternatives.
invest?
I
And the
should've
reality is,
shorted.
as a reserve currency, there's no other place to go. Now, the flip side of this is that maybe the dollar is a little expensive, and maybe there are ways to diversify away from the dollar world.
Oh, bad news.
Maybe
Nice.
there's a way to go into more
Let's go
emerging
back up.
market currency, and maybe that's an opportunity. From a fixed income standpoint, we like duration in the UK and in Australia. So there's a way to be long fixed income away from the US, and that's another opportunity that I think everyone is looking at.
And finally, how bullish are you on private credit right now if we do go into a softer economic environment? There's a lot of talk about that here at Milken.
So I think there's three things. One, the liquid credit markets are a wonderful place to invest. We believe that credit is incredibly liquid and that there's a lot to do in the liquid space. If we get into a recession, the honest answer is you may not want to be in direct
Oh, he's
lending.
on right now?
Why is that? Because essentially direct lending is a synthetic single B. And maybe you don't want to own synthetic single B as you get into a recession. There are better places to put your money. We talk a lot about asset-backed finance. There's a lot of places which are
Order
really
submitted.
attractive. And so when you think about the opportunity, conditional on the fact that we may get into a recession, there are simply better places
That's
to put
interesting.
your money than in
Private.
weaker company. And what happened in a recession is this company starts losing money, and then the leverage gets out of whack, and of course, it becomes much
And you're 50-50 on recession, right?
slightly above 50. That's right.
Slightly above 50. Okay, Manny, it's great to catch up with you.
Thank you
on
for
some of
having
the
me.
investment opportunities you guys see at PIMCO. Manny Roman, who is the CEO of PIMCO. Our coverage from the Milken Conference continues after a quick break. First, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr is with us. Questions recently arising over the agency's use of power to investigate news organizations, over DEI and other issues. We're going to get into all of that and the future of M&A in this administration. Plus, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent speaking right now, just behind me in that room at the Milken Conference. He's going to join us exclusively right after that speech. We're going to talk tariffs, we're going to talk taxes, deregulation, and more. Money Movers back after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life,
You out?
our life.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I
I knew I'd be its fancy name and pretty face. But I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere. Here, there, all over the dang place. Well, that logo is sexier than a salmon seersucker suit on a summer Sunday. Look like you know what you're doing at GoDaddy.com.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's Superbeats by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
Hey, small business owners. Pickleball's kind of like bookkeeping and accounting, right? Lots of strategy, lots of effort, and if you don't have the right partner, you just won't win. It's time to team up with a winning partner. Call Zendu, and let's get that win today. Zendu, the official bookkeeper and accountant for small businesses.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
Drive time?
That's short, right?
You in control when you buy a car.
I need a car, but $300 a month is my limit.
Oh, that's easy. Just get approved, and then you can control your own payment.
Ooh, look at this little slider.
Get that monthly payment down to $300.
Now just go to the Drive Time dealership for a haggle-free purchase.
Okay. That's my car, and that's the deal I made on my phone. I feel tingly.
That's being in control. It makes you feel tingly sometimes.
Wow.
This is a commercial. Go get your real deal at drivetime.com.
Well, she's not the easiest person to please. Right, Mama?
She needs things to be just right.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, we do love her. That's my mug, isn't it?
But she needs a place of her own, and fast.
Thankfully, she's on Redfin. Redfin updates their listings every 2 minutes.
That means every 2 minutes, there's a chance we'll be back to having our porridge in peace.
Oh, wow. This one's just right.
Is she leaving?
What's happening?
What?
You don't
I got my
want to mess
coffee.
with the IRS. If you owe back taxes, they can take your paycheck and seize your assets. Don't take on the IRS alone. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief.
I got a shit now.
America's #1 tax resolution firm. They specialize in putting tax debts to rest. Don't wait. Call now for your free consultation.
I'm good. I'm on a diet.
645-7793.
Optima Tax Relief.
At least we made some money, so it's good. No red. Not yet. Gonna overtrade
Welcome
though.
back to Money Movers. From M&A to DEI policies to news investigations into a number of media companies. The FCC has made its mark on the industry in the first 100 days of the Trump administration. So what can we expect from this agency going forward? Here with me now at the Milken conference is FCC Chairman Brendan Carr. Mr. Chairman, it's good to have you.
Yeah, good to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. It has been an active 100 days for you. You've become somewhat of a lightning rod in the media industry. How do you approach the job, your role, your mandate differently than we've seen the FCC in the past?
Yeah, well, the good news is I've been at the FCC since 2012. I've been general counsel of the FCC before that, so I'm very familiar with how the agency operates, and that's helped us to hit the ground running from day one. Look, President Trump has been very clear. He wants America's companies to be investing here and building here, and that's the agenda we've been running. As you noted, just over 100 days, we've been taking quick action, everything from helping to unleash high-speed internet builds to making progress on spectrum, national security. We've launched probably the biggest deregulation initiative in the agency's history, and we just proposed to close 2,000 open proceedings at the FCC. So we're moving quickly. We want people to invest. We want people to build in America.
But what gets the most attention is some of these investigations you've opened up. Let's do 60 Minutes. That's been in the news recently as the executive producer just stepped down. You opened an FCC inquiry into whether what they did in terms of the editing of the Kamala Harris interview rose to news distortion. This is separate from the president's own lawsuit.
Yeah.
What have you found so far?
Yeah, this is one where we open up for public comment. I think transparency is very important here. We're seeking comment from the American people. No final decision there yet. Remember, broadcasters are different than a lot of other speakers, and the reason why is because they have a license that denies anyone else that wants to use those airwaves the ability to do so. And again, the airwaves are owned by the American public, and everyone that uses those airwaves has a public interest obligation. And over the years, the FCC has stepped back from enforcing that public interest obligation. I think the FCC should do what Congress wants us to do and enforce those laws. We're going to see where this investigation goes.
So are you threatening to pull their license? Wouldn't that be a pretty drastic step?
Well, it's not a threat. That's a penalty that is in the Communications Act, that if you don't...
But when was the last time the FCC pulled a broadcast license?
Yeah, it's been a long time, and I think that's part of the issue. If you step back, trust in the national mainstream media is at an absolute low right now. That's not just my view. Jeff Bezos himself did an op-ed where he said that. But what's really interesting is that actually local stations, local TV stations have a lot of trust. And so the agenda that I'm trying to run at the FCC is to empower those actual local television stations to serve the public interest. Because what we've seen is you've got national news media, ABC, NBC, CBS, and they're exercising more and more control over those local TV stations. And I don't think that's a good thing for the country. So we're trying to reverse that.
At the same time, it complicates it because you are overseeing this $8 billion deal to sell the parent company to Skydance. What's taking so long on that?
No, it's not taking long at all. Again, just 100 days ago, we came into the administration. We're running our normal process on that. We've actually got a lot of deals that are in the pipeline at the FCC right now. We approved a small deal involving T-Mobile. We have a deal involving T-Mobile and U.S. Cellular. We have a Verizon Frontier deal. So all of our deals are in the pipeline, and we're running normal process on it. Again, at the end of the day, I think this is going to help unleash more investment in the country as we work through these transactions that are pending.
But what's the holdup specifically on this Paramount deal? Because all the other regulatory agencies are there.
That thing was set up for short earlier.
No, there's no holdup on that at all. Again, we have all these deals that are pending before us. We came in just 100 days ago. We're running our normal process. We're on our normal timeline. There's a 180-day clock generally the FCC uses for these. And again, we've just been in office 100 days, so running our normal process on all these deals. We'll see some other ones come through hopefully in the next week or so on the telecom side.
Okay, but
fish.
What do you tell people about when they wonder whether the 60 Minutes investigation and the president's lawsuit are related to your approving this deal by Paramount to get sold?
Well, they're not. Remember, there's three different things that are going on. On the one hand, you have President Trump's lawsuit, which I haven't read the complaint. I don't even know exactly what all the claims are in there. Second of all, we have the transaction before us where we're running our normal process.
Fish is younger.
And third, there's a CBS complaint. And the last two are before the FCC. The first one is not.
I watched your 100-day news conference, and the other issue that you've gone after is the DEI policy, specifically a really sharply worded note to Bob Iger on Disney. What is the status of those investigations, and how are you even going about doing that?
Yeah, the first thing we did, basically day one after President Trump came in, he issued an executive order to end the federal government's promotion of DEI. We did that at the FCC. I mean, you'd be shocked. We were spending millions and millions of dollars at the FCC promoting DEI. In fact, it was listed as the agency's #2 budget priority and strategic priority. We've ended that to focus on our core mission. We've told everybody that's trying to do deals before the FCC that they need to end their own promotion of invidious forms of DEI. Disney and ABC in particular are ones that I'm very concerned about. The preliminary data indicates that they look like they were doing intentional discrimination, potentially along race and gender. And if that's true, that's a really big deal. And so we're looking at that at the FCC.
And what sort of consequences would you be looking at that?
Well, again, it's the full suite of consequences that the FCC could potentially have. So we're going to look at that. But again, the media stuff gets a lot of attention, particularly by the media because it involves the media.
Oh, so
our traditional economic agenda is really pushing hard on as well. That's the deregulation effort.
So
look, we've got to get more spectrum out there. If you remember the Trump administration, we got tons of airwaves out there, helped bolster our leadership in 5G. During the Biden years, we really fell behind. So right now, we have to get at least 600 megahertz of spectrum out there. Particularly when we look at AI, that's loading tons of new data onto our networks. We need more spectrum to carry that capacity. That's one of the most important things we're doing.
Okay, but not done with the Disney thing.
So
one more question.
At 62.5.
Will you evaluate it differently for companies like Disney who have said that they're going to roll back some of these DEI initiatives? Bob Iger was pretty plain where he said our business is to be in the entertainment, not comment on social issues. Does that matter?
Yeah, I think it's a good thing that they're heading in the right direction. I guess, one, we want to make sure that it's in substance, not in name only. And second of all, we got to look at the conduct that took place in the past. If they were sort of intentionally discriminating on race and gender, that's a potential problem under the FCC's own EEO rules. It could be a problem under the EEOC Commission. So we're looking at that. But again, we're doing a lot across the board. The space economy is one that we're really proud of at the FCC. We've been moving hundreds of new applications over the first 100 days. And I think when you look forward for a couple of years, that's probably one of the most proud things that we do at the FCC is to make sure that America technology companies can launch at the pace and cadence that the private sector wants to.
Yeah, but on you said full suite of consequences here on this. What about the threat of blocking mergers? And that's particularly interesting on Verizon, who you've also requested some information, I know, on the DEI front and trying to get their deal done with Frontier Communications. Would you potentially block that deal because of DEI policy?
We've been working with Verizon, though. I think we've got that in a pretty good shape. Hope to see some progress on that in the next couple of weeks. But I've told everybody that if they want to get a deal done before the FCC, they need to get rid of any invidious forms of discrimination. Again, the FCC has EEO rules. We can't approve a transaction unless we find that it's in the public interest. So we're working through these DEI issues with a lot of different companies that are trying to get deals done at the FCC.
And on the question about news bias, you know, you recently called out our parent company, Comcast, for coverage of Abrego Garcia, and sort of raised the question, again, of news distortion. And I'm wondering how big of an issue this is going to be for you, because you say that you're against censorship and that you're for the First Amendment, but getting into sort of difficult waters here when it comes to deciding
Order
who's telling
filled.
the truth, what's fair.
Order
on
submitted.
Media.
Yeah. When you step back again, I think this goes back to where we started from, which is we have the national news media, ABC, CBS, NBC. They've increasingly been controlling so much of what goes on over the airwaves. That's not actually how the act was intended. We want to empower the actual local TV broadcast station that has the public interest obligation, and oftentimes those are in conflict. We increasingly see this content coming from Hollywood in New York that's coming out through these local broadcast stations.
Order
I hear from the
filled.
local stations that say they want more freedom to cover the issues that matter in their local communities, and that's really what we're trying to drive at.
But how does that empower the local stations if you're going after the national ones?
The local stations want to cover the news in a
Order-
way that
order
serves the
filled.
interests of their local community, but
Order
the relationships
submitted.
that they have with the national programmers has been really constrained. And so that's an issue that we're looking at is, for instance, these affiliation agreements that give them a lot of control over local TV stations. How do we push back on that again and re-empower those local broadcasters to serve their communities?
But it still gets at the question of we want a free press in this country, right? Want a First Amendment, want back protections.
Yeah, but again, you
how do you decide what you like and what you don't like to hear?
Well, broadcasters are in just a very unique situation. It's different than a cable show, right? We don't license cable show. It's different than podcasts. It's different than the man on the street. But when it comes to this unique medium of broadcast, with a
Order
scarce
filled.
public resource, Congress has been very clear. They're just held to a different standard than other entities, and we got to enforce that at the FCC.
All right,
Order
well, look forward to
submitted.
seeing what you've got coming. Thank you for taking some of the time with us.
Yeah, appreciate
Explain
it.
what you've been up to.
Order filled.
And yes, we got in the spectrum
Order
in the space,
submitted.
space economy as well. FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, appreciate it.
Good to see you.
A lot more guys coming from Milken,
Order
including Treasury
filled.
Secretary Scott
Order
Bessent, just
submitted.
wrapping up his speech.
Order
behind
order
me.
canceled.
He'll join us next on Money Movers.
Order submitted.
Programming note as well. Don't miss an opportunity to watch Fast Money live from the NASDAQ. We're inviting you to be there on June 5th. It's an opportunity to meet the traders in person, enjoy a networking cocktail mixer.
go against the
Get your
bot.
tickets now. You can scan the QR code or head on over to cnbcevents.com/fastmoney. Money Movers will be right back.
It all started with a small business idea.
It's a pillow with a speaker in it. That's right, Craig.
Pulling in the perfect team to get the job done.
I'm just here for the
Order
internet.
submitted.
AT&T, it's super
Again?
fast.
You locked us out?
And when we were thrown a curveball,
I should have bought every dip.
we had everything we needed.
It's internet out.
Don't worry, we have AT&T internet
Why I'm
backup.
shorting.
The next level network for small business.
I sold a pillow.
You worked hard to own your home, and it deserves complete protection because you've secured the doors, windows, and maybe even installed cameras. You've got an insurance for fire, flood, and theft. But there's one critical protection gap that leaves your entire investment vulnerable. Title fraud is a growing scam, and criminals know exactly how to exploit it. Is your home's title still in your name? Check your title now at HometitleLock.com.
Son's a sweet dentist on ZocDoc.
Dr. Staff is a real beauty, and people say he's passionate about dentistry.
Dr. Sales on 33rd Street? We could practically skate there. Booked it.
Sweet.
You've got options. Book now.
I did earlier.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends. So neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN.
Here we go.
Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
Waterline broke. Replacing kit costs thousands. Not covered by homeowners insurance.
Honey, wake up. Here's Tom Rusin, CEO of HomeServe.
A plan from HomeServe pays for the covered repair cost for water lines.
Order filled.
And we send a qualified contractor. The American dream of owning a home
Order
doesn't
canceled.
need to be a
Order
nightmare.
submitted.
Sleep well with HomeServe.
Plans from
Order
HomeServe start
canceled.
at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-833-812-2142
or visit homeserve.com.
The thing about work, it's always changing. But with the right perspective,
Order
what
filled.
seems confusing or just out of reach can suddenly fall into place. If it's a work thing, it's a SHRM thing.
SHRM.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens.
Order filled.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus. With the president pressuring the Fed to cut rates and the outlook uncertain, how will the Fed balance the threat of lower growth and higher unemployment? Fed Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, Wednesday 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Welcome back to Money Movers. I'm Contessa Brewer with your CNBC News update. The Department of Homeland Security announced this morning it will pay migrants $1,000 in a stipend to self-deport. In a news release today, DHS has promised anyone in the country illegally will receive that financial assistance as well as help facilitating travel to their home country if they use the CBP Home app. Rwanda's foreign minister said the Central African nation is in early talks with the Trump administration to accept deported migrants from the U.S. The news followed several reports the U.S. was seeking an international partnership to deport people. And the Met Gala is already breaking records. The CEO of New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art says the annual charity gala has already raised $31 million. It's the first time the fundraiser has crossed the $30 million mark. The theme of this year's star-studded event is Superfine, Tailoring Black Style. It's an examination of black style over 300 years. We'll get a lot of attention out there, Carl.
Watch for some arrivals in the coming hours, Contessa. Thank you, Contessa Brewer. Still ahead, a closer look at the impact of AI coding on big tech's workforce and potential profits, how it's changing the model for companies like Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon, as well as some of Silicon Valley's hottest startups. In a minute.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com.
Are you long?
Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We're going to drop
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical. So I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Omaha Steaks has taken the smash burger and flipped it on its head. Introducing Omaha Steaks Smash Burgers. These sizzling beauties are built for the grill. They come pre-smashed, so you don't need a griddle. From freezer to bun in just 5 minutes. And if that doesn't make you flip out, the taste definitely will. For a limited time, you'll get 16 free smash burgers at omahasteaks.com/smash.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process.
Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
The grind catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust Cunol Ultra High Absorption Turmeric to support my joint health. It's the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric that helps you keep doing the things you love at every age. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Meal changed the game at BK.
With so many options, I play my way.
Fries are my say, no compromise.
Winning big time, cause it's free to swap fries.
BK, have it your way.
May is Maytag month, which means the biggest Maytag sale of the year is bigger than big. Even bigger than Hugglefluff's hairballs. Keep on shedding. Save during the biggest Maytag sale of the year, now through May 31st.
Moms deserve the best with the amazing mom collection of handmade bouquets and unique gifts for Mother's Day. From beautiful roses that say thank you for everything to premium blooms that make her day extra special. Order now at 1-800-Flowers.com. Give beautiful.
The startup behind the AI programming tool Cursor has reportedly hit a $9 billion valuation, a sign of just how quickly AI-first coding, or vibe coding, is growing in Silicon Valley. Kate Rooney has more on the trend in today's Tech Check. I love this story, Kate.
Carl, yeah, we're hearing more of that term, vibe coding. And we're also finding out and seeing more evidence that one of AI's emerging superpowers right now is writing software and writing code. That has been on display lately with the rise of Cursor, which you mentioned. It's an AI tool that helps engineers outsource coding to artificial intelligence, and it's driving some of the latest mega valuations we're seeing in Silicon Valley. You saw the Cursor news as well. Mega cap companies like Microsoft and Meta are also jumping in on this trend. They're talking a lot more about it. Out here in the Valley, they do call it vibe coding. So it's essentially
My train station on 3 minutes and 10 minutes looked like a short.
You put in a text prompt about what you actually want to build, and you go by the feel or the vibe instead of necessarily having to write every line of code and know those complicated coding languages. It also lowers the barrier to writing all this code. It makes it easier to build an app or a feature without really knowing these coding languages. So the bar is coming down overall. Startups have been on the front lines using this. Those I talk to say it's making them leaner, it's making them more profitable at the early stages. They don't need to hire as many engineers. And just last week, we got even more evidence that it is happening for big tech too. So Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella saying right now that AI is writing 30% of their code. Mark Zuckerberg at Meta said it's going to be writing as much as half, 50% of code at Meta within the next year. Amazon has told me something similar. It's writing about a third of their code. And it's not just big tech. Visa's CEO even said last week and told me that the payments giant is using AI for coding in the same range. He said it's about 30%. And despite all the talk about productivity, we didn't see any evidence of this starting to flow through to the bottom line, at least this earnings season so far. Nobody's talking about what it meant for profitability. Analysts tell me it's going to help these companies roll out products more quickly. We're going to see it more on productivity, less on profitability. AI is going to be able to handle some of the easier coding jobs. We're now leaving those higher priority tasks to the human engineers. Companies may still need to hire fewer engineers. And as a result, there is some anxiety I'm hearing from the tech labor force around it. Although in the near term, AI-related software job postings are actually up month over month. About 10% of total software jobs out there, according to Aura Intelligence, guys.
That's interesting, although you have to wonder what young software engineering graduates are thinking at the moment, Kate. I am curious, when it comes to the early stage slide deck, does this mean they get profitable faster, or is it simply about initiating that code faster?
That's what we're hearing. So we were at the Y Combinator demo day, which is about the earliest stage you can get in. It's the seed stage. These companies are saying, we're building teams and building companies with 5 people, whereas think about even 2 years ago, they would have needed to hire 50 people at this stage. So it's making them leaner, not quite profitable or breaking even yet, but they're able to grow more quickly, compete at a different level, And overall, lowering the bar. You don't need to be as technical of a person to actually be able to code, which has opened up this ability to build new apps. And there's other software applications that say basically you can just tell something, hey, I want to build a new CNBC app. You just verbally speak it. And it's just mind-blowing what it can do. And even in the month that since we've started reporting on this, it's changed drastically. The folks at YC were saying it changes every day, and the features that they're able to use didn't even exist a year ago. So this is like dog years in tech.
Incredible. Just light years from the conversations we were having on tech programs on our air just a couple years ago, as you point out, Kate. Thank you. Kate Rooney.
Thanks, girl.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent coming up live from Milken after the break, fresh off his speech right here at the conference, talking about why now is a good time to invest in America. Money Movers back in 2.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
A rich life isn't a straight line to a destination on the horizon. Sometimes it takes an unexpected turn with detours, new possibilities, and even another passenger or 3. And with 100 years of navigating ups and downs, you can count on us to help guide you through it all. Because life is a winding path, made rich by the people you walk it with.
In our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own.
What are you long?
And fast.
115?
Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving? Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Our new book shows you how our simple option strategies offer you a lower cost way to trade stocks with limited downside risk and remarkable upside rewards. Get your free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. That's itsnotanoption.com.
At Public Rec, we're on a mission to make comfort look good. We develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last, easy to care for, and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pads, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments. No matter what comes your way, or how you spend your day. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats. Public Rec, where comfort rules.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking this.
I used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
Gotta take it.
First thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. You want to try it? Try arma.com.
Earning a degree doesn't have to mean starting from scratch. At University of Maryland Global Campus, it means building your next success on the foundation of life experience. UMGC values the successes you've already achieved. That's why you can earn up to 90 credits from prior learning and life and job experience toward our bachelor's degree programs.
No application fee if you apply by May 30th at umgc.edu.
Oh, dish soap is on sale. We need it?
Yeah. Oh, I think we need ketchup too.
What's in there?
Here. The ketchup's not in the fridge.
Ketchup does not go in the fridge.
Like when you were a kid coming up, you.
How long
you
have
did
hit
this in your mother's
240? I mean, I'm sorry,
Right.
at 20,
Maybe she
40.
failed you. I love your mother, but she ain't raised you right.
You try telling her that.
No,
It's a
I
buck still
will.
long.
Wow.
Good wow or bad wow?
Order canceled.
Tim Cook has made
Order canceled.
a lot more money than I've ever
Three-
made Berkshire Hathaway. So
3 minutes more down, so I might put it back down there.
trade should not be a weapon. How you control revenue and expenses. Congress does
Order
not seem to be
submitted.
doing it. The time has arrived where Greg should become the chief executive officer of the company at year end. That's the news for the day. Thanks for coming.
We'll see.
We've been watching this dip get bought a little bit slowly this morning, but definitely coming off the early session lows. S&P still down about 0.5%. Dow's roughly flat. Yields, again, a bit of a rising picture today on the back of those ISM services prices paid numbers. Let's bring in our senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli. We also mentioned parts of Asia, UK are closed for holiday.
That's right. And, you know, interesting, the dip getting bought somewhat in conjunction with that ISM report, or the dual report.
Yeah, I just
and
can't show
the
that.
market kind of interpreting it as net positive. In other words, continued strength, taking on face value the fact that those sectors of the economy kind of hung in there. We can debate whether there's been some pull forward and whether we should extrapolate these numbers, but it's as if every day that moves along where you don't see a big air pocket in the hard data that's matching up with all the really wretched looking confidence and survey
YouTube?
data
Someone says it's not good.
is a net positive. I still think we're up at a point in this rally, up 17% off the intraday lows. Risk reward gets a little bit more tricky at these levels just because of the ground covered in a short period of time. The late March highs right before April 2nd were like 5,800. So you're kind of dealing with a few percent upside before you have to have some real improvement versus, you know, anything that looks like a retest is pretty stiff from here.
Right. Meantime, you got about 72% of earnings already in the books. Blended growth is pretty good.
Yeah, similar story,
The revenue beat rate is relatively low versus the 10-year average.
Yeah, arguably it's a little bit lower quality. I think it's a 12% year-over-year gain. That's versus 6% in the estimates. And again, the big companies have really been dragging those numbers higher to a fair degree. It's market cap weighted calculation. But it is true. It's like the economic numbers. I mean, at least as of March 31st, things looked relatively solid. The revisions are getting a little bit messier. I mean, not in an overall way, not in terms of aggregate S&P earnings, but the percentage of companies seeing downward revisions has perked up.
Right. Got the jobs number on Friday. And then what do you think? How do you think the market's thinking about a Fed decision this Wednesday?
I mean, it's definitely not pricing in action. I think the market is believing
I think wants to have Apple puts. I'm up 45%.
To kind of build the case, or at least spin
Is Apple
forward to
red?
say
I didn't even open my option.
They might like to see in terms of moderating inflation.
May 9th at 190 puts.
The way to these normalization cuts, right? If they still are
Should I
banking on this
sell or
idea
no?
that policy's restrictive to some degree, less
I'll take
restrictive than it was 100
$50.
basis points ago before they started cutting,
option.
then there is potentially room. But I don't know if he wants to front
I
run it
deleted
too
my
much,
app, so I
right?
didn't see
We
it.
just don't know what the inflation numbers are going to look like in any respect. And we didn't get a bad jobs report, you know? I mean, it seems as if that kind of pushed forward the moment at which the economic basis of a decelerating labor market would be producing the idea of a cut.
Meantime, Sarah's going to talk to the Treasury Secretary in a few moments, but in his remarks, he has made some very much centered around a deregulatory framework. Talking about the rise of private equity means that banks might be too tightly regulated.
Yeah, I mean, a change of emphasis, obviously, in terms of just from strictly trade deals. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the premise of the administration. Banks too tightly regulated. One of the things they're looking to do is allow banks to own more treasuries. That could maybe help out supply demand in terms of financing the deficit and all the rest of it.
Where?
But yeah, I do think that Wall Street would welcome an ability to get past the tariff hurdle. I don't think we see the leeway to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Sarah, really looking forward to it in a few moments.
Yes, it's happening in a few moments. He's going to walk over here in just a moment. But, Mike, I am curious where you think the market is. Because going into the year, there was a lot of excitement about the tax deal, about deregulation. So netted out with the expectations around tariffs right now, and where do you think Wall Street is on second half growth prospects?
I mean, Sarah, I think that deregulation, which is really tough to quantify,
3 minutes looks like it's going to go down
renewal
more.
of the tax
Maybe
bill
250.
from a few years ago that doesn't really create an incremental swing factor in terms of, you know, lowering taxes. Maybe it will on the margins, but I feel like right now the potential tariff impact, if it's anything close to what's now contemplated, probably outweighs all those things. But that's why I think it's all about, you know, the moment of maximum trade policy tightness was April 7th and 8th, and that's when the market bottomed. And since then, the market's been assuming that we have loosening from there. Loosening means deals. It means de-escalation. It means that those stated rates come down. So I think that we're in the in-between zone of sort of being able to either just, count on those deals and have the economy kind of hang in there, or have to deal with some downgrades to growth. I think that second half growth, nobody has any conviction in how to project it.
I'll talk to the Secretary about this, but I do think that there's potential stimulus from some of the added tax benefits, no tax on tips, and some of the expensing around business investment as well. So we can get into that, Mike. But what are you hearing from companies so far? It feels like, yes, we knew earnings season was going to have some uncertainty in terms of outlooks, but overall, better than expected. Is that true?
I think that the fact that most management teams are kind of just throwing up their hands and saying we're going to suspend guidance or we're not going to refresh our guidance
We're going
long,
long, Babu.
what we're dealing with. That's fine, I guess, for now, because the market would probably feel as if any firm projection would just be a guess at this point. So the absolute earnings level looks like it's kind of mostly hanging in there. I mean, it's coming down a little bit. I think the question for investors is, if we're going back to the highs, we're going to rebuild to 23 times forward earnings when there's all of these open questions. That gets a little bit of a tougher call from, in terms of further upside from here after we've just sort of recaptured that downside overshoot into the April 7th low.
Mike, thanks. Talk soon. Mike Santoli. Sarah?
I want a short one, waiting for it to go higher.
All right, just coming up in a few minutes, special interview with the Treasury Secretary. As we spoke about, Scott Bessent is here at Milken, making his way over. Don't go anywhere. Money Movers returns after a quick break.
105 or 110. Love a short.
Not all multimillionaires build their wealth the same way. You have
the fearless investor,
the type A CPA,
the bootstrapper, the boot maker.
Yeehaw. But many do have something in common.
We all trust Schwab with our wealth.
Thanks to our award-winning service, low costs, and transparent advice. Every day, over 1 million multimillionaires trust Schwab with $3 trillion of their wealth.
At Baird, we have investor relationships in 35 countries and market expertise in over 40 industry verticals, all to help make the most important investment connections of all, yours.
Order
Discover
filled.
the Baird difference at BairdDifference.com.
Order
Optimism
submitted.
isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's fixing things, changing the way we fix things. Rolled up sleeves, breaking through, growing power to meet growing needs, working to run the world on smarter energy every day, taking power where the grid's never been, then getting up and doing it again. Because if optimism never stops, then change can't either. GE Vernova, the energy of change.
Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
Order filled.
A Squawk Box exclusive. Legendary investor Paul Tudor Jones. His outlook for the market, economy, and American exceptionalism. Plus, where he's finding opportunities now. Squawk Box, tomorrow 6 a.m. Eastern. And streaming on CNBC+.
I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways to the hairpin turns, I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3.
ISIS?
View offers at polestar.com.
A
I'll give you this brand new
electric vehicle
if you can prove to me you know your finances. How many subscriptions are you paying for?
It's just short.
You sure? Let's download the Rocket Money app right now and see if you're right. It's actually 21 subscriptions, which is costing you around $370 a month.
The app is telling you all this?
Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and even helps you suggest a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about the 21 subscriptions.
No.
Cancel them right within the app. It'll even try and get you some of your money back.
We are joined now by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, just off stage here at the Milken Conference. Such a pleasure having you.
Morning.
So if I had to distill your message just now is the time to invest in America. Is that what you're telling investors, and why now?
Well, the message is that the
economic
program
are you taking
is
it or
a
no?
three-part stool. Everyone's focused on trade, but there's trade, there's tax, and there's dereg. You were talking about it earlier.
Yeah,
the three prongs, and you shouldn't look at them in isolation. So what we are trying to do, the U.S. is the best place to invest, and we're trying to accelerate that.
As far as the tax deal, I know you're knee-deep in that, as you are in some of the trade negotiations. How do you think about the growth impact? Because some people say, oh, it's just an extension of what we have now, so we're not going to see a big stimulus.
Well, what's not an extension is the 100% expensing. So that has stepped down over the past few years. So we're going to go back to 100% expensing for equipment. And then a new aspect is we're adding 100% expensing for the actual factory.
Not for me. It looks like we're going up more.
So I think that 100% expensing for equipment, 100% expensing for structures, along with tax certainty, and then the lower energy cost and dereg will really accelerate the economy. And the other thing too is, like, permanence is a stimulant. So so the uncertainty goes away, and we are going to make the 2017 Tax Cuts and Job Act permanent. So there will be the stimulus from the permanence.
How are you thinking about offsets? I know there's tariff revenue coming in, but the hope is as you get deals done on trade, ultimately there will be less of that.
Right. So, what you mean offsets for the stimulus?
Paying for the tax.
I mean, that's what a big part of the DOGE effort has been, fighting waste, fraud, and abuse, and we found substantial areas for cuts, for greater government efficiency.
I mean, it's still good for a little bit.
I think both the House and the Senate are looking for substantial savings.
Order filled.
Ultimately, I guess the question is, what is the
order submitted
expectation? You tell your former fellow colleagues and investors here at Milken, they're wondering deficit projections. We've seen what's been happening with DOGE. Clearly, you're talking up the tax cuts. What should be the correct expectations for the deficit?
Well, look, I think, and when I look in the mirror, I see a deficit hawk. And I tell a lot of the very eager senators and the members of Congress who want to do all the cuts this year. Let's just step back for a moment. That every $300 billion is 1% of GDP. So if you want to cut $1 trillion this year, we can do it. But that's a 3% shock to GDP. The way to do it smartly.
Order submitted.
Talking about bringing the deficit down by about 100 basis points every year for 4 years, get us back to the long-term average of 3.5%. And then a big cure for the deficit is upward growth shock. So CBO scoring is at 1.7 or 1.8% growth, no matter whether you have a tax cut or a tax hike. So we think that through deregulation, the permanence of the tax bill, we can get growth closer to something that looks like
order
3%.
canceled.
By end of year?
Order submitted.
By this time next year?
Where's the growth going to come from? You mentioned taxes. On deregulation, what sectors do you think are going to feel it the most? And we're going to see the most stimulative impact on the economy?
Well, what
I've been talking about is reprivatizing the economy. So on one side, we're going to be bringing down government spending, which has been crowding out the private sector. We're also going to be shedding excess labor on the government side. Then on the other side, we have a substantial financial deregulatory agenda coming from, we put a lot of new regulators in place so the private sector can re-leverage, and we're putting a special focus on community banks, small regional banks, which were very near what I would call an extinction event in the next 4 or 5 years. So the idea is to get them lending again too.
At the same time, we do still have this uncertainty factor around what's happening with trade. And I'm sure you hear that all the time from investors and from CEOs. How's it going on the negotiations? And when do you think we'll start to see some deals?
I think we're very close to some deals. As President Trump said last night on Air Force One, maybe as early as this week. So when you think about uncertainty, uncertainty, a lot of it is generated by, I have asymmetric knowledge, so I'm not uncertain because I think it's going well. Other people don't know what I know. So
well, you have to share that with us then.
Well, I can say that I am highly confident that we have 18 important trading partners. We'll put China to the side. The 17 other partners, many of them have approached us with the very good trade proposals. President Trump is going to be involved in all of those. He will be the final decision maker, and we'll see where that goes. But I think that at the end of this, even if we have tariffs still in place, because the non-tariff trade barriers are coming down, because we could see an end to some of the currency manipulation, the unfair subsidy of labor and capital from the other countries, we could see
I'm waiting for Taco Tuesday.
More frictionless trade.
Ultimately, that's the goal.
Well, the goal is twofold. The goal is to open the foreign markets and then bring back manufacturing to the U.S. And we're thinking about that in two ways.
So
One is
no trade on there.
So during COVID, we saw that there were many strategic industries where the U.S. was woefully deficient, whether it was medicine supply chains, in chips, in steel, that many of the overseas suppliers were just
I got 2 near payout, but yeah.
And then on the other side, we want to bring back manufacturing and rebalance the economy.
But China is key. I know you set it aside, and you're heavily involved here.
Yeah,
you have said
I was like
they need to
near payout.
and start that process for us to get going
Yeah,
on trade
600, 7,500. I was close to it, and that one day
I think we could see substantial progress in the coming weeks. We'll see that as I think it's Stein's law, that which is not sustainable doesn't continue.
I have 19 right now. I had 20, but I blew
145%, 125% tariff levels are the equivalent of an embargo.
Yep.
And we're reading every day what's happening with factories in China. And from an academic point of view, I can tell you that the history of trade battles, we are the deficit country. The surplus country.
That's how much I made today. I need to get
at
least 52, 600 to get a
gestures. What is it that you're looking for, and is that happening? Is there a negotiation about the negotiation?
Yeah, we'll see over the coming weeks, and we'll see
and it's
what
every 8 days.
Trump wants to accept.
Right. I mean,
it's not bad.
Have
It's actually pretty good.
You
can actually
for
make that
instance, precursor ingredients?
Only what they have said publicly. So, and I can tell you that these precursor fentanyl drugs are a real problem. There are a lot of Chinese companies. At Treasury, we have the ability to do a lot of financial surveillance, and we see Chinese corporates that are linked with the Mexican cartels, and that's got to stop. That's going to stop. Like, what is the price for these hundreds of thousands of fentanyl deaths that we have, the families that are left behind, and then the lives that are ruined?
Right. So when you were on a few weeks ago, we gave you a lot of grief when the market was tumbling. We saw this sharp sell-off. Now we've seen a pretty historic comeback with 9 straight up days, erasing all of the losses from the post-Liberation Day declines in the stock market. I'm wondering what you make of
Hey,
the
that was
rally
good, Bubba.
and also the fact that the 10-year yield, which I know you watch more carefully, still remains a little elevated here around 4.35.
Well, I mean, look, it remains elevated. It's down from January 1. It's down from January 20th. Right before Liberation Day, about 3 weeks ago, it was at 390. So what you're saying is it's elevated
Order
from
filled.
390, and everyone's saying,
Order
well, Secretary
submitted.
Bessent got what he wanted. 10 years at 390, but it's there for the wrong reason. It's because it's pricing in a recession. So what are we pricing in now? Are we pricing in better growth? That I'm just focused on the right economic policies, bringing inflation down. So I prefer not to talk about the market. Sometimes when it's volatile, I get called upon. But we came out of the gate on January 20th
Order
with 2
filled.
goals. Getting interest rates down, 10 years lower, mortgage spreads are compressed, and getting energy prices lower, and energy prices are substantially lower.
Why should people not worry about stagflation? I know energy prices are lower, but there's a little bit of concern. We saw it in prices paid, services numbers today, with the tariffs coming on, that we will see flare-up of inflation at a slower growth moment.
Well, if I look at the Fed's favorite measure of forward inflation, 1 year forward, the 5 year, both of those are down on the year. So the inflation the market isn't pricing in inflation. And then there's nothing, I haven't seen anything, there's survey data that talks about a slowdown, but the hard data continues to be resilient.
Yep, saw it in jobs, saw it in services. Secretary Bessent, thank you for your time today.
Good to see you.
In the familiar place for you here at the Milken Conference. That is the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, Carl, on why he's talking up the growth prospects for second half and in the coming years.
Yep, looking for market reaction to that. S&P still a little bit south of the flat line. Dow has gone positive, up about 68 points as we await Palantir and forward earnings after the bell. Let's get to the judge.
Should we short again?
Okay, Carl, thank you very much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour, streaking stocks. The S&P going for 10 up days in a row. Obviously have a little bit of work to do today to extend that run. We'll ask our experts how to play the markets from here. And we'll also be joined in just a little bit from Altimeter's Brad Gerstner from Milken in Beverly Hills. And we look forward to that. Joining me for the hour, Joe Terranova, Jim Lebenthal, Anastasia Amoroso, Brian Belsky. We'll show you what we're doing in the markets here. Dow's green. As I said, we do have some red on the board. S&P's down by 1/3 of 1%. NASDAQ's about a half. We might as well start with what the Treasury Secretary had to say. Obviously, we were watching the markets closely there, Joe, when Scott Bessent was talking to Sarah. We're very close to some deals, he said, related to trade, maybe some as early as this week. On China, I think we can see substantial progress in the coming weeks. We'll see. Didn't really want to talk about the market, as he made perfectly clear, but trying to remain as optimistic as certainly he can about where growth prospects are. Doesn't sound in any way that he thinks we're going to have a recession. What's your take on the rally that we've had in a row, and then in the context of what Secretary Bessent just told Sarah?
I think his words are always pro-market. I think his words always give investors comfort. And I think his emphasis on where are yields, where is the price of oil, really underscores what the clear intention has been on this three-prong approach to fiscal policy. I understand the sequencing was difficult for markets to digest. That was a very aggressive tariff policy. But markets have clearly recovered. And when you ask the question, what do you think about as it relates to markets as we move forward? What's interesting to me is always trying to discover what the personality of the market looks like. And I think what's very clear in 2025 is that the opportunities that we are seeing are no longer just isolated to software, semiconductors, artificial intelligence, halo names. We're actually seeing areas of the market like financials, like industrials, that
Order
are providing
submitted.
strong earnings growth and therefore strong price
Order
appreciation.
filled.
Order filled.
One thing I can emphasize to
Order
the viewers,
submitted.
it's not figuring out exactly where the market is going, not trying to figure out are we going up and down, but rather ultimately where you want to be. And in 2025, the one element of investing that we have restored is being able to diversify once again, because you actually get paid to own financials, industrials, and healthcare.
We moved up a little bit, just a little bit,
Order
on
filled.
perhaps what the Treasury Secretary had to say to our Sarah Eisen there. Again, optimistic that we could get some kind of trade deals as early as this week. As I was saying a little bit earlier, I think we can see substantial progress in the coming weeks. Brian Belsky, Joe makes the point, he said the markets, they've recovered. Yes, they have, but I still don't feel as though the great majority thinks we're out of the woods, because there are a lot of issues to still be decided. As
Order
Apollo's
submitted.
Mark Rowan told David Faber earlier this morning, the uncertainty has, in his words, ground things to a halt.
I don't know what's been ground to the halt. Stocks
Order
have been pretty
filled.
positive for the last
Order-
couple of
order
weeks.
filled.
And I think Joe's most apropos comment, quite frankly, was about stop trying to pick the
shorting's
market
pretty
and
good.
start looking and appreciating the diversification in the broad
Order
participation that we've
submitted.
seen. As you know, we've been long-term bulls. We've been long-term bulls in financials. And there's other areas of the market, as Joe said, in terms of where we're seeing some earnings growth, some healthcare, but mostly industrial and even some consumer. And
Order
by the way,
filled.
big cap tech and communication services are doing quite well too. So
Order
I do
submitted.
believe that the
Short again
longer-term
at
trend of
113.
normalization is upon us. I do believe that means that you're going to want to own some large, some small, some value, some growth, and be much more evenly distributed with respect to your equity investments. But I do believe that the recovery is real. This is not a dead cat bounce, and I think stocks are going to be higher as we continue to go forward.
Anastasia, what about you? Do you think we're far from out of the woods? Brian Belsky, I mean, he's kind of always bullish, so hearing him say that he's bullish today doesn't really shock me. What about you?
I do also think, Scott, that the recent positive momentum can actually continue. And, first of all, on this point that so much demand has been pulled forward, and this is why we have the strong economic data while activity is likely to grind to the halt. That's what people think, but what the market really care about is two things. What is happening with trade deals
Order
and what is
filled.
happening
Order
with
filled.
tax policy. And as we just heard from
Order
Secretary
submitted.
Bessent, it seems like both are progressing quite nicely. So on the trade deal front first of all, I do think we have seen peak tariffs, and it seems like the administration is really committed to getting some of
Order
these deals
filled.
done before the July 2nd or so deadline. So that means that even if we go through this quarter, the second quarter of uncertainty, and the short-term pain is going to be mitigated by the fact that when July comes upon us, we will likely have a deal in place. So I think that's quite favorable. The second thing that's
3
quite
minutes is not
favorable
short
is that
anymore.
this is still sort of behind the scenes,
Yeah,
but
short is
Congress
bad.
is working on tax policy. And
Gotta
one
get
thing
out.
Secretary Bessent was emphasizing that they want the United States
And it's curving up
to
again,
continue
so
to be
Order
a great
canceled.
place to invest. And that means not only
Order
personal tax
submitted.
rates, which will be
boy.
continue to be extended, but also on the business side, maybe there will be some accelerated depreciation.
Oh, you can't
maybe
hear me
there will
on
be interest
YouTube?
deductions. Maybe there will be R&D expensing. So if you make this an attractive place to invest, the capital will continue to come here. So overall, Scott, I would say the administration's approach has been short-term pain, which seems to be focused in the second quarter for long-term gain.
Stop
And I think we're
backholding.
starting to sense some of that optimism about the long-term gain. So I do think the market momentum here can continue. And by the way, the technicals are also much more supportive of it coming into May.
Jim, maybe Belsky's bullishness is well-founded if you look at the
Yeah,
three-pronged
turn the
approach
mic up
that
now.
the Secretary believes that
There
the
we go.
administration
Keep going.
is taking.
Just wanna
Tariffs
get
are
out.
but one. Taxes and deregulation are the other two. The other two outweighing the one. And especially if you think we're going to get some trade deals, which we are eventually, obviously, we can dissect them at the time. But the tariffs to this level today are not going to be at this level figuratively tomorrow, right? So what about that?
Well, I like running with Brian on this, and I think when you get to the end of the year, if all the things you just laid out, Scott, come true, we're going to be nicely higher in the markets than we are now. I do have to respect, just as a market participant, that we've been up 9 days in a row on the S&P 500, first time in 20 years. Scott, if we get a 10th day today, that's the first time in 30 years. I don't know if it's ever happened 11 days in a row. Somebody will probably tweet it in. The point I'm driving at with that is a lot of good news is priced in. A lot of what you just said. You know, deregulation, and Anastasia said it as well. Deregulation, lower taxes, and some trade deals. Okay, that's good.
Later.
A lot of that's priced in, and as a market participant, I'm looking at the last 2 weeks of gains and saying, all right, I'm going to trim a few winners here and not put that money immediately back to work. I'm not making a huge market bet here.
Order filled.
I'm taking a little bit of money out of the market so that if there's some dislocations on who knows
Order
what.
filled.
You know, yesterday we had President Trump talking about 100% tariffs on movies filmed overseas, and that knocked Netflix down, albeit it's recovered. My point being is that there is going to be volatility going forward. A lot of good news is priced in. It's probably going to come true, but there will be volatility and buying opportunities. I want to have the dry powder ready.
How is that priced in?
On
How
TPT?
are taxes and deregulation possibly priced in?
Okay.
We haven't even recovered
Cash out
all
tonight.
the losses from the trade
Yes, we
upset.
have. On the S&P 500, yes,
I mean,
we have.
we're still
we'll come
down.
back
Let's just say we're still down
towards
year to date. We're still down year to date. All right, let's just say that. How are
And go to
taxes
the
and
gym,
deregulation
fatty.
priced in?
Well, because first off, okay, good question. You know,
Kudos.
first off,
It's the question, according to your answer.
He always asks good questions.
I know. Anybody read the Beige Book last week? I mean, those anecdotes
stayed up
from
all night.
manufacturers. Okay, that's good reading.
Seriously.
Those anecdotes from manufacturers were pretty dire. And they were talking about things like they're not getting orders because of the higher prices they're pushing through, the higher prices of raw materials. They're thinking about laying people off. They're not making profits. Okay, so there is some bad news out there that this market is looking past and pricing in my opinion. They don't write this in the lead of the Wall Street Journal. It's being looked past by virtue of deregulation and lower taxes. And I'll also point this out. Deregulation and lower taxes are not a fait accompli. There is a lot of dissension, particularly on taxes, in the Republican caucus that needs to be worked out. So when we're up 14% on the S&P 500 from the low, I would say there's quite a bit priced in that's good.
Yeah, I think to play the other side here, and I think to Scott's comment before about things grinding to a halt, I have had conversations in the last several days with several people, one of which is a very big real estate developer here in New York, who has said, we are just seeing frozen commerce.
Everybody knows that business activity has slowed dramatically. CEO decision-making has slowed dramatically. The uncertainty has done that. We're not talking about the stock market activity, but Mark Rowan sees and talks to a lot of business owners in a lot of areas of not only this country, but around the world, and talks to leaders as such. So he echoes what almost every other person has said. I don't know, we can get back to Belsky for a second, like trying to throw cold water on that notion, but you give me your answer, please.
No, I just think that the stock market sometimes is not the economy, and sometimes the economy is not the stock market. And I really do believe the economy continues to cool. I think the effective damage from the aggressive tariffs is already built into the economy. I'm not sure exactly how you give people comfort to go out and say, okay, we're going to begin to accelerate spending once again, either for consumers or for corporations. So to me, that leads to an environment where at some point the Federal Reserve has to do something. Maybe they end QT. I look at the bond market. Okay, we talk about being up 8 or 9 consecutive days. The bond market has allowed that. Remember that. If the bond market, if the 10-year starts going back towards 4.50, we're not sitting here talking about the equity market going higher. The bond market is running the show, and equities will roll over if, in fact, that happens.
Bond yields have started to move higher towards the end of the week. Now, a better than expected employment report would obviously do the trick on that. Belsky, I'll give you the last word on this, because your portfolio moves very much represent your perspective and your point of view. You are leaning in a little bit more to the consumer. You bought Deckers, you bought American Eagle, you bought more Target, you bought more AMD in terms of tech. So you are putting your money where your mouth is, so to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, well, my good friend Stephanie Link's been trying to get me to buy DEC for a long time, and the stock's down 40+% this year, but operating income remains quite strong. And on American Eagle, We've got some great brands there, but this is another area that has been absolutely hammered. We like to be value investors when everyone else is saying the opposite. and so at the end of the day, a lot of our work is centered around estimate revisions, Scott. And estimate revisions for the out year, meaning FY2 for 2026, have been hammered for the S&P 500, but even worse so for consumer discretionary. And going way back over the last 20 years or so, we've always bought the consumer when everybody hates it. So I don't doubt that things have slowed down. I get that. But from a longer-term perspective, these names have been absolutely beaten up. And given my prior comments that I think we want to own, quite frankly, some value and some growth, we need to be opportunistic in some of these areas that have been beaten up.
All right. Let's bring in our halftime headliner now. He is Brad Gerstner. He's the founder and CEO of Altimeter Capital. He's live with us for our annual conversation at the Milken Conference out in Beverly Hills. It's always great to have you, especially now. Welcome back.
Hey, it's good to be here, Scott. Thanks for having me.
Yep, the last time you were on with us, which wasn't all that long ago, of course, you were critical of the way that the tariffs were implemented. You called it an own goal. You did say at that time you were buying the weakness in the market, adding to your NVIDIA position, which is your largest. I think people know that. Now we've rallied a long way back. So how do you feel about these markets today?
Well, if you recall, Scott, I set it up. I said there's a debate within the administration between what I characterized as the free and fair trade Trump versus the nuclear Navarro approach. So were we going to land the plane closer to 10% tariffs across the board, about $300 to $400 billion of tariff revenue, or were we trying to go back to a time of McKinley where we replaced the Internal Revenue Service? I think the market realized, and that's why we were leaning into the market, that Trump at his core is a free and fair trader, wants to cut deals, and so the market's up 10, 15% off of its lows over the last 10 trading days because it's beginning to discount that future. Now, we have a long way to go. We haven't announced any deals. We haven't, set the framework for China. I think that's what's next up. We'll see the president on a trip to the Middle East, I think, in a week or so. I expect we'll hear some deals there as well.
Let me ask you this. The secretary in his conversation with Sarah, which I know you were watching from, adjacent to where they were sitting, he said the U.S., I'm quoting him, the U.S. is the best place to invest, and we're trying to accelerate that. There's been some questions, frankly, over the last 2 weeks to a month as to whether the U.S. was, in fact, still the best place to invest. You saw some suggestions of capital flight out of the U.S. I'm wondering whether you agree with his comment, where others would also suggest that there's been, quote, brand damage. It was a Mark Rowan comment this morning with David. It was a Ken Griffin comment of late as well. How about that?
Well, listen, I think whether you love him or hate him, this president anchors his negotiations in a very aggressive place. And I think there are a bunch of people who are beginning to question whether, in fact, he was a free and fair trader, given that we went to 140% tariffs on China. But listen to the president's words over the course of the last couple of weeks. I think all of these folks, they're out here at Milken. I've talked to all of them over the last 2 days. I think we all share this belief that he's going to land the plane. The art of negotiation, you anchor deep, and then you come back from that. But now we have to prove it. We have to prove we can get deals done, not only with China, but the rest of the world. And so, listen, the market's down 4% on the S&P for the year. It's down 7.5% for the NASDAQ on the year. That seems to me to be a pretty fair place to be, given the remaining uncertainty that we have to reconcile over the course of the next few weeks. But remember, tariffs is just part of the story. We have a bunch of pro-growth administrative policies around deregulation, tax extensions, and incremental tax cuts I think that people are looking forward to in the month of June that could really set the next leg of growth for the economy.
I'll go with your analogy. Are we going to land the plane with both engines intact, or are we going to land the plane with some damage that we then have to rebuild?
Well, I would tell you a couple weeks ago, the market was pricing it like it was going to be that Delta Airlines flight that came in upside down on fire a few days ago. But, listen, I think all joking aside, The president has always been an aggressive negotiator. The country knew what it was getting when they voted for him. We'll see whether or not that's an effective strategy. It certainly has caused consternation among some of our allies in Europe and others, but I think the UK will be in front of the line. I think South Korea, Japan, India are lining up for these frameworks. I don't suspect that they're going to be that unusual. I think they're going to generally be a 10% tariff. With exemptions. We're doing targeted things to rebuild important national industries like chip fabs in Arizona, steel, aluminum, etc. If that's where it all settles out, I think we will look back at this in 6 months and recognize that this was a huge buying opportunity. But listen, it is a higher risk, higher reward strategy than the last two administrations that came before him.
No, I don't think they knew they were going to get a hugely negative market event. I think that was shocking to most people, probably including you.
Oh, no, if you remember, Scott, I came on and, I talked about it on my podcast, BG2, on February 4th. I came on in January and February. I told you we had taken our risk way down because it was very clear to me that the president was going to embark upon a restructuring of the global economic and trading order, and the market wasn't pricing it in. So I don't think it was that surprising to folks, but Liberation Day clearly set the message that we're going to go hard. I think that event was surprising to the market generally, but now you've seen this walk back up. 10 trading days in a row, the S&P 500 is up. So listen, if you would have told the administration that they could restructure global economic trade, that they could restructure regulation, et cetera, and only have the market down 4% from an all-time high, I think they would have hit the bid. So we'll see, but I don't think the president wants a recession heading into the midterms. I fully expect we're going to see over the next 8 weeks. Like, here's the flight plan. First, we're going to get some of these announcements on other countries, then in the Middle East. Then we're going to probably see a walking back and a reconciliation, at least partially, with China. And then in the month of June, we're going to negotiate the reconciliation bill, which is going to include no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, and an expensing of business investment. If you do those things, that's a $500 billion annual stimulus into the economy. That's what the market is beginning to price in. If this president is as pro-growth as the policies that he ran on, I think there's still upside to the market in the back half of the year. But, listen, we're going to have some chop along the way because there are a lot of balls in the air.
Your optimism is represented in the way that you've been playing the market. You've added to your core positions, seems to me, all of them: NVIDIA, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta, Coupang, Instacart, Snowflake, Broadcom, Taiwan Semi, and Robinhood. What does your full exposure look like if it was taken down and then it started to go back up by the last time we spoke? Where is it today?
Right, Scott. You remember, I think, over the last few years, we've talked a lot to the investors at home. At certain times, there are these macro events that mean you have to reduce or increase your units of risk. So think of it as a volume knob. And in 23 and 24, I had 9 units of risk on. So our volume was turned way up. At the start of this year, we turned that down to 1 unit of risk, 1 out of 10. And today we're back up to about 6 or 7 on that volume knob. And those are, these macro overlays, tariffs, changes in regulation and taxes. The underlying stocks, our favorite stocks like NVIDIA, those don't change all that often, but the amount of risk that we have on at any one moment in time has to change. And unfortunately, 2025 has demanded that you're very agile because there have been a lot of changes in these first 4 months. I expect that will begin to settle down. We'll get more predictability. We'll get back out there and rebuild brand America, with some of our allies. I think that begins over the course of the next few weeks.
You obviously have high exposures. I just read off the names of your core positions all over the mega cap arena. We're not going to get NVIDIA for a while, so we really don't need to go there so specifically, other than for me to ask you, what do you think we learned last week from the mega caps and the hyperscalers that you can glean from them into what we might get down the road from NVIDIA?
Well, first, Scott, 75% of S&P 500 companies have reported. And that 80% of those companies have beat their earnings expectations, right? Nobody expected that coming into the quarter. Secondly, all the mega caps, Microsoft, Meta, et cetera, all reconfirmed their CapEx guides. Again, nobody expected that. They're spending and making incredible investments over the course of the next 3 years because they know that AI is the single biggest super cycle we've ever seen in technology, right? Take this stat. Satya Nadella told us last week, just last month alone, they processed 50 trillion tokens. That's 3.5 million years of AI conversation. There's an extraordinary amount of pent-up demand, both by consumers and every enterprise on the planet, and increasingly every sovereign in this room for AI. The president and these companies want the world to run on American compute, American models, and American applications. And we're just getting started. We're in the first inning. This is 2000 to 2003 internet time here. And what we heard over the last few weeks is all of the biggest companies in America continue to double down on their investments in AI, and they're seeing the paybacks.
Did you reduce your position in Tesla or sell it entirely?
Our position is reduced in Tesla as we pull back our position in all the names in our book because of some of this, macro risk that we've been seeing. And, like I said, Dara Khosrowshahi's done an unbelievable job at Uber. They have earnings coming up, I believe, this week. Tesla's done an unbelievable job navigating a very tricky global backdrop, right? Imagine they're in the center of the bullseye of these tariffs. They're in the center of the bullseye of the negotiation with China. They're in the center of the bullseye on, U.S. auto tariffs that the president announced early on. So it's tricky, but we believe in full self-driving. We think they probably have the best full self-driving technology in the world. And it's clear, you look around Los Angeles on any street corner, you're now likely to see 2 or 3 cars with no driver in the front seat. One of the biggest transitions of the next 5 to 10 years will be the multi-trillion-dollar transition to autonomous driving.
You didn't mention brand damage caused by Musk, which some have suggested is going to take a long time to fix, if it can even be fixed. Sales, if you look around the globe, are obviously down significantly, I think even to a degree that have surprised a lot of people. Did that factor into any reason why you reduced the position?
No, listen, Elon has always been controversial. I think the work he's done in D.C. in reducing, with DOGE, reducing government bureaucracy by $50 to $100 billion a year, we'll look back on that as a great gift, a great kickstart to some of the changes that needed to get made. But frankly, he said he's going back to his companies full-time at Tesla, full-time at SpaceX. Listen, the Chinese want to own global autonomous driving, and they're running the table around the world. So it's very important. If the U.S. wants to compete in global autonomous driving, we need him at the helm of Tesla. And he's told us that's where he's going. So I think they're going to do just fine. But we are at this moment of, I've described it as the fog of war. And when it comes to Tesla, to self-driving, to, the Chinese auto industry, I think there's still a lot of uncertainty in the world.
You think, though, that the sales issues that we've seen, especially overseas, can rebound when you say you think he's going to be fine?
I think it has a lot more, Scott, to do with the competition with China and places like Europe. Do not underestimate Huawei. Do not underestimate, when it comes to chips, do not underestimate Huawei when it comes to self-driving and autonomy or any of the other major Chinese companies. They are very competitive, and they're determined no longer to be just Chinese players, but global players. South America, Europe, Middle East, Africa. If we want the U.S., compute and U.S. technologies to be predominant around the world, the way we did in technology, or the way we did in the internet, then we got to go full speed ahead. We got to stop worrying about how everybody else is running the race and how we keep our technology from them. And we need to diffuse American technology as aggressive as possible around the world.
All right, let's take a quick break. You stay with us, sit tight, we'll do that, and we'll come back. I want to get your reflections on Warren Buffett. Obviously, you spend a lot of time out in Omaha. We'll talk Invest America, too, which could be getting closer to the goal line, and other stocks that we want to run by Brad Gerstner as well. We're back in 2.
David takes Prevagen for his brain, and this is his story. Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good for me. Makes my day.
Prevagen, for your brain.
And when I got there, they have the sushi like
This is Clem.
like sushi, classy. So I'm like,
Clem's not a morning person,
I'm tasting it.
or a night person, or a people person. But he is, and I can solve this in 4 different ways person. And that person is impossible to replace. You need Clem. Clem needs benefits. Work with Principal so we can help you help Clem with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for him.
Sure, but I'm confident, you know.
Let our expertise round out yours.
Introducing CNBC Plus, a new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. On-the-go access to international financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell-to-bell global live stream, CNBC Plus real-time data, and full episodes of CNBC's Business Day lineup on demand. When global business is booming, you need booming Wi-Fi from Xfinity, so you never miss a market moment streaming on CNBC Plus.
You can't just sell at one place at once anymore. You gotta sell in all places. Cha-ching indeed. Businesses that want to win with Shopify.
We put our heart into everything we do. We are farmers, bakers, florists, and makers who grow and create with a passion. Made with love at every step of the way. Because at the end of the day, we know you're sending more than a gift. 1-800-Flowers, share with love.
Welcome to the show, the one with unimaginable power and endless entertainment. You can't help but be awed by it all. Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday, all season on ESPN.
Back with our headliner today, Altimeter's Brad Gerstner, live from Beverly Hills at Milken. Joe has a question for you, Brad.
Brad, good to see you. I know in the past you've owned other sectors in the market besides communication services, besides technology. We're talking a lot about those types of names today. Just give us some insight if you think there's opportunity, whether it's healthcare, industrials, financials. We've got stocks like Spotify, Netflix, Palantir, all racing towards all-time highs. How are you thinking about all that?
Yeah, good to see you, Joe. For sure. Listen, the internet sector, you mentioned a few, Spotify, Netflix, et cetera. Some of the names we have owned there have had great runs this year, up 20, 30, 40%. I think they've been safe havens, a little bit tariff trade, stocks that people wanted to get into. I think some of these other names in the U.S. economy also safe havens. So I think you have to be a little bit careful because as money begins to trade out of those safe havens, as we get some trade deals announced, the companies that have underperformed due to the tariffs, I think will start to outperform. But generally, the S&P is only down 4% this year. People still expect double-digit S&P growth. I would say there's still a lot of disruption coming to the economy. There's going to be a lot of alpha. This is a stock picker's market. This is not a market just to own the index and go to sleep. There are going to be some companies that are helped by the tariffs, some companies that are hurt, some companies that are accelerated by AI, some companies that are hurt. So active managers get paid right now to do their job. Find those companies that are going to benefit and avoid the companies that are going to get hurt.
Since you talked about a stock picker's market, I wanted to ask you about the greatest stock picker who's ever lived. His name's Warren Buffett. And of course, this weekend, everybody is reflecting now on his announcement that he will no longer be CEO at the end of this year. I know you've been to Omaha, and I know you know some of the people out there. I'd love to just hear from you on what you think his legacy that he leaves behind for people like you and others who are trying to invest in this market.
Yeah, it's when I saw those words from Buffett on Saturday, I was both happy for him to go out on top. 20% compounded returns for 60 years. We'll never see a GOAT like Warren Buffett. He was one of a kind. But most importantly, what you can't put on a spreadsheet is that Warren unlocked the potential in folks like me. I grew up in rural, small-town Indiana, and I saw somebody in Omaha who sounded like people around me, who looked like people around me. He inspired me to start tracking stocks when I was in high school. You know, it really inspired a generation, inspired many generations, a nation to invest, to understand the power of long-term compounding, to understand the power of investing in the upside of the American economy. He was a personal hero of mine. I was lucky to get to know the organization later in life. I came on, I think, your show just after Charlie died. And I said the two of them, you know, they've always spoken truth. They've always spoken wisdom. Just this weekend, he said, free and fair trade, right, has been the most powerful engine for prosperity on a global basis and this country for the last 50 years. It's still the greatest country on the planet. He believes that deeply in his core. So I wish him the best. He's not going anywhere. He'll continue to weigh in on the important issues of the day at Berkshire Hathaway. But salute to Warren. It really is an incredible career. But it wasn't just about investing. He moved the country forward. He gave the country reason to believe. And in our most trying times, in the times where the country was beginning to lose faith, I remember the fall of 2008. He settled the market at critical moments in time. And so this nation owes an incredible debt of gratitude to Warren Buffett. And I was happy to see him go out on top like he did on Saturday.
He leaves an oversized legacy. It's really hard to quantify it obviously. But in a way, you're thinking about your legacy too, and the future investors and people in this country through your Invest America program that you've talked to us on numerous occasions, and I know you're dealing with that out there to some degree. The idea, of course, for those who may not remember, is giving every child born in this country an investment account, $1,000 funded by the government. That's the key, funded by the government, because that means you need help to get this done. Where are you in terms of getting that help you need as we are talking about a reconciliation bill and the Republicans trying to get their budget and their spending bill through Congress? Are you close? What can you tell us?
Well, I'll tell you, we're making incredible progress, and I think we are going to get it in the reconciliation bill. But, you know, tying this back to Warren Buffett, nobody understands the power of compounding better than Warren Buffett. And now is the time. We have 70% of Americans who feel that they're left behind. They don't have accounts that compound. We need to get them into the game. So it's $1,000 at birth, seeded by the federal government, but private accounts. 3.7 million kids born a year, they each get a private account. Think of it as a 401k from birth. And we have companies like Uber and Dell and many, many others, Oracle, NVIDIA, et cetera, who all say they'll contribute to the accounts of the kids of their employees. We have philanthropists, major philanthropists, who are donating billions of dollars to this if we set it up. We have states like the state of Connecticut or Ohio who will add to these accounts. And of course, parents will add to these accounts. So by the time you're 18 years old, you will have an account in the S&P 500 that's worth upwards of $50,000 to $60,000. It changes the game by getting everybody. This is the president's Main Street agenda. The White House is very much aligned with this. The Senate is very much aligned. You know, it's led in the Senate by Senator Ted Cruz and Haggerty and Booker and Warner and others. A big bipartisan group. But Ted Cruz is helping to get this scored, helping to get it in the reconciliation bill. We got a lot of support in the House. Again, bipartisan support led by the Speaker of the House. So I fully expect that we're going to get this into reconciliation. Imagine this. If the president signs this into law as part of reconciliation on July 4th of this year, that means on our 250th anniversary, July 4th, 2026, we can have 40 million children, 40 million families. They can open up their phone and see their child owns a little slice of Apple, of Berkshire Hathaway, of Microsoft, et cetera. I think that's how we really make this a Main Street economy. We know this is the most powerful economy in the world. It's high time that we get everybody into the game, but not on the back of a bigger government agency or a big government account. on the back of individual accounts. Make everybody an owner in the upside of America. Warren Buffett would give that his stamp of approval.
All right, you keep us up to date on how that progresses. Your CEO council just littered with the biggest names in business. Barton and Benioff and Safra Katz and Michael Dell and Jensen Huang and Bill McDermott and Dara and Laureen Powell Jobs, and I left many off because there are just too many to name, but that speaks to the kind of corporate support that you have gotten. Let us know, and we'll see you again soon. Brad, thanks.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me.
Brad Gerstner out at Milken for our annual out there. Contessa Brewer has the headlines now. Hi, Contessa.
Hey there, Scott. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said a new offensive in Gaza will be an intensive military operation to defeat Hamas. In a video posted on social media, Netanyahu did not share details of how much territory would be seized in the enclave, but said the population would be moved for its own protection. Officials earlier said Israel could seize all of Gaza in an expanded operation. President Trump said Sunday he will direct the Bureau of Prisons to reopen Alcatraz prison to house the nation's most ruthless and violent offenders. He said he wants it to be rebuilt and expanded. In his post, the president referred to, quote, radicalized judges, his words, who have, he said, they want to have trials for every person in the country illegally. The notorious facility was closed more than 60 years ago because it was too expensive to operate. Now, of course, it's a national park. A record-breaking 21.8 million viewers tuned in to see Sovereignty take home the $3.1 million prize at the Kentucky Derby Saturday. The race aired, of course, by our sister network, NBC. Streaming platform Peacock also brought in the highest traffic of all partnered streamers. This year, Scott, there was a lot of mud. Attendance was lower than last year, but the betting 11% higher. That's pretty significant growth.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it was sloppy. For certain, but it was exciting.
It sure
nonetheless.
was.
Contessa, thanks. Contessa Brewer. Coming up, we have fresh trades in the energy space. Oil hitting its lows for the year today. I'll tell you what they are next.
Comcast Business doesn't just power businesses. We help turn them into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
It's a smart move to get a second opinion. You do it when you're looking for a contractor. You definitely do it with medical advice. So why not with your stock market investments? We can help you see opportunities you may be missing. At Henyon & Walsh, it only takes a second to schedule your free second opinion. So what's there to lose? Speak to Henyon & Walsh, the second opinion people.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yes.
At U.S. Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and the celebrations, but for all the hard work it took to get there. We are in for all of it. It's tough for sure, but less tough when you have the right people by your side, like Kayla from Kansas City and thousands of other bankers around the country. Because together we're proving there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
June 5th, CNBC's Fast Money Live returns. Join Melissa Lee and the team of traders live and on air at the NASDAQ market site in New York City. Get your tickets now at cnbcevents.com/fastmoney.
Let's talk about some other moves that we didn't get to yet, because Joe has done the rebalance, as you know, and we talked about the mega cap moves that he's made, but there are others that are interesting. I know you'll find them as such. Chipotle, you sold it.
Have to. Momentum. Focusing on momentum, you've had a slowdown in revenue growth. That's what the rules-based strategy does. It looks at momentum, it looks at quality. If it deteriorates, moves to the sidelines.
I feel like you've owned this name in one form or fashion forever.
Yes.
Even before you ran the ETF, where you had to be rules-based, this wasn't any rule other than I like Chipotle and I'm going to own it.
Absolutely. 10 years ago, we used to talk about it on the show. It was one of my favorite quick-serve restaurants. I've owned it personally, and you have to separate the human emotion. That's why I just think rules-based strategies are important in this environment. You separate the emotional element that says, you know what, this company's going to make a quick recovery. But the reality is that's not what's happening in front of us.
You sold Delta. Tell me about that one.
We sold out a Delta, Jimmy. I think we both saw that one coming. The airlines have always been just a trade. And when you are rebalancing on a quarterly time frame, you're basically going to go into a name like Delta and hope that you capture something that's a much larger trend. But in fact, that has not been the case with the airline names, any of the airline names that we've owned.
You're extraordinary in your ETF. You really are. The problem with Delta for you is the quarterly timing. It just is. Because, I mean, if you look at this over the last 5 years, this will surprise you. The total annualized return, 15.5%, right in line with the market. But it has these ridiculous ups and downs that are kind of on a quarterly basis. So, you know, if it comes up on your screen again, let's talk if you're up for it. But actually, the operations are doing just fine because traffic's still holding up good, pricing is good, and now you got fuel coming down.
All right. We take a break. We come back. The explosion of new crypto ETF offerings. Bob Pisani's got that. He'll tell us what's driving the boom in ETF Edge, and that is next.
Grab the suitcases and your nearest loved ones. It's the Expedia Family Getaway Sale. Members save 25% or more on select hotels. Expedia, made to travel.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether. Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right. Is she leaving? Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Memory and thinking issues keep piling up? It may seem like normal aging, but could be due to a buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. The sooner you talk to your doctor, the more options you may have. Learn more at amyloid.com.
It's about political points.
Deserve better fiscal.
It's terrible. Politics seeps into everything.
What do you mean? Talk about climate change or the economy or, of course, elections.
You can't find out what we should really expect to happen.
But of course you can.
Go to IBKR's Forecast Trader. Put your money where your mouth is.
Breaking earnings after the bell. Ford, Palantir, Mattel, Clorox. Instant analysis. How tariffs are impacting their guidance. John Ford, Morgan Brennan. Closing bell overtime. Today 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
So many in this business try to scare you. We try to give you the confidence to do it yourself.
I feel like I'm always on top of things because I know Jim has my back.
You can feel confident through the highs and the lows.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to CNBC.com/join-Jim.
Order filled. Order submitted.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
From Rose Bowl festivities
Order
to
submitted.
Major League ballparks, ESPN Experiences takes you behind the scenes and inside the action. Next stop, the Travelers Championship. Your all-access pass
Order
starts
filled.
here.
Order filled.
Order filled.
We're back on halftime. I'm Bob Pisani with your ETF.
Order
Edge.
submitted.
The crypto ETF world is exploding. Forget spot Bitcoin ETFs. There's now ETF buffer funds that limit losses while allowing most of the gain. There's yield funds that offer 10 to 50% income. There's option funds. There's leverage and inverse funds and more. Here to make sense of it all, Rick Edelman. He's the founder of the Digital Asset Council of Financial Professionals and the former head of Edelman Financial Engines. We have, it didn't take long to go from spot Bitcoin to buffered Bitcoins. They offer downside protection, and it gets more complicated from there. Make sense of all this exploding ETF crypto universe.
Well, it all started, Bob, as you said, with the introduction of the spot Bitcoin ETFs 14 months ago, raising $100 billion in a year. That created massive liquidity in the marketplace, so option strategies naturally followed. Exactly the same as the stock market. So today, you can engage in virtually any kind of a strategy you want, including limiting your downside. That's a huge thing because everybody hates the volatility of Bitcoin. But now you can guarantee you won't lose more than 10%, yet still get 50% of the upside. So this is a huge opportunity to capture the potential profits while protecting yourself against losses.
Another thing I'm just seeing, long and short Bitcoin ETF, they're exploding, but the fees are high, 1.8%. You have a daily reset. All of this erodes the returns over time, but yet they're hugely popular. People want to bet long and short Bitcoin.
And this is exactly the same thing we see in the stock market. And just as in the stock market, it doesn't make any sense. Making a bet on what Bitcoin will do in the next trading session, that's insane. That's not investing. That's a lottery ticket.
And now we have more. We have leveraged and inverse Ether ETFs coming and more down the road.
The ETF industry is really good at manufacturing ETFs. And if they can create a product that they can get you to buy, they win, even though you may not. So this is an opportunity for terrific opportunities in the expansion of your crypto holdings. You just have to have your head about you.
All right, we're going to have a lot more coming up with Rick Edelman on ETF Edge, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, in addition to these new developments, we're going to talk about a lot more of these crypto ETFs that are out there. We're going to talk about new ETFs that offer elegant solutions to one of the big issues for investors, and that's how to capture a steady stream of income. Some great new ETFs out on this. That's etfedge.cnbc.com. Scott, back to you.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Bob Pisani. We have more committee moves just after this break.
ETF Edge is sponsored by Invesco QQQ, Invesco Distributors, Inc.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Sir, it seems that the gladiators get a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
My UTIs were a recurring nightmare.
For the both of us.
Then we found support with Eucora.
Eucora has UTI relief products and science-backed supplements that offer a proactive approach to urinary health.
I finally feel free.
Try today at eucora.com.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI,
Order
quantum
filled.
computing, electric vehicles, cryptocurrencies, or robotics. A little-known technology is projected to become roughly 10 times bigger than all of these technologies combined.
Order
The
filled.
World Economic Forum says that it's arguably the most exciting human discovery since fire. And billionaire entrepreneur Vinod Khosla says you can make 1,000 times your money by investing in this phenomenon. But if you want to claim a stake in this revolution, you have to act fast. We're about to cross
Order
what
canceled.
Vinod calls an
Order
impending
filled.
tipping point. So, do you want to know how to get started with this technology?
Order submitted.
Go to the website on the screen,
Order
and I'll
canceled.
show you how. Hi, my name
Order
is Whitney
filled.
Tilson. I'm a former hedge fund manager. I've been featured in virtually every single major financial publication and TV show. How did I accomplish all this? I'll tell you this. I don't come from money. In fact, my parents were teachers who met in the Peace Corps. The secret to my success is that I have a knack for finding explosive investments in massively disruptive technologies. I bought Amazon in 1999. I bought Apple in 2000. And I bought Netflix in 2012. Investments like that help me grow my hedge fund from $1 million to $200 million and nearly triple my clients' money. The technology that just landed on my radar might be the most disruptive and lucrative one I've ever seen. One market insider predicted that it could be even more important than the Industrial Revolution. And I want to give you, free of charge, the name and ticker symbol of the company at the center of this disruption. You don't have to give me your email address, your credit card, or anything like that. Just go to the website on the screen now.
Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Filled.
Order submitted.
All right, we're back. I want to talk crude oil. It's a very big story today. It's down more than 2%, $57 on OPEC plus production increases, just as Bank of America's Savita Subramanian upgrades the sector to overweight. You sold ExxonMobil in your rebalance.
Order submitted.
Jim, you own it. Belsky, you own it. You own Chevron. Brian, let me get your take on this space here and what you think of getting rid of Exxon here.
I think it's a really tough call to be overweight energy, Scott, especially given the fact that mathematically and historically, when the WTI is negative on a year-over-year basis, the sector dramatically underperforms the overall market. So I don't think it's different this time. And I think to be bullish energy right here is a really tough call.
Order submitted.
Anastasia, what do you think?
I think broadly that's right. It's hard to be bullish on energy because it seems like more supply is definitely coming, and it's coming from OPEC because they're tired of everybody else not conforming to their quota, and it's also coming from the United States as well. So supply seemingly is surging. At the same time, if you look at demand, it's running almost 2 million barrels a day below where that supply is. So all things equal, the inventories are building. So unless we get to that 3% GDP growth that Scott Besson wants, I think the overall oil market will be challenged. But I do like the volume growth story in energy, so the MLP space, but I'll talk about that later.
Joe, you sold the OG and you sold Diamondback as well, real quick.
Yes, down to one name, that's Baker Hughes. If you look at energy, you haven't had a strong uptrend really since late 21. I'd focus on EQT, that's natural gas, on that personally. And by the way, we added Constellation Energy, CEG.
Okay, we'll do finals next.
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between predictability and probability. Those who manage risk by anticipating each movement. Flawless execution, timing, and accuracy.
Order filled.
Identify the goal, match power with precision, reach new heights.
Order submitted.
Where risk meets opportunity.
We just signed the lease on our third shop. My assistant went to CustomInc.com
Order
to get
submitted.
new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at CustomInc.com.
Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Redfin. They show me homes that are perfect for me. Not too big, not too small. It's
Order
like they know.
Order filled.
I mean, the Bears love having me here. We're like family. You want to know what sucks? But it's time for me to spread my wings and find a place of my own. Ooh, this one's just right.
Order submitted.
I know Baby Bear will miss me.
You don't want to mess with the IRS. If you owe back taxes, they can take your paycheck and seize your assets. Don't take on the IRS alone. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They specialize in putting tax debts to rest. Don't wait. Call now for your free consultation.
Order filled.
645-7793.
Order filled. Order canceled.
Optima Tax Relief.
Meet the new Ninja Swirl by Creamy. Turn almost anything into ice cream. And now,
Order submitted.
Soft Serve. Just prep, freeze, lock, spin, and swirl. Enjoy endless options of Soft Serve, Fruit Whip, frozen yogurt, and more. Scoop indulgent classics. Create mix-in masterpieces or enjoy low-calorie protein-packed treats. Unlock your imagination with the all-new Ninja Swirl by
Double check that. That's pretty good. Yee. Not crying, are you? Let's tighten that and...
Ooh. Wait, what was that?
What? No, don't worry about that. Here we go.
Asking the right question can greatly impact your future. Are you qualified to do this?
Order
What?
filled.
Order filled.
Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I'm a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's gotta be a CFP. Find your CFP professional at letsmakeaplan.org.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
Order submitted.
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man.
Could do
Order
business with you.
filled.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think. As a business owner, I've got a lot on my plate. That's why I use ZipRecruiter to hire. ZipRecruiter has this feature called Zip Intro. I chose the time, and it did all of the work of finding and scheduling the candidates for me. I just picked my top choices and talked to great people the very next day. The plan was to hire 2 people, but the candidate quality was so good, I wound up hiring 4 in a week.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100.
Apartments.com gives landlords the tools to manage your rentals with ease. It's like having a whole team of yous. Look at this.
Just approved another application. Hey, Jim, rent payment receipt. Another lease sign. Ring the bell.
Fair market rates.
A housewarming, Gad. Keep generating that lease, Jim. I'm sorry, what's in the microwave?
Don't join the team, no. Keep it work, no dancing. Apartments.com, the place to list a place.
We'll do finals. Brian Belsky, what do you got?
Rockwell Automation, ROK.
Thank you, Anastasia.
Midstream pipelines that can benefit from volumes of oil and gas.
Farmer Jim.
Lockheed Martin.
Joey.
Stryker Corp.
All right, I'll see you on the bell. Look forward to that. The exchange starts right now.
Thank you very much, Scott. Stocks are on track to break a 9-session winning streak. And did Warren Buffett just make himself Greg Abel's Charlie Munger? Welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans, and here's what's ahead. Warren Buffett is stepping down as Berkshire CEO at the end of the year. Longtime shareholder Bill Stone weighs in on that news. And what else surprised him about the announcement? Plus, Skechers soaring as the company announces it's going private. The shares were down 14% from Trump's Liberation Day to Friday's close. So is this a good private equity deal, or Skechers hoping to spare itself shareholder scrutiny before the full impact of tariffs are being felt, or a little bit of both? We'll dive into it. And we're keeping an eye on the media stocks this hour. Under pressure, even Netflix, although off the lows on news that Trump will make foreign-made movies subject to new tariffs. We'll have the latest on that and the impact out west. But let's start with today's markets, and Dom Chu with the numbers, Dom.
All right, so Kelly, as you point out, the S&P 500 is at this point poised to snap that 9-day winning streak. Right now, the S&P is down 0.25% or 15 points to 5671. But this is right near the highs of the session. Down about 10 points is the high intraday so far.
we were down roughly 52 points at the lows of the session. So again, it's still red, but trying to get trending towards maybe making some positive moves. The Dow Industrials are up 0.25% or 85 points to 41,402. If it's positive, this would be a 10-day winning streak for the Dow. Keep an eye on that. And the NASDAQ Composite is off 1/3 of 1% or 62 points to 17,915. Now, one place to keep a close eye on besides those media stocks is what's happening with energy, the worst performing sector by a pretty wide margin in today's trade so far, driven in large part by the drop in crude prices. $57.11 for U.S. benchmark crude prices. It's off about 2%. Similar move for ICE Brent crude futures, the world benchmark gauge. APA Corp, Occidental among some of those exploration and production companies that are not having fun with the drop in oil prices. At one point, we were roughly $55.30 at the intraday lows for benchmark U.S. crude prices. So keep an eye on energy. And then you mentioned Warren Buffett stepping down as CEO of Berkshire Hathaway by the end of this year, Greg Abel taking over effective January 1st. That, in addition to a 14% decline in Berkshire's operating income or profits, driven in large part by a drop in their insurance profitability, has driven Berkshire Hathaway lower on the day so far. But check out over the last 10 years. The Class B Berkshire shares up 256%. Meanwhile, the broader S&P 500, a great move higher, but at 171. So that gap that we're seeing here is something that a lot of shareholders have appreciated about Warren Buffett. And this is just the last 10 years, Kelly. Forget if I went back to Berkshire's inception as a public company. The returns are just absolutely staggering. I'll send things back over to you.
One of the greatest investment stories of all time, Tom Banks. And Buffett's successor, Greg Abel, says he will carry on Buffett's capital allocation strategy. Buffett not concerned about his ability to do so, saying he expects Abel could even outperform him.
It's working way better with Greg than with me because, I didn't want to work as hard as he works, and I could get away with it because we've got a basically good business, very good business, and I wasn't in danger of you firing me by virtue of ownership and the fact that we would do pretty well. But the fact that you can do pretty well doesn't mean you couldn't do better, and Greg can do better at many things.
Well, joining us now is longtime Berkshire shareholder Bill Stone. He is the CIO at the Glenview Trust Company. Bill, a momentous weekend.
Yeah, really full of surprises, that's for sure.
And what jumped out to you the most?
Well, I think it wasn't so much, not a surprise to me that he would have handed over even the CEO title in the sense of, because it can come with different responsibilities, right? Because Greg had been managing the operations essentially for, quite some time, at least a couple years, I think, had been, running really most or all of those. I think to me, the biggest one was that he was clear that Greg Abel would have the final say in capital allocation. And that's always been Warren Buffett's role. I think you said it earlier, which I thought was, the perfect way to put it, which is Warren Buffett is becoming Greg Abel's Charlie Munger, because that's exactly the way it worked before. Warren Buffett made the final call, but he liked to bounce things off Charlie Munger.
Right. And so, obviously this now sets up the ability for Greg to do so. How do you think he'll be at capital allocation? I mean, he's traditionally an operations guy.
He is. And I mean, I think that's likely his, well, I don't know, I want to say it's his greatest strength, but that's probably a lot of what Berkshire Hathaway needs, right? It's a ton of great businesses now. It's different than it was when it was a one textile mill and then a few other businesses. But I think we shouldn't cut Greg on the fact that he built a lot of Berkshire Hathaway Energy. So, he's made a number of acquisitions there. He was certainly integral in the buying of at least the portions of those Japanese trading companies. So he has been involved in quite a few deals. Again, you're going up against Warren Buffett, the greatest of all time. You're not going to have his track record. If he even comes close, I think Berkshire Hathaway shareholders will be absolutely fine and be happy.
Right, and obviously much has been made of Berkshire's own change in strategy. You know, Warren always, I think, jokes that Berkshire itself was the worst decision he ever made, and that over the years they went from buying, you know, cigarette butt companies to buying great companies at good prices, and Apple being the poster child of that. We were just showing the shares, which again are down today. They've had a little bit of a rougher stretch here amid tariffs, but he said something to the effect of, Tim Cook has made more money for Berkshire than Warren has.
Yeah, and he also said even at this meeting that size is the enemy or one of the enemies of Berkshire Hathaway, and that's something Greg, you know, certainly Warren Buffett's dealt with it here in recent years, but that's certainly something Greg has to deal with, and so there may be other levers, like I said, more operational kind of levers to pull as well, because you are dealing with a lot of businesses that maybe could be improved a bit and things like that. So I think there are some, you know, say different opportunities. He doesn't have to be Warren Buffett. He can be Greg Abel.
Do you expect, I think it was Bill Ackman or others who have said this, that they expect more buybacks, maybe a dividend even? I mean, this is a huge cash pile, and understandably, you know, like you said, there's going to be great buying opportunities at some point, but are those options for returning capital to shareholders something you think become more and more Berkshire, something that Berkshire leans on?
Well, I mean, I think not at probably these prices of Berkshire, you know, and I think that's the one thing where I don't get too worried about the little sell-off today. If it sells off enough, they will be in because they've got plenty of cash to buy it back. So that's the kind of, you know, support you have under the stock. But I think on the dividend, I don't think you'll see a dividend until Warren Buffett is gone, and I mean gone, not just moving to just the chairman role. And that's not even for sure, but I think I look at it as two different things. Shareholders with Warren Buffett would give him tons of room, right? Because he earned it. He was allowed to keep all that cash on the balance sheet because you wanted him to have it. You know, Greg Abel may not, and I would argue won't have that much room relative. Certainly once Buffett's gone, you know, there is no other company I can think of that's allowed to keep, you know, that kind of cash on the balance sheet. But if he continues or starts performing, starts well, you know, perhaps he can keep it that way.
Perhaps the most obvious question to ask in closing is, should the shareholders hang on to the stock? I mean, can they trust? Does it, you know, is keeping up with the S&P good enough at this point? Can they trust it will at least do that? Or is this really a moment for reflection and a moment to maybe take those gains and it's the end of an era?
I mean, me personally, I still think it's got good opportunity to at least, you know, hopefully keep pace with the S&P. Maybe it can squeak out a bit more. Again, size is its enemy now. But the beauty of it is you've got a company that is extremely safe. I can't think of another, you know, there aren't very many where you can say I go to bed every night and I don't worry about Berkshire Hathaway because it's a Fort Knox balance sheet. You know, they run it intelligently, and I don't think Greg is going to be any different, at least in intelligently running it and not, you know, taking extreme risks. And, you know, because I don't think Buffett would have him around for 20-some years and not have sniffed it out. So I still feel very good about it.
All right, Bill, thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bill Stone with the Glenview Trust. Meantime, shares of Citi are down about 17% from their 52-week high, as we've seen all of the excitement post-election that they and others enjoyed now wearing off. A little bit of a reality check. They're up 1% today, though. And out at the Milken Global Conference, CNBC's Sarah Eisen is there, joined in a First on CNBC interview by Citi CEO Jane Fraser. Sarah?
Hi, Kelly. Good to see you. And I am here with Jane Fraser. Thank you for taking the time today. Always good to have you. Great to see you, Sarah. Before we get into the whole world, you know, I sort of wanted to rip up the script and start with Warren Buffett, because he was a shareholder, bought your stock in 2022. He sold a lot of the positions, including in the banks, but I know you've spent time with him. You've been at the shareholder meeting, and I was wondering how you were processing the news. Yeah. Look, in a world where everyone's talking about AI, tariffs, various other pieces, but particularly AI, Warren reminds you that there is nothing artificial about wisdom. And I think it's a good thing for us all to remember. Always looking at long term, thinking about the wisdom. Well, I know. Will be missed. And I know that you got to spend some time and probably will. Look, Jane, I'm curious how the change after the tariffs is impacting your business and the way you view the outlook. How drastic of a change is it?
Look, we are having a lot of things coming at the world at the moment, hard and fast, in terms of announcements and changes. But it's actually going to play out quite slowly. And we heard a bit of this from
Order
Secretary Bessent,
canceled.
as you did this morning. If we think about breaking it down, the first piece we're seeing is just the pull forward of spending by some corporates with their inventories and also by the consumer. And we saw that in April. The data in April was pretty robust on those fronts. Then we'll have a second wave, and that is going to come from the fact that a lot of companies are in a wait-and-see mode. There is still activity, but things, investment spending, some of the hiring plans, some of those have slowed down or are on pause, and that will have an impact on demand. And then we will have the actual impact of the tariffs themselves, which will come through either in terms of price impact and some potential shocks there, as well as the actual supply. And we don't know yet whether that's going to be 10% tariff, 25% tariff, or even higher, as we've seen in the case of China. And there are very different corporate decisions. If it's 10%, you can absorb it. If it's 25% or higher, it's a different set of dynamics, and we just don't know yet how that will play out.
Has it changed any decision-making from you? You're the biggest global bank, of the U.S. banks. I know you have a business in China, for instance, in Mexico, and a lot of these places that have been targeted. So are you doing anything differently, and what are you hearing about what they're doing?
Yeah, we're not doing anything differently. We're really
Order
seeing
submitted.
an enormous amount of engagement with our clients around the world, and that is foreign ministers and finance ministers in governments, so Turkey or Morocco or Egypt, are saying, what does this mean for us, and reaching out for advice, as well as the corporate sector. And I think, remember, corporates, they're in a wait-and-see mode to some degree at the moment. They are focused around prepping for headwinds, but CEOs look at the long term. And they're thinking about what are the potential structural changes, what does it mean for their strategy, what does it mean for their supply chain configurations. So I look at it in two parts: prepping for headwinds, and then what does it mean for their strategic advice, hedging and financing strategies, and most critically, supply chains.
That's why you just hired Bob Lighthizer to help give, I guess, that advice on that front for corporates. Do you think we can get out of this without going into recession or a sharper slowdown in the U.S.?
It is very tough to tell at the moment, because the difference between the hard data and the soft data is enormous.
What do you see in card spending?
In the card spending at the moment has really held up very well in April. We've seen the consumer being fiscally responsible, so delinquencies are actually doing a bit better than were expected. We're seeing spending pivot a bit more to the essentials and away from discretionary retail. But there's nothing there that is a cause for alarm. The consumer is still showing themselves resilient and discerning. And similarly on the corporate side, that there are no real signs in the hard data in April. What we're watching out for is going to be what happens to unemployment, what is going to happen in terms of some of the spending by corporates and what are they going to do there, and then of course what happens in terms of inflation and prices. So those are the three things that are on the watch list.
But it sounds like so far okay, pretty resilient. Yeah. It's also been a boon for the trading. I mean, your last quarter equity trading really drove some nice results. I'm curious what you see in the markets going forward and how it affects your wealth business and your market business.
So
your investment bank.
It always starts with what are the clients up to. So we're still very active at the moment, but we have the benefit of a diversified business model, and we have the benefit of this very deep local presence in almost 100 countries around the world. So a lot of the activity we'll be seeing will be around supply chain configuration. Some will be looking at moving flows around, and we've already started to see companies engaging with us about where are there opportunities, as well as where there are some challenges they'll be facing, and how do they plan to adapt to it. They won't act on it yet until there's more clarity. And then there's been enormous pipeline of advisory work. I have been surprised how busy we have been in the last few weeks, despite some of the uncertainty, but also the pipeline is building. So it's not just some deals that have been announced, but it's also a building pipeline.
What about M&A and IPOs and capital markets activity? There was so much excitement going in. We last spoke think, the week of the election, and everybody was really optimistic about all this activity. Is it frozen? Is it delayed?
It's not frozen. I think most clients are in a wait-and-see mode, but many of them are still advancing their agendas. Because remember, this time it's the economy affecting the market, not the market affecting the economy. So the markets are open. We've seen clients doing debt capital market issues, particularly the high grade last week was quite active. We'll probably see more convert activity. We've been seeing M&A. Some sponsors have dry powder and they want to go out and use it. Others are rather frustrated that their plans for exiting some properties is going to take longer. IPOs is probably the one that is the most impacted and the most frustrated at the moment. That's not happening.
What do you think would qualify as clarity? Trade deals? Like what are we waiting for? A tax deal?
I think it's the combination. Let's go back to what Secretary Bessent's talked about. The big picture is a combination of getting the tax bill through in the summer, and what does that look like? Deregulation is going to play a very important role. It was a real burden on many corporates, well beyond what's required from a responsible framework.
Order submitted.
And then you've also got the clarity on the tariffs. Is it 10? Is it 25? Is it more? Which sectors? Once that comes out, we'll go back to the US's economic advantages are still the same economic advantages that made us optimistic.
Is the U.S. still the exceptional investment, bonds, the safe haven, the dollar, the reserve? There's been some questions about brand USA lately.
And I am not one of those questioners. I think the long-term structural advantages of the US entrepreneur, the breadth and depth of the capital market here, the institutions that we have, those are unchanged. The labor mobility we have, as opposed to a Europe which is at the moment looking in better shape than they did before, but I think they're fragile and there's still those structural challenges that have to be overcome. Lack of scale, lack of European champions. So I think we should stop selling America short.
Well, part of it is the regulation that they faced in Europe, and I know that's one issue front and center for you running the bank and in the industry, deregulation. Treasury Secretary Bessent just told me this morning when I said which sectors of the economy are going to see it, he did mention the banks.
Yeah.
So what are your expectations, and when will we start to see an impact, and will it actually stimulate the economy?
Yes. I think it unquestionably will stimulate the economy, not just the deregulation on banks, but permitting and across the board. I was worried that America was becoming Europe. We could see the real cost of over-regulation in different areas. Regulation has an important role and focus around material financial risks or ease of doing business, facilitating innovation in the digital asset space. These things are all important. So I think good regulation is going to be key here, and getting rid of the regulation that was impeding American competitiveness, affecting consumers, affecting small businesses, affecting farmers. This all trickles down to them, and this is where I get most excited about some of the changes.
Is that a second half story?
Yes.
Of this year. So the regulators are listening. You're engaged. This is
I think all of us are looking at a different financial outlook, different set of risks out there, and recognizing we need to focus on material financial risks, and we need to be putting frameworks in place that enable innovation while still protecting the consumer, the small business, and the investor. There's a lot of opportunity here.
One of your regulators is the Fed, and on its other job, obviously, monetary policy. There's a Fed meeting on Wednesday. That's going to matter, what the shape of the curve looks like. What are your expectations for whether we'll get rate cuts this year, how many, and what that's going to do for bank profitability?
I think we've got to see what the difference between the soft and the hard data and that gap between the two of them, and how does that play out. It is too soon to know what the impact is. I don't think we'll know till the summer, and that makes it a tough job for the Federal Reserve in the meantime.
Do you think they're going to be faced with higher inflation or weaker growth as the bigger issue?
We don't know.
Yeah.
We just don't know. We don't know what until we know more about how the tariffs, and also the rest of the world isn't sitting still while all of this is happening either. So they're also looking at what they do. We just have to wait and see how this plays out. And and plan for a couple of different scenarios. But we'll be okay.
Jane, great of you to take time to share a little bit about what you're talking about with clients and investors here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citigroup. Kelly, back over to you.
All right, thank you both very much. Sarah Eisen. As investors are waiting for trade deals, the president acknowledged on Meet the Press yesterday that the current tariff rate of 145% for China is unsustainable.
At some point, I'm going to lower them because otherwise you could never do business with them. And they want to do business very much.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent echoing that sentiment right here on CNBC a short while ago, saying we could see substantial progress, he says, on a China trade deal within weeks. Our next guest says time is running out, and we face a hard deadline of around mid-June when he expects U.S. businesses to run out of inventories and start layoffs. Dan Clifton is head of policy research at Strategas. Dan, welcome, and striking a bit more cautious note at this point. Why?
Well, I love that comment that the Citigroup CEO just made. We'll be okay. Why do we need to be okay? Why can't we be great, right? And so we have some challenges in front of us. This is a pretty large consumption-based tax that was put on American consumers. I'm okay with that as long as you're reducing taxes on savings and investment. And so we're going to have a bit of a ramp up as that timeline begins to approach. Right now, there's a lot of inventory. Right now, you have some very strong tax refund season, lower oil prices. A lot of that's helping us carry us through. But as you start to get to June, the inventory start running down, small businesses start to get constrained, there's going to be a lot more pressure that starts to build on the trade policy front. And the question is, how are we going to sterilize that? Is the Fed going to cut rates? The Fed has given no indication that it's going to cut rates anytime soon. And so that means that Congress is going to have to act on it on the tax side. I would say, however, I am very pleased that you're seeing this more practical Trump administration. They're realizing that they went a little bit too far, and they're making adjustments as they need to. So the auto tariffs, the lower China tariffs that you just referenced, no firing Jay Powell, they're easing those conditions. Yeah. But at some point, it's still a $400 billion tax increase, not a $600 billion tax increase. And it will need to be offset by this tax bill that's coming through Congress.
I think that's well put. We also spoke with one business on Friday, Balsam Brands, where 80% of its artificial Christmas trees are made in China. Here's what the CEO told us about his potential tariff bill.
We would have over $100 million in tariffs that we would have due. Last year, we paid $1 million. It's a very big increase. That's if we brought everything we ordered this year in at today's rates. Now, we have paused orders. We've canceled orders. There's no way we can do that.
I mean, Dan, to put it bluntly, he's been in Washington 3 times this past month. There's no way out for that company except for an exemption, kicking the can down the road. And you're hearing this more and more, that all of these companies and businesses are going, you know what, maybe they'll just punt on all of this.
Yeah. Well, I think that's a good point. Washington only acts when there's a crisis. So where is that moment? For COVID, it was the NBA shutting down. And we're just not going to have a moment like that anytime soon. And so that means that this just drifts along. And what that does is it puts at risk back to school, and it definitely puts at risk holiday shopping season. Now, my sense here is that if you came in and Congress was able to deliver a very large front-loaded tax cut on individual and corporate tax rates, it would give these companies a little bit more flexibility as they start dealing with how they're going to adopt to this new world of tariffs. I think that would be particularly important for some of the companies that have exclusively outside supply chains. And there's no talk of that. What we're talking about is good stuff right now in Congress. 100% capital expensing, writing off factory purchases. Those are all great ideas for a pre-April 2nd world before these big tariffs started to come out. And I just don't think it's going to be sufficient. Kelly, you and I, we were on this show a lot in 2017, 2018. We did the tax cut first, and then we did modest tariffs. Today, it's the complete opposite. We're doing big tariffs, and then we're doing modest fiscal policy, and that has to change. So delaying these tariffs and then aligning it with fiscal policy and doing large fiscal policy will make the situation a lot easier. We're just not there yet as Congress begins deliberations on this tax bill.
Again, well framed. And so my final quick question is, how would you as a DC watcher for a very long time characterize the progress or lack thereof they're making on this bill? How close are we? How difficult are the challenges to overcome? And I guess the deficit worries are just out the window at this point.
Yeah, well, I've worked on every reconciliation bill for the last 20 years. This is the most challenging of them all. And it's the most challenging because, number one, our debt services cost is 18% of tax revenue. So this is the first time in 30 years we're doing a tax bill in an austerity type environment. And that's what you see. You see tariffs for austerity. You're seeing the idea of spending cuts. I don't think there's much debate on the tax issues. I think there's a general agreement on the tax issues. They're trying to figure out how to slow down Medicaid spending. Do you do more drug price controls? Those are really hard decisions because now you got to take something away from somebody.
Right.
So there will definitely be offsets in this bill. Is it going to be $500 billion? Is it going to be $1 trillion? Is it going to be $1.5 trillion? And what that's doing is it's delaying, that debate is delaying when this bill gets done. And Congress needs to step in pretty quickly to sterilize these tariffs while they're fighting over these other issues. And that's the challenge that we're going to be facing. And the risk is that the Fed is late, Congress is late, and then we're going to have to go back to the well and recorrect that down the road. Very similar to what we saw in 2001 as we were approaching a recession.
And again, because every time we turn around, there's a headline from someone, often on the right, warning them about cuts to Medicaid and cuts to healthcare and so forth. So, Dan, thanks. Appreciate checking in with you today.
Thank you, Kelly.
Dan Clifton with Strategas.
Order
Coming up,
submitted.
Skechers going private in a nearly $10 billion private equity deal with 3G Capital. Could we see more
Order
of this
canceled.
as companies shield
Order
themselves
submitted.
from public scrutiny amid tariffs and see opportunity with beaten down share prices? Plus, tariffs are going Hollywood as studios and streaming stocks are down after the president proposed 100% tariffs on overseas-made movies, citing a national security threat. Details on how exactly that would be implemented ahead.
Welcome to Reinvented with Accenture. I'm speaking with Carlos Torres Villa, chairman of
Order
BBVA.
canceled.
Embedding change as a value in itself to fight the status quo.
This idea of continuous reinvention, I think, is really important. It doesn't end.
It
right?
does not end. Having a vision, conviction, the courage to make bold decisions until you see meaningful results.
Next up, Chris, male 29. He just bought a $30 banana slicer at 2 a.m.
Order submitted.
And he just searched how to tell if your cat loves you.
I know just the thing.
Betrayed by your cat? Adopt a dog today.
Yeah, they know. But not with Surfshark VPN. Protect yourself from tracking and take back your privacy. Get Surfshark.
I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways to the hairpin turns, I am designed to be driven. The drive of tomorrow. I am Polestar 3. View offers at polestar.com.
I'll give you this brand new
electric vehicle
if you can prove to me you know your finances. How many subscriptions are you paying for?
Just 3.
You sure? Let's download the Rocket Money app right now and see if you're right. It's actually 21 subscriptions, which is costing you around $370 a month.
And the app is telling you all this?
Rocket Money shows you all your expenses in one place and even helps you suggest a budget based on your past spending. Don't worry about the 21 subscriptions. You can cancel them right within the app. It'll even try and get you some of your money back.
You can't just sell in one place at once anymore. You gotta sell in all the places. Combine and conquer with Shopify. You get the best converting checkout on the planet. You get a point of sale squad that's always on point. And you'll be unstoppable when every post is shoppable. Cha-ching indeed. So if your business is in it to win it, win with Shopify.
President Trump downplayed the threat of supply shortages over the weekend, telling reporters aboard Air Force One that a young girl doesn't need, quote, $37 and could be very happy with 2 to 5. Toys have become sort of a proxy for the impact of tariffs on retailers. And we'll hear from Mattel after the bell today, in fact, with the shares down about 16% since the Liberation Day announcements. My next guest just published a note detailing which stocks and sectors are the best and worst positioned in his coverage as these ripple effects begin to set in. Simeon Gutman is Morgan Stanley's retail analyst. Simeon, it's great to see you. I don't think you covered the toy makers. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. We have a little toy exposure through the end market, through Walmart's, Five Belows, et cetera.
True. So tell us, are they going to suffer?
I mean, if they stop ordering now, then they won't have the right assortment that they were planning all year to have by the second half of the year. So that's true. And both of these companies, you're trying to get different product. Think about the dollar stores. Think about what Five Below brings. They're bringing value to low price items. They're merchandising those items to their own specifications to align with fads, holidays, movies, trend, whatever that is.
Order
that
submitted.
Should be on boats at some
Order
point.
filled.
Order filled. If not, then they're going to have to retool
Order
what they
submitted.
want to put on their shelf. There'll be toys, but it may not be the exact ones that they wanted.
Would you
Order
categorize
submitted.
them and,
Order
and
filled.
give us the run through? Who are the winners and who are the losers here, do you think?
So we started with auto parts, and keep in mind, this is multi-pronged. It's potential tariff, potential recession, and then what if we get neither or nor, and it's a cyclical risk-on type of environment. So we're trying to find the names that have the most applicability
Order
to any
submitted.
of those environments. Auto parts was the starting point, and by the way, we're trying to balance all of that with valuation. Auto parts, think about
Order
tariff,
filled.
recession, very insulated, very defensive.
Order
If
submitted.
we have new car sales slowing, which is likely because of inflation, then we're going to have more used cars on the road. The age of those cars are going to go up, and consumers are going to have to spend more to keep up their old cars. That's a perfect scenario, and you can pass along tariff pricing. This sector loses if we have cyclical risk on, no tariff, no recession. It loses on a relative
Order
basis.
submitted.
That's the
Order
first one.
filled.
I'll also
Order
highlight
submitted.
Ulta. This is using valuation a little more reasonable.
Order
The
canceled.
auto part names are a little more stretched. Ulta's coming off of a tougher 2024, easy comparisons. They set a low bar, and the valuation is a little bit more attractive relative to all of the separation that's happened in retail.
But, you know, again, then you go through the discounter. I mean, you've got a lot of different companies on here, the home improvement, sporting goods, home furnishings, grocers, dollar stores. You mentioned Tractor Supply. So there's each one of these is kind of a different ballgame. I hate to put it exactly this way, but who do you think is worse positioned?
Well, if you have all day, we can go through all of them. Look, for right now, to us, the dollar stores
Order
are complex.
canceled.
Dollar
Order
stores
submitted.
have a path out once we get through this uncertain period. And fair enough, uncertainty creates opportunity, but you have to deal with potential tariff. Yes, we may not be at 145. I was listening to the quote earlier, but you're still going to have some form of tariff. The last time these lower priced businesses, they sell items at lower price. Last time we dealt with inflation through the COVID period, they're still adjusting to that. They've all had to break out of their dollar pricing architecture, and they've had to, we call it break the buck,
right.
Five Below into Five Beyond. These businesses didn't deal with that inflation so well. What's different this time is we probably won't have labor inflation the way we had post-COVID, but you're going to have pricing, which means you're going to have to show the customer a different price. They're going to have to get used to it. That
Order
lost
submitted.
share. Walmart, Target, Amazon picked up share during that time frame. So that's a tricky setup, although these businesses have a path post this tariff uncertainty.
Sure, and I thought it was very interesting, the Skechers buyout. I mean, it's a low share price. It's an opportunistic move. Why be under the glare of public markets? They clearly must feel somewhat more bullish about the business long term than they're thinking the market's giving them credit for right now. So I just wonder if we could see any others follow suit.
So I don't cover
Order
Skechers.
filled.
That's in a different
Order
purview. But
filled.
think about the applicability where a brand, a global brand, is being pursued because of potential expansion of distribution opportunity.
Order
When I
canceled.
look back to my coverage, that was the first instinct. Where do we have
Order
brands?
submitted.
We don't have many. It's mostly retailers. But the closest we have is Williams-Sonoma. It's a furniture brand. It's trading at an extended multiple to its history, but not an extended multiple relative to the rest of retail. And that's a category that's going to be impacted by tariff, where there's going to be some disruption, but should have a lot of potential
Order
future
submitted.
value.
It'd be ironic if we end up with fewer publicly traded companies as a result of all this. They just say, you know, we'll deal with this away from the glare. Simeon, for now, thanks. Appreciate your time.
Thanks for having me.
Simeon Gutman with Morgan Stanley. Meantime, Netflix is on pace to break its record 11-day winning streak after the president has proposed 100% tariffs on film productions shot outside the U.S. Julia Borson is here with more. You know, Julia, Netflix was widely believed to be like the best positioned stock this year, and here comes this announcement, although the shares are well off their lows.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. That's back when we thought that tariffs weren't going to hit services. But these tariffs, if they are enacted, would deal another blow to the entertainment industry, which is still reeling from the impact of the pandemic and the writers and actors strikes and streaming challenging the box office. With a range of questions about how this kind of tax would work, the White House saying, quote, although no final decisions on foreign film tariffs have been made, the administration is exploring all options to deliver on President Trump's directive to safeguard our country's national and economic security while making Hollywood great again. So what the Trump administration is responding to is the fact that film and TV production in Los Angeles has fallen about 40% over the past decade, according to Film LA. And about half the spending by U.S. producers on movie and TV projects, with budgets over $40 million in 2023, went outside the U.S., according to research firm Prod Pro. Now, Barclays notes that Netflix and Amazon are among the biggest buyers and producers of content globally. And to the extent that they're not exempt from these tariffs, their costs could go up significantly, saying that Netflix has about 70% of international titles available in the U.S., while Amazon has about 55% international titles. Now, on this news, Netflix shares are down over about 1.5%, breaking that 11-day winning streak. Amazon shares down over 1%, Warner Brothers down nearly 1%, and Paramount shares down about 0.5% currently. We've reached out to all of these studios. None of them have any comment on this news of tariffs. Theater stocks, Cinemark, IMAX, and AMC are also lower on today's news. Cinemark down the most, over 3%. Kelly, this will be a fascinating one to watch. It is definitely cheaper for all of these movie studios to produce overseas. And don't forget, they need some of those great locations that don't exist here in the U.S.
Oh, for sure. Not that New Jersey here doesn't have our fair share. They're always talking about the movie-making business here. Here's what Congressman Laura Friedman, who represents part of this area, said and was asking about. She said, you know, will it be twice as expensive to stream a film shot overseas? What if only one location is shot overseas? Is the tax on the production budget or on the ticket price? And then she also goes on to say what would make sense is a national film tax credit, and asking the president to work with her on that, Julia.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of talk about the benefits of a national film tax credit. There already are tax credits here in California. I know they're working on increasing the tax credits for shooting in California dramatically. But the reality is here that, you know, studios and different production companies want to make sure they're shooting in a place that is most efficient for their budget. There are tax incentives in Australia. There are tax incentives in the UK. And so if you're looking at the overall budget and the fact that there's so many pressures on the movie industry right now, this does add another complication to things. So it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. A lot of the big budget movies that are going to be released this summer, like the latest Mission Impossible sequel, which is coming out later this month, that was shot largely overseas. Think about all the amazing locations which they shot in. So Avatar was created overseas as well. So these are big budget movies. Are they going to be taxed retroactively because they haven't come out yet, but they were produced over the last couple of years outside the U.S.? So many questions here, and I know a lot of people here in Hollywood can't quite wrap their minds around how it actually come to pass and think that it would be pretty devastating to the industry.
All right, Julia, for now, thanks. Julia Borsten. Coming up, AI was a creation of the tech world. Now it could be eating its own, having an unintended effect on Silicon Valley's labor force. We have those details ahead.
How will you shape the future of energy with confidence? What does it mean to be essential?
At its most foundational level, the mission for power and utilities clients, and utilities in particular, is to provide reliable, affordable energy.
From evolving supply and demand to pricing uncertainty, EY understands the disruptions energy companies face and how to drive the outcomes that matter.
AI and technology are one of the driving pieces of innovation for the population worldwide. That requires an immense amount of processing power, which requires an immense amount of energy. The volume of energy demand and growth still requires us to innovate in the molecule.
So whether it's in the plants, at the pipeline, or on the grid, EY's full spectrum of services help energy companies maximize operations to drive profitability and performance.
10 years ago, the work that we did for our clients was energy for energy, industrials for industrials, tech for tech. What we're doing much more now is helping our clients build ecosystems across the entire value chain of energy.
EY, shape the future with confidence.
You've got a subscription for streaming movies and music, maybe even one for food. But what about when it's your water line that's streaming? Repairs are expensive, good contractors hard to find. A plan from HomeServe is like a subscription for peace of mind. For one small monthly fee, when a covered system breaks, we'll send a qualified contractor and pay for the repair. Why worry? Get HomeServe and chill.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-833-812-2141 or visit homeserve.com.
My hair was thinning all around my hairline.
My dermatologist recommended Nutrafol. It's 100% drug-free and clinically tested.
My hair is longer, thicker.
Nutrafol is life-changing for me.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com.
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk and capture opportunities in every market climate, across every major asset class, to seize each possibility at precisely the right moment. CME Group, opportunity is everywhere.
How does this little guy get from here to theaters this summer? Today's creativity requires next-generation connectivity. That's why Walt Disney Studios chose T-Mobile for Business. T-Mobile's advanced 5G solutions connected remote production hubs between an island and the mainland, powering real-time collaboration, bringing Lilo and Stitch to theaters this summer. Walt Disney Studios goes further with T-Mobile for Business.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Welcome back to The Exchange. I'm Courtney Reagan with your CNBC News Update. 20 state attorneys general are suing the Trump administration over its decision to fire 10,000 employees and closing 13 agencies at the Department of Health and Human Services. The lawsuit, led by New York Attorney General Letitia James, claims the recent cuts will have, quote, severe, complicated, and potentially irreversible consequences. Iran's foreign minister held talks with top Pakistani officials Monday to try and mediate the escalation with India in the wake of last month's deadly attack in the Indian-controlled Kashmir region. According to Pakistani state media, the foreign minister will visit India this week.
Order
It
filled.
comes as Pakistan's military has been on
submitted.
high alert after officials claimed it had intelligence suggesting India could attack. And months after losing his Olympic medals in the Los Angeles wildfires in January, the International Olympic Committee presented swimming champion Gary Hall Jr. replicas of his 10 medals today at a ceremony in Switzerland. Hall won the medals at the 1996, 2000, and 2004 Olympics. I've often wondered, Kelly, what happens if there's some kind of tragedy and they are lost? And I guess now we know, at least in this case.
That's true. Courtney, thank you very much. Appreciate it, Courtney Reagan. Coming up, the Fed decision just about 48 hours away. And while the market is still priced for cuts later this year, the data today show why the Fed may be in no hurry to lower rates. That plus where our guest is seeing some buying opportunities after the break.
Order filled.
Something amazing is
Order
happening.
filled.
More companies are turning to Mac. From finance to fulfillment, CDW supports Mac integration across your organization.
Order submitted.
With the power of Apple Silicon, best-in-class security, and compatibility across devices and applications, there's a Mac for every job. Make amazing happen.
Introducing AG1 Next Gen. The daily health drink backed by 4 rigorously designed clinical trials. Next Gen is clinically shown to increase healthy gut bacteria by over 10 times and to close common nutrient gaps. It's one drink for whole body health. The next generation of AG1 is here.
At Public Rec, we develop premium performance fabrics that are built to last and hard to live without. Our Daymaker pants, with their various sizing options, are designed to fit your life's moments. More comfortable than jeans, more stylish than sweats.
It's time to start your business. It's time for Shopify. Design with easy to customize themes. Sell everywhere people shop. And never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
You shouldn't have to wonder which farms grow the best flowers, or which local florist crafts a beautiful bouquet, or
Order
what
filled.
handmade
Order
treats will
filled.
delight. You shouldn't have to wonder how we
Order
transform I
submitted.
miss you into just in time, or I can't be there into I'm thinking of you. After nearly 50 years, we've learned the most beautiful, thoughtful gifts come from the simplest of intentions, yours. 1-800-Flowers.com. Give beautifully.
The Golden State Warriors on top of the NBA world.
The Denver Nuggets can finally call themselves NBA champions. Banner number 18, the Celtics are NBA champions.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
A Squawk Box exclusive. Legendary investor Paul Tudor Jones. His outlook for the market, economy, and American exceptionalism. Plus, where he's finding opportunities now. Squawk Box, tomorrow 6 a.m. Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome back. Just days after April's strong jobs report, the ISM
Order
services
filled.
today notched its
Order
10th
filled.
consecutive month of growth. And within the report, prices paid and inflationary gauge
Order
climbed
submitted.
to the level of 65 from just under 61, and employment went up as well. Could all of this keep the Fed on hold for longer? And what does it mean for investors? Joining me now is Stephen Parker, co-head of global investment strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank, and Tom
Order
Porcelli,
canceled.
is US economist at PGIM Fixed Income. Welcome to both of you. Tom, let's just start with the data.
Yeah.
So we had better than expected jobs report Friday. We have the better than expected ISM services. The manufacturing wasn't horrible. What does it tell you?
Yeah, look, we're in a sort of this squishy, tricky spot right now, and we expect that will remain the case. I mean, until we get some clarity on what's going to happen from a tariff perspective, we think that this push-pull dynamic, which I think is playing out really nicely in the data, we think that will persist.
Can I ask it this way? Are you bullish or bearish on the economy right now? Do you have recession in your forecast?
We don't. So we expect the economy to continue to expand. We expect it will expand at a slower pace, certainly than what we saw last year. I mean, that was always baked in. I think the question now is, the degree to which the uncertainty remains in place and what kind of downward pressure does that continue to put on economic activity.
But it's so unusual to have consumer sentiment this bad, to have the leading indicators as bad as they've been. I guess we just throw that all out and just say, look, it's an unusual period. The Fed pulled off the soft landing, as Michael Darda was writing about over the weekend, and now we just have to question the size of the hit from here.
Order filled.
So this is an important
Order
idea,
submitted.
and I think the thing that we should just keep in mind is that I think people are very sort of willing to dismiss the soft data, right, the sentiment data. I think it's hard to do that, and I get it. Over the last few years, there's been this divergence between the soft data and the hard data, right? Like
Order
what people
filled.
saying and doing have been sort of different. But I think when you have a setup where wages
Order
are
submitted.
slowing down, when the labor backdrop at large is slowing down, I think that's the time when you do want to pay attention to what's happening from a sentiment perspective. And if you look at something like, a sentiment for people making $125,000 or more, even that's starting
Order
to slip. Right? So
filled.
when you have this sort of this confluence of factors that are
Order
sort of
submitted.
separate from what the headline is telling you on the sentiment level, I think you do have to pay attention to what sentiment is suggesting.
If you have two cuts in your
Order
forecast coming
filled.
back half of the year,
Order
quarter point cuts, do you
submitted.
think the Fed is basically pretty hawkish on Wednesday? Or
Yeah, I think the Fed is very incentivized to say exactly what they've been saying, which is to say, look, we want to see how this unfolds. We're sort of on the sidelines for now. We think when cuts do come, and we do expect cuts this year, we just expect they'll be backloaded.
all right, so Stephen, against that backdrop, and you can feel free to differ with that however you might, what does that mean for investors? I mean, the market has come roaring back, pretty much all the way back. So what now?
Yeah, Kelly, we're in agreement. We actually think that you're going to see 2 Fed cuts in the back half of the year. And we agree that the longer this uncertainty persists, the greater the risk that the hard data, what consumers are actually doing,
Order submitted.
starts matching up with some of the concerns. But we think markets will make
Order
new highs
order
by
submitted.
the middle of next year. And we think that the rally that you've seen in the equity markets over the last month or so gives clients an opportunity to take a little bit of a health check in
Order
their
filled.
portfolios to make sure that they're appropriately diversified, because we think this uncertainty is here to stay. We're telling
Order
clients to get
canceled.
comfortable being uncomfortable.
Sure, well, that's hard to do. Do you see new highs the middle of this year or the middle of 26?
We think by the middle of 26 we'll see new highs.
Order
and depending on the
submitted.
Wait, that
direction of
long? How
policy.
about the middle of this year?
Well, after what we've seen over the last couple of weeks, certainly the direction of travel is higher. I think what we have to keep in mind is in a policy-driven world of uncertainty, the range of outcomes gets wider, but it also means that you have potential for upside surprise as well as downside surprise. And if the direction of travel around tariffs, which has been lower, continues. If we start getting some of the positive tailwinds on the policy front, so tax cuts and deregulations, those new highs may get here a lot sooner than expected.
Yeah,
we're also focusing on certain parts of the market that you want to be exposed to.
Okay, do tell. I was just going to ask how important the tax package is. You know, if you view it as stimulus, if you know how you view it, and yeah, absolutely. Where would you be most opportunistic right now?
So the first thing that we want to make sure that our clients are doing is making sure that they're appropriately diversified from a global perspective. After the outperformance of the U.S. over the last 10 to 15 years, a lot of investors are very long the U.S. and they're very long dollar assets. We think that the recent reversal and outperformance of non-U.S. markets like Europe can continue. We also think that there's potentially further downside for the dollar. So for dollar-based investors, that currency component could give you an additional tailwind like we're seeing this year. So Europe is the first place that we're looking.
And Japan, I know you like as well. That was obviously another place Berkshire, Tom excelled, was kind of seeing some opportunity there. A final word.
Yeah, look, I think it does seem like we're sort of making some progress here on the tariff front. The thing that I would just caution everyone with is this. Let's just say we come out with deals, which I think it seems like we're going to. But if the threat of tariffs just is going to continue to hang over the head of the market, I think that keeps this level of uncertainty in place, and you probably compress growth a little bit more.
Right. No, I absolutely agree. Gentlemen, thanks for now. We appreciate it. Stephen Parker and Tom Porcelli. And still to come, Aura Intelligence's Evan Sohn told us last week that AI jobs are a bright spot in a cooling market, accounting for nearly 10% of all software jobs in April. But there's a phenomenon taking hold in Silicon Valley that could cool hiring off quickly. Details next.
Hands-free Skechers slip-ins now come in Glide Step Max cushioning, which actually gave me an idea to combine all my favorite sports into one. White Eddie, hut! Carpath only. Try Glide Step Max cushioning hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
Only the ServiceNow platform connects every corner of your business, putting AI agents to work for people.
Like secret agents?
No, more like autonomous minions that you control.
To do what?
Well, Jim's agents resolve simple customer issues, and Patty's agents flag network problems.
Proactively?
Yep.
I'm loving my agents. Wait, do you all have agents?
Oh, yeah. And on the ServiceNow platform, everyone's agents work together, so everything works better.
Could I have agents?
Maybe.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Aero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
QX80, you are cleared for takeoff.
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new Infiniti QX80.
The world's most precious resource? Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi is booming.
Booming!
Boom! The Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You shouldn't have to wonder which farms grow the best flowers, or which local florist crafts a beautiful bouquet, or what handmade treats will delight. You shouldn't have to wonder how we transform I miss you into just in time, or I can't be there until I'm thinking of you. After nearly 50 years, we've learned the most beautiful, thoughtful gifts come from the simplest of intentions, yours. 1-800-Flowers.com. Give beautifully.
Welcome back. Palantir is set to report after the bell, and Wedbush's Dan Ives has been calling it the Messi of AI, Lionel Messi, writing that the company is leading the AI revolution into the use case phase. That was already underway in Silicon Valley, as vibe coding, or using AI to help write code, is steadily gaining ground. Kate Rooney has more in Tech Check. Hi, Kate.
Hi, Kelly. So one of AI's emerging superpowers that we're seeing is writing software. We're hearing tech CEOs talking a lot more about this trend. And the term of the week, I would say the term of the year in Silicon Valley, it's been vibe coding. So it's become a lot more mainstream in tech circles. It's basically a way to write code more casually and quickly. You basically put in a prompt, you describe what you want to build, and then you go by the feel or the vibe instead of writing in one of these complicated coding languages. Startups have been all over this. Here's what Y Combinator partner Tom Blomfield told me about the early stage companies that they invest in.
I think the really interesting shift today is that I'm not sure how technical you need to be anymore. I mean, we had a quarter of the companies in the current batch say that AI basically wrote all of their code. You know, these are highly technical founders with top computer science degrees. They're just not writing code anymore. They're asking AI to do it for them.
Then there's vibe coding on a much larger scale of big tech. Just last week, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella said AI is writing about 30% of code. Amazon has told me it's something similar in that range. Same thing from Visa. It's not just big tech. And then Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg says half of code within the next year is going to be written by AI. The coding boom has not been flowing through to the bottom line, at least not yet, or in this earnings season. Analysts expect these companies to get more productive and roll out products faster. They are not holding their breath, at least right now, for any sort of huge jumps in margins. Kelly, you mentioned this earlier. The labor force, what does this mean? I am hearing some jitters about what it's all going to look like in the future of tech jobs.
Well, and it's gaining ground so quickly. I mean, is it a real threat to the labor force?
That is the big question. You mentioned, I saw that interview with Evan Sohn as well. It seems like there almost is this pull forward where you still need the really high-level product engineers, the people who write code. You might need to even hire more in the near term. Every CEO I've talked to says, we're not changing the way that we're hiring, but they've held off saying, yeah, we're not going to necessarily go through layoffs because of this, but they're not going to hire more. So I think where you're hearing the nervousness is the entry level, those engineers coming out of the best schools in the country, those Stanford fresh graduates saying, I just got an engineering degree. How am I going to learn how to code if AI is doing it? So I think there's going to be this lap that may happen, and sort of unintended consequences is another theme I'm hearing about. We don't quite know what the effect is.
That's like the Derek Thompson thesis, you know, that AI is taking the jobs from college kids and new entrants. Kate, thanks. Kate Rooney.
Thanks,
and that's it for us. Thanks for watching The Exchange. Power Lunch is next, right after this break.
Order
Tech
filled.
Check is sponsored by Comcast
Order
Business.
canceled.
Powering possibilities.
You make it through security so fast, the agents applaud. Your travel itineraries are so well written, they're on the bestseller list. And you have access to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
QX80, you are cleared for takeoff.
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new Infiniti QX80.
He sure knows these parts well.
Folks say the planes whisper to him.
Outlaws in 500 feet. Rerouting.
Making it up!
Innovation changes everything.
Man, he's good.
With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing, carefully read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
At WeatherTech, we don't need to bring jobs back to America.
You want to know why? Because we
never left.
At WeatherTech, we've been manufacturing here in America for decades. So tariffs will never affect the prices of our products, ever. When you invest in the protection of your vehicle with WeatherTech, you're making an investment here in our country. WeatherTech, made right in America. Order American at WT.com.
This thing is so good for your gut health.
I used to have a collagen, I used to have probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum.
My hair has gotten so much thicker ever since taking it.
Check-in time is 3.
It's 2:55.
I know.
Is this what he's doing now?
As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. No games, no fun.
Yes, Coach.
Meanwhile, at a Verbo, when other vacation rentals make you share your turf with a host, try one you have all
Order filled.
And welcome to Power Lunch, everybody. Happy Monday. I am Brian Sullivan here at the Milken Institute Global Conference in Beverly Hills, California, where some of the biggest names in business, politics, healthcare, sports, and everything all gathering really at a crucial time, Kelly, for everybody's money.
I heard it was $25,000 a ticket, Brian, to attend Milken. I don't know if we can confirm that, but it just goes to show that just how high demand that event is. I'm Kelly Evans.
Order submitted.
Yes? It's the entry-level ticket.
The entry level. Whew. All right. I am holding down the fort here in CNBC headquarters. Let's start with a quick check on the markets. The Dow has turned positive, folks, but the S&P is still in the red, and we're watching because it's been coming off a 9-session win streak, but it's down 13, so it looks like it would break it. A lot could still happen today. The NASDAQ is down about 0.25%. Some individual movers we're watching in the media and entertainment space. Those companies are off their worst levels, but still Netflix down 1.5% after the president plans to put a 100% tariff on movies shot outside the U.S. And Skechers, which makes nearly all of its products elsewhere, is soaring 24% today as it's being taken private by 3G Capital for about $9 billion. And Brian, oil, big story today, down to 57. I think we touched maybe 56 or lower.
Order
it's down
filled.
20%.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Yeah, and I'll get to oil in a second. I want to comment very quickly on those movie tariffs. I'm here, obviously, here in Beverly Hills, Kelly.
Order filled.
This is the capital of the American movie industry. I was out last night in Hollywood when the headlines came out. I'm going to tell you
Order
something.
filled.
There are people that were in the entertainment business around me. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what the tariffs mean, where they're going to go, who they're going to impact. The headline literally came like the biggest plot twist in history.
Yeah. No, and the president now
Order
perhaps
submitted.
says there's going to be a meeting of
Order filled.
film executives at the White House to discuss. There's so many questions that people
Order
have about how this will be
submitted.
implemented.
Yeah, I know. By the way, a lot of the Trump people and a lot of the film executives are in this hotel right now. Maybe they should go off to a private room, figure it out. All right, let's get more now on oil. You said oil prices were down. Oh, here's the news. OPEC adding more barrels of oil to the market than originally planned. Over the weekend,
Order filled.
Order
Order
filled.
rejected.
400,000 barrels into supply. They were supposed to meet today.
Order
They
submitted.
made this
Rejected.
decision at the end of last week. Now, that additional supply concern is raising some concerns about a possible market share battle. In other words, just try to sell more oil at lower prices. OPEC, my sources, people I'm talking
Order
to,
filled.
not the case right now, but it's something to watch.
Order submitted.
What's the upside? Well, lower oil prices should help gasoline prices, Kelly, keep coming down around America. AAA reporting 25 states, half, now have an average gas price below $3 a gallon. And here in sunny California, it's come down to $4.78 a gallon from $5.35 a gallon 1 year ago.
Order
Although
submitted.
in Beverly Hills, still above $6. Nobody's complaining. It's not the only oil-related story out there. Over the weekend, Bloomberg reporting Shell may be exploring a possible deal to buy or merge with
Order
BP.
submitted.
The report is that Shell may be in the early stages of looking at a buyout or something else related to BP. Of
Order
course, nothing
filled.
may ultimately happen. Remember, Kelly, on March 25th, I interviewed the CEO of Shell, and he insisted that
Order
right now they are
submitted.
more interested in buying back their own stock, but he did not close the door on a possible deal. Listen.
Order canceled.
That doesn't mean we will not look at inorganic opportunities, but the bar is very high for inorganic because the alternative is to plow some of that capital back into our own shares, which trade at an attractive free cash flow yield and whose risk that we really understand and we can control. And that's always the balance we're looking at.
Now, that was directly after I asked him, why don't you just buy BP? That was on March 25th. So the chatter obviously has been out there. Kelly, any deal, if it's done, and it may not happen, would give Shell land back in the Permian Basin of Texas. BP has assets there, but Shell does not. So by doing a deal, they would get back into Permian.
Yeah, still much is being made of
Order
the fact that we might be
submitted.
below that break-even price where a lot of those producers in the Permian and elsewhere can be profitable. So we'll see where that goes, Brian. We'll leave it there for the moment. Got some breaking news from OpenAI. Kate Rooney in San Francisco with more for us. Kate, what's happening?
Hi, Kelly. Yeah, so we're getting an update on this company's corporate structure. OpenAI, of course, started
Order
as a
submitted.
nonprofit. It's been in this drawn-out process of converting to a for-profit after a major funding round, and then spinning off that original
Order canceled.
nonprofit. So we have an update here. This is going to be changing. The company's nonprofit, they say, will retain control and oversight of the company. It's going to retain a large ownership stake in the Public Benefit Corporation. They also say this decision was made after hearing from civic leaders and engaging with what they call constructive dialogue with the offices of the Attorney General of Delaware and the Attorney General of California, which needed to sign off on this process. A statement here from the chair of the board, Brett Taylor, thanking both offices, says they look forward to continuing important conversations to make sure they can effectively pursue the mission of ensuring artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. We also have a letter here from Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, saying OpenAI is not a normal company. It never will be. The mission he talks about here is really about AI safety. We're getting some details, too. CEO Sam Altman and Brett Taylor are hosting a call with media right now, so we're going to get a little bit more context of how this came about. But this company, one of the most highly valued private companies in the world at this point, backed by SoftBank, and Elon Musk, one of the co-founders, has been suing to block this conversion. So there's been a lot of attention on this company, on this unique corporate structure, and we do have a big change here. We're going to get a little more detail
Order
on
filled.
how this came about and why, but just wanted to bring you that news, guys.
Right, this transition is at the heart of the dispute. Go ahead, Bri.
Order submitted.
No. Well, first off, Elon Musk was here last night, so I wish he was here right
Order
now. Maybe
filled.
he is. We could ask him because he's obviously been
Order
feuding
submitted.
with Sam Altman. But I guess my confusion, Kelly, maybe you answer, Kate can. Does this make them more for-profit or more not-for-profit?
In my view, in my initial reading, we just got this blog post, so we'll get a little bit more context. It probably puts them more in the nonprofit bucket. They're going to have oversight, continued oversight from the nonprofit. So it's not going to be what investors were hoping for, which was just a cut and dry traditional for-profit company like you'd see publicly traded on one of the stock exchanges. It's still going to have this nuanced structure, which a lot of the investors push back on. They want to just see the traditional kind of boring for-profit structure. That's not going to be happening. And they are still going to be controlled by this overarching nonprofit. But the concern here is safety. I mean, this technology has been compared to nuclear energy, where it can do insane amounts of destruction. And there's a lot of people
Order
worried
filled.
about that. At the same time, it's got immense value. It's got all of this upside and what it can do for humanity, like solving diseases and curing cancer. There are these two poles and these two sides of the argument that OpenAI has really needed to juggle here. And so this comes from the deep concerns that some people in Silicon Valley and elsewhere have about AI safety.
All right, Kate, thank you very much. Like I said, if Elon Musk just happens to walk by, I'm going to try to grab him. We'll get some... Yeah, well, not right now. I'm going to do the show, and then I'm going to go try to find Elon.
Okay.
Kate Rooney,
Let us know.
Exactly. We'll do this. All right. Some of the biggest money managers in the world are right here
Order canceled.
in the Beverly Hills Hilton for the Milken Institute Global Conference. A big week for your money as well, because it's not just this conference. You got the Federal Reserve meeting tomorrow and then making the interest rate decision on Wednesday. We're in the middle of really a pretty good run for stocks, coming off an absolutely lousy start to April. So let's get some opening insight from our leadoff panel now. Collectively, they help manage nearly $800 billion. That's real money even for here. George Maris is Global Equity CIO, Principal Global Investors, and Kevin Justice is Head of Investment Management at Nationwide, and I'm told, a new face to CNBC. Thank you, Brian. Good to have you both on. George, let me ask you this. Terrible start to the month. Unbelievable rally back. If we finish higher for the S&P 500 today, it'll be, I think, a 10-day win streak, the longest in about 20 years. Your guys both kind of work on the insurance side. Your job is preservation of capital for the most part. What are your clients saying right now? What are they worried about right now?
So I think, interestingly, our clients are highlighting the fact that this is an interesting opportunity to make money. Given a lot of the dislocations we've seen over the last month, there's a lot of securities out there that are still down 25, 30% on no fundamental change whatsoever, just on market factor rotation. And so there is actually an interest in our clients on how to use this period of dislocation to make more money. Even though the market's rallied hard, it hasn't rallied everywhere. And so it's created substantial opportunity.
And Kevin, you've said you've got some data that your clients are actually net buyers, not net sellers.
That's right, Brian. We're seeing retail investors buy on the dip. And historically, we haven't seen that. Institutions tend to buy the dip better than retail investors. But retail investors are setting emotion aside and really buying on the dip and seizing an opportunity. The 8, 10, 12% down period we had a few weeks ago,
Order
retail
submitted.
investors were coming in pretty strong. That's really good for their long-term retirement savings.
Why is it good? I mean, markets can continue to go down from here.
They can, but...
And they have.
If we offered you the shirt you have on at a 10 or 15% discount, I think it was a pretty good deal. For some reason, we don't like to buy stocks when they're on sale. But if you're saving for 20, 30, 40, 50 years for your retirement and your longevity and maybe to leave something to your heirs, whether you get the 12 versus 15 right now really doesn't matter in the long term. And investors are doing a great job buying stocks at a discount for the last 3 or 4 weeks.
You sound a little bit like Warren Buffett, who on Saturday was talking about this downturn and said, well, it's not really anything, it's just investing. Now, that's easy to say if you got $330 billion in cash and you're worth a couple $billion. That said, George, most of your clients probably are not Warren Buffett. It's scary when stocks go down.
It is scary, but I think when people have been conditioned to, and why do we see hedge funds become very short, is a different time horizon. Hedge funds have a very short time horizon. We're seeing market structure, algorithmic traders, systematic traders, sometimes days, sometimes weeks, at most a month, where you have a lot of retail folks who are sitting there who believe in the long-term trends that they're seeing and are willing to buy now because they see the next 5, 10, 20 years in a much more attractive way.
And a lot of those, by the way, those hedge funds and algorithmic traders, they're here in this room right now. Is that one of the reasons that markets are whipsawing as fast as they are? And I try to explain that to people as well and say, listen, this isn't 20 years ago. Okay, we're not calling E.F. Hutton and selling
Order
5 shares
filled.
of IBM. You could sell $1 billion in a stock in the less than the blink of an eye. So should we be prepared?
Order
and
submitted.
Say no if it's not true. For markets to move up and down faster than ever.
I think without question, markets are going to be way more volatile they are now relative to where they were 10, 20 years ago than they will be going forward. Market structure has just changed. 20 years ago, it was a bunch of long-only mutual fund managers, long-short hedge funds that traded on fundamentals. Today, it's folks that are trading on stochastics, on mathematical factors. The fact that we have trillions of dollars that trade in options on zero-date deliveries, is insane, and it creates this incredible short-term volatility that is, I think, somewhat separated from long-term fundamentals.
Yeah, I think, Kevin, I know it's not your world necessarily, but I'm sure you have a view. Warren Buffett also called all these derivatives like weapons of mass destruction, financial weapons of mass destruction, because they can be very good. They can make stocks go up more, but they can also make stocks go down more. How do you manage your world and not get distracted by all this stuff?
So those tools can definitely accelerate the velocity of market movements, right? And that's the risk inherent in them. Warren Buffett also said at the recent meeting, though, that you don't need a high IQ to be a great investor. You need a calm and stable temperament. And so we constantly remind ourselves to pay attention to the fundamentals, to valuations, and hold true to a long-term plan. For retail investors especially, stay true to your long-term plan. Develop a plan with a financial advisor and stay true to it over the long term.
But it matters how close you are to retirement. Let's be clear.
Absolutely does.
If you're my parents, they're going to have a very
Order
different
submitted.
view on what
Order
to do
filled.
than a
Order
42-year-old.
submitted.
Absolutely. We're encouraging that younger workforce to really invest in their retirement vehicles, savings plans, IRAs, et cetera, and build that nest egg. Take the equity exposure there. We're talking about pre-retirees. We're definitely looking for volatility dampening tools. Things like annuities, guaranteed income, and retirement plans can be great solution to help bolster that, reduce the volatility and bolster the value of your account in periods like this.
Well, I'll be doing a panel tomorrow with a guy named Peyton Manning, who I guess works for you guys nationwide. So we'll see what happens.
Wonderful.
I'm just going to pound him like a defensive
brings
line.
all the energy.
He does. It'll be fun. It's going to be 500 pounds of interest, I hope. Kevin Justice, and most that's me. George Maris, really appreciate you guys. Thanks for kicking things off.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Brian, what are you going to talk to Peyton about?
Retirement.
Retirement?
Because I know he's trying to figure out how to make
Order
it work
filled.
for him and his family. but we will extend it past him, obviously a very successful guy, into what we should all be doing. That'll be here. That's going to be one of the fun ones. We do serious panels, and then we have some ones that are just more star power and fun.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that tomorrow afternoon.
Might need
Order
a
submitted.
highlight or two from that, I think, to play on the show later on. Brian, thanks. After the break, just when we thought tariff tensions may have been easing, the tit for tat continues. The president now targeting the global film industry. We'll get a unique perspective on the tariff front from Milken when Power Lunch returns.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations, to build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies, to innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
Wow, looks like your hiring's making a lot of people happy.
ZipRecruiter's new tool, Zip Intro, is a game changer. It saved me so many steps in the hiring process. Look, I just pick a time, and it handles everything, from finding great candidates to setting up interviews.
So, no more back and forth?
Right. I can just choose from this list and meet with them as soon as tomorrow. Oh, wow. Another dignified portrait of me.
Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Try it free. Only at ZipRecruiter.com/CNBC.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Even a term policy!
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit CoventryDirect.com.
Not rushing at all. The all-new 2025 Nissan Murano, your oasis, free from new tariffs.
Meet the new Ninja Swirl by Creamy. Turn almost anything into ice cream. And now, soft serve. Just prep, freeze, lock, spin, and swirl. Enjoy endless options of soft serve, fruit whip, frozen yogurt, and more. Scoop indulgent classics. Create mix-in masterpieces. Or enjoy low-calorie, protein-packed
Order
treats.
filled.
Unlock your imagination with the all-new Ninja Swirl by Creamy.
You should switch to 1-800-CONTACTS because
it's super easy, so cheap. I save shipping costs, I save doctor office visit fees.
1-800-CONTACTS always has my exact same brand in stock.
It was cheaper on 1-800-CONTACTS than actually going to the eye doctor.
It's the future. It's amazing.
1-800-CONTACTS.
Right now, you can save 20% on your first order, plus fast free shipping right to your door.
Guest here at the Milken Global Conference is one of the world's big thinkers. His books and articles may make you agree. They may make you question something, or they might even make you angry, but they always make you think. And his latest thesis is no exception. He writes that in some ways, the Trump administration now is a little bit like when COVID hit, at least when it comes to a disruption. Neil Ferguson, Sir Neil now, is senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, Stanford University, a founder of the University of Austin, and recently knighted, Sir Neil.
Sullivan,
right. In my mind, every night I am, but then I wake up. How is, not the medical side, obviously, I want to make that clear, but how is Trump 25 like the early days of COVID as it pertains to the economy?
So let me just make clear, I want President Trump's second administration to succeed. I would have been distinctly unhappy if Kamala Harris had become president. So that's point one. Point two, the tariffs that the president unveiled on April 2nd were one of the biggest shocks, one of the biggest man-made shocks to the economic system since this time 5 years ago, when the new virus that came from Wuhan caused the global economy to shut down. It's not as big, and it's not necessarily as lasting, but if you look at the impact it has had on trade, particularly also on passenger traffic, I mean, look at the passenger flights from Canada. We haven't seen a decline, and Europe, like that since 5 years ago. So I think it's worth recognizing, even although markets are in a somewhat more optimistic mood than they were the week after Liberation Day, that we're still in the midst of a dramatic shock. Brian, the average U.S. tariff rate is 10 times what it was last year. That is a huge increase in tariffs and implicitly also a tax on consumers. It's a big shock.
If I were to pull most of these really smart women in behind us here, they would
Order
probably say, well,
submitted.
the tariffs are disruption, but it's the
Order
length
canceled.
of time that they're on that might matter more than the raw amount of the tariff itself. Would you agree with that?
I think it's also the uncertainty about where they land. And we are in the midst of a frantic negotiation to try to come up with trade deals within that 90-day limit that the president set when he paused everything on April 9th. And the truth is, nobody knows where this lands. The Japanese are negotiating. They wanted to get away from even the 10% base tariff. They've just been told no, I gather. So there's uncertainty. There's also massive uncertainty, Brian, about China, because the U.S.-China trade relationship has effectively been ended. This is not just a tariff, it's an embargo. And so that embargo could last for who knows how long. Markets were telling themselves last week, somehow this all gets done. Scott Bessent waves a magic wand and much of this goes away. I am struggling to find evidence that that outcome is the base case. My expectation is that the tariffs last.
Us or China?
Well, the Chinese are probably feeling more relative pain because they're so reliant on exports, but they have a system which is essentially opinion-proof. It's a one-party state with a surveillance system that makes any kind of political opposition virtually impossible. So he doesn't have to, Xi Jinping does not need to worry about opinion polls or midterms. Donald Trump and the Republican Party has to already be worrying that this economy may not go into a recession, but it's clearly going to slow. Every economist you talk to knows the growth rate is going down to 1%, and a significant proportion of economists are expecting a recession. Donald Trump may not be worried about that. He sounds very bullish in his interviews. But if I'm sitting in the House of Representatives, if I'm in the Senate as a Republican, then I have to worry about that.
Literally, Ted Cruz walked by us as you were talking. Right. I should have pulled him into the conversation.
Yeah.
The president will say he's trying to do something about our national debt. Yes. You've written a lot about debts and deficits and the role they play in a nation's superpower status. What have you learned, and what does our debt level tell you about the future of the United States?
At the beginning of this year, Brian, I published a piece saying that Ferguson's law applies. And Ferguson's law states that if a great power is spending more on interest payments than on defense, it won't be great for very much longer. The U.S. crossed that threshold last year, and although President Trump's increasing revenue somewhat with his tariffs, that's clearly true, he's also about to pass a great big beautiful bill that not only extends the 2017 tax cuts, but it also adds some more for good measure, and he's increasing defense spending. I don't see a way in which the deficit isn't bigger in 2025 than it was in 2024, and that also means that the debt burden grows, and unless interest rates come crashing down, which they haven't yet done, that means that interest payments are going up. So that is a really major problem for a superpower that it is in a game of chicken with another superpower.
So, let's talk interest rates, because you nailed it, as usual, Sir Neil. When the tariffs first hit and the markets collapsed, crashed, is not too strong of a word. Also, borrowing costs crashed for about a 9-day period. The 10-year yield, I think, would be like 3.5%. And I said to my wife, I said, well, I guess it's bad, but the one upside is borrowing costs and debt costs may come down. The bond market then had one of the biggest reversals, like the stock market in the history of modern finance. And now you're looking at a bond at 4.3 or whatever on the 10-year. Why isn't the bond market bringing rates down more?
So this is the single biggest thing to worry about, and what you have to think about is not
why I asked you.
not just yields. Don't just look at the 10-year yield. Look at the dollar. So in the happy story that it's 1985 all over again when we were mere boys, and it's the Plaza Accord, only it's the Mar-a-Lago Accord, the dollar goes down, but so do rates. You know, yields are going to come down, and if we're all going to live happily ever after, weak dollar, lower rates, market rips. That's the 1980s story. The problem is, as I have been pointing out to people in the administration, it could be 1971, dollar goes down, but yields don't come down because of inflation expectations, because the deficit doesn't look great. Then it's a very much less pretty picture, and that's why we have to watch both yields and the dollar. This is the critical relationship in markets today, because what we saw after Liberation Day was scary. Scary. If President Trump hadn't paused the reciprocal tariffs, I think we would have had a bond market crisis, and that could have got very ugly indeed.
Wow. I'm going to leave it there, even though we could probably go on for another half hour, because I'd love to know what that bond market crisis may look like. I hope we
go away, Brian. It may go away, but it may go away because there's a recession.
Go away for the wrong reasons. So, Sir Neil Ferguson of Ferguson's Law. Always appreciate your reviews. Thank you. But Kelly, it's probably why you launch your show every day, looking at yields, looking at the dollar. Those are the things that matter right now.
I echo what you said. Always love hearing from Sir Ferguson, who always makes us think. Brian, thanks. Coming up, the end of an era. Warren Buffett handing over the role of Berkshire Hathaway CEO. Another famous fund manager weighing in. That's next.
Coverage of the Milken Institute Global Conference is sponsored by PGIM, a leading global asset manager across public and private markets.
Discovering innovation today helps drive growth tomorrow. As a leading global asset manager, PGIM has established a track record of helping investors capitalize on growth opportunities. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your Comfortable Retirement Kit. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
Life insurance is a wonderful asset, but what happens when you no longer need it or you can't afford it any longer? Meet Tom and Susan. They chose to sell their policy for $200,000 cash. Now they're sailing through retirement. If you own a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, you may be able to sell it for cash. Get an instant estimate at ovidlife.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Or call 1-800-502-0100. That's 1-800-502-0100.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students with custom gear. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom apparel, accessories, and promo products, all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
I was tired of being told no. No to my dreams.
I had no idea if anyone would buy anything.
This is so wild that I actually, from a dream, started a business.
It's time to feed the dogs real food in the right amount. A healthy weight can help dogs live a longer, happier life. The Farmer's Dog makes weight management easy with fresh food pre-portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea whose time has come.
Experience the power of CNBC Pro. All new investing tools securely linked to your brokerage accounts. Become a smarter investor with the power of CNBC Pro. Go to cnbc.com/getpro now.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Legendary investor Warren Buffett surprising everybody this weekend when he ended the Berkshire Hathaway annual meeting by announcing that he was recommending to the board that Greg Abel take over as CEO of the company at the start of 2026. You're looking now at the standing ovation right after he made the announcement that went on for quite some time. The board unanimously voted in favor of Buffett's suggestion yesterday. He will still be the chairman after he steps down as CEO at the end of this year. As you can imagine, many across the investing world offering their praise for his iconic career, including Pershing Square's Bill Ackman.
Buffett's been one of my most important heroes, certainly in business, and I would say in life. I wouldn't bet against Berkshire.
Well, joining us now from Morris Smead Capital Management CEO Cole Smead. His Smead Value Fund owns Berkshire stock. And Barbara Goodstein of R360, an investing community that had roughly 25% of its members at the annual meeting. Barbara, welcome. So they were in this room when this announcement was made.
They were, and they were just thrilled with the whole meeting. I was told that it was like a combination of a classroom and a Bruce Springsteen concert. The room was electric, and the ovation was described as spine-tingling.
And these are people who have been investing with Buffett and following him for a very, very long time. So what do they think now about this transition and about the company post his leadership and involvement, which may be technically not right now, but is coming?
Well, they're not only investing with him, they're all learning from him. We had a member that flew in literally from Taiwan because he follows him and he wants to continue learning, and he runs the highest performing hedge fund in Asia.
Wow.
So they're literally following him and looking at his examples, and they're just emulating what he's done and what he will continue to do.
Cole, what I appreciate about Berkshire and Buffett is that what they're doing is accessible to anyone. They're not using sophisticated options, and I mean, not that they don't use options, but it's basically a buy and hold strategy of minimal diversification and being opportunistic with the right price and the right time. But when they bought Apple in whatever year that was, I mean, anybody out there could have done the same thing, and a lot of people didn't. They haven't had all successes. Obviously, there was IBM at the time, which is why people were a little bit concerned about their kind of stock picking prowess in the tech world. But anyone can copy what he's done. They haven't managed to do so quite as successfully.
Yeah, to your point, Kelly, as Buffett said often, you don't need that high of an IQ to be a great investor. It needs to be at a certain level, but the smarter you are, there's an inverse relationship to your investment success. So two things that really stood out to me at the meeting. First off, this is not like a meeting in the 1990s or even in the early 2000s where Buffett, the quality of the audience has been diluted over the years because it's a lot more people looking for life advice, which Buffett gave out great life advice. It just wasn't as much a true investor community like the Ackmans of the world, like you mentioned. Two questions that really stood out to me. Buffett talked about what we just saw in the markets was not that big of a deal. And, based on what we can see in retail investors and what we're seeing in markets, it was a big deal to most people. And he said, if you think 15%, going down 15% is that big of a worry, you need to change your investment philosophy. There's a lot of people that need to do that. The second thing, and this is an open question, I think this is maybe the question of the next 5 years, is Buffett said a great business is one that needs no capital. And on the idea of the AI CapEx spend, he kind of got to that question, and he left it as an open question of whether that spend is going to be valuable.
Order
I only
submitted.
say it because that's very contentious in the S&P 500 today. That
Order
would ruin
submitted.
the S&P returns if Buffett is right that it's a question,
right?
Because market participants are treating it like it's a certainty.
No, it's a great point. And Barbara, I mean, I think they'd prefer C's Canada, where
filled.
it just throws off
Order
profits that you
submitted.
can reinvest or reallocate elsewhere, and you can just raise prices year after year. What else do you think makes his success so unique, or is it something that should be broadly imitable?
Well, I think there are challenges underneath as well, and that's what we're going to wait to see. So his success is unique because he's a tremendous stock picker, and one of the questions we have
Order submitted.
is Greg Abel going to be the future stock picker, because that isn't historically his background. So we're looking at that, and then we're also looking at what's going to happen with some of the underlying companies that they're holding. So Warren Buffett was very articulate about the changes that they've made in Geico, how they've implemented telematics and made it more aggressive and brought it up to speed. But they have other questions and other subsidiaries like Northern Railroad, and there are other railroads that have all implemented precision scheduling, and Northern Railroad hasn't. So there are challenges along the way in all of the subsidiaries, and some question about who's going to be doing the core allocations.
Are any of your clients selling at this point, capturing profits after this run?
No, I don't think anybody's selling. Everybody
Order
has great
filled.
confidence in him. And the best thing that Warren Buffett has done, he's a great teacher. And part of being a great teacher on investments is planning succession. And that is something that's very important to our members because they're also planning for their own succession. These are people that have built businesses, sold businesses, transferred businesses. So Warren Buffett is leading by example once again.
See, Cole, they want the life advice.
It's true. It's just that he's adapted his own personal estate quite a few times. And so I think you have to stay curious and be willing to adapt. I mean, just think of what, Sir Ferguson just said on your show. He said this is like 71 potentially. And in 72 to 74, in that bear market, interest rates went up, which, Kelly, and you're in my lifetime, the bear markets we've always seen is where interest rates decline.
Right.
And we're now in a period of time where you could have a stock bear market and the bond market might not really get that much help from that. And so, again, you have to be adaptive. You have to be curious. And here's the one thing I do know based on what Buffett's done in his life. You can't look like other investors. And I think there's just a lot of investors that want to be broadly diversified. You pointed out that Berkshire's been much narrower. And I don't even think people really understand a lot of the things Buffett has said, even though it's a very fun event to go to. And it's a blessing to be taught by him.
No, it is. And by the way, Bill had a great post about this. Bill Smead, I encourage people to go read it. And your podcast named after Charlie, A Book with Legs. I was late coming in because I'm listening to the guest talk about the American Southwest. And anyway, so whether they're intellectual or business followers.
To follow that, Kelly, we get to, he said, be interested in who you associate with. Why I love the podcast is because I get to associate with incredible people. Kyle's book, what you just mentioned, is great.
Order filled.
The people we get to associate with and think about. It's like Munger said. I got to meet Ben Franklin. I got to read his book. And that's what you can do as a learner and a student lifelong.
Yeah, I dare anyone to try to hold themselves to this standard that Franklin with his daily checklist. Thank you both so much for joining us today. Cole Smead with Smead Capital and Barbara Goodstein of R360. Let's get to the news update. Courtney Reagan, what's the latest?
Hi, Kelly. Well, the Army is pausing helicopter training flights around the Pentagon after 2 passenger planes were forced to abort landings last week at Reagan-Washington National Airport. That's according to Reuters. The landing was called off because of a nearby Black Hawk helicopter. The Army has only recently begun resuming flights in the airspace near Reagan since January's mid-air collision between an Army helicopter and a regional jet that killed 67 people. Attorneys general from 17 states are suing the Trump administration to stop the implementation of an executive order that scales back wind energy developments. The order in question pauses approvals, permits, and loans for all wind energy projects. President Trump signed it on his first day in office. And it's the end of an era for Skype. Microsoft is shutting down the video calling app today after 21 years in operation. The service revolutionized online communication when it debuted because it offered free, high-quality voice and video calls and allowed people to easily connect over long distances. I think it's the first thing I used when I tried to call from Europe on a vacation back to the U.S. Kelly, back over to you.
So many end of an era segments here today. Courtney, thank you.
Thanks.
Meantime, a health check on healthcare. The XLV ETF coming off its second straight negative month. One name in that group also coming off its second negative month, and that's Abbott Labs. Still up 17% for the year, but it could snap a 5-day win streak today. We'll hear from the CEO at Milken next.
Did you know taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep?
Order filled.
So you wake
refreshed
for a more productive day. Get 24-hour continuous relief that does not fade. Be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Did you know that criminals can steal your home without you even knowing?
Nobody thinks that I can take their house. Nobody thinks that.
Criminals forge your signature on one document, transfer your title out of your name, take out loans using your equity.
3 months later, you start getting foreclosure notices,
Order
and you realize you've got 4 mortgages on your house that you didn't even know existed.
Leaving you with a financial and legal nightmare. Find out if you're already a victim at HomeTitleLock.com.
Waterline broke. Replacing could cost thousands. Not covered by homeowners insurance.
Honey, wake up. Here's Tom Rusin, CEO of HomeServe.
A plan from HomeServe pays for the covered repair cost for water lines, and we send a qualified contractor. The American dream of owning a home doesn't need to be a nightmare. Sleep well with HomeServe.
Plans from HomeServe start at just $4.99 a month.
Call 1-833-812-2142 or visit homeserve.com.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things
just right. That's why I love Redfin's home recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes.
Order filled.
Breaking earnings after the bell. Ford, Palantir, Mattel, Clorox.
Order
Instant
submitted.
analysis. How tariffs are impacting their guidance. John Ford, Morgan Brennan. Closing bell overtime. Today 4 Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle, we've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one
Order
place.
filled.
Order filled.
Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and
Order
delivery of your
canceled.
new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and grilling extras, you'll have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect.
Order submitted.
Around the block, what you need in stock. With service so good, it's guaranteed.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
$273. This is how much you spend every month on subscriptions.
I only have like 2 or 3, right?
That's what we all think. But in reality, there's so much more that we don't even know we're paying for.
So how do I put more of this cash back in my pocket?
Rocket Money is a financial app that shows you every subscription you're paying for, even that one you forgot about from 5 years ago.
Huh. I can't believe I'm still paying for this. I'll call and cancel right now.
Whoa. With Rocket Money, they even cancel it for you.
Really?
Yep. All you have to do is tap a few buttons and they take care of it. Download Rocket Money today.
All right, welcome back to the Milken Global Conference right here in Los Angeles, California. And let's talk about healthcare and healthcare spending. With so much focus on debts and deficits, the huge numbers around medical spending are coming in more focused now. The federal government reporting that the following for 2023: Medicare spending, now $1.03 trillion, up 8%. Medicaid spending, $871 billion. Your private health
Order
insurance
submitted.
costs soaring 11.5% to $1.5 trillion, and your out-of-pockets now at $5.5 billion.
Order canceled. Order
Do the
submitted.
math, folks.
Order filled.
That's over
Order filled.
Order
trillion
canceled.
in healthcare spending in 2023, or about $10,000 for every man, woman, and child in America. And yet, some of our health outcomes
Order
are not nearly
submitted.
what they should be. How do we fix that kind of problem? Robert Ford, the CEO of healthcare and pharma giant Abbott Labs, speaking about that very issue today here at the conference. Robert, really appreciate you coming on CNBC. Those are big numbers, $3 trillion.
They are, yeah.
We want everyone to get the best quality care, but how do we be less sick so we have better outcomes, better health care, but spend less? Is that possible?
No, everybody says that, right? Better outcomes, spend less, more access, and nobody's going to go through any pain. We got to change. We got to change how we're doing things. I think we've been talking about preventative care for decades, and I think that really that's the focus where we got to go. We got to move the spend from taking care of the problem to preventing the problem. But I think now consumers are demanding that. Consumers are willing to spend and invest in their healthcare. We saw that coming out of COVID, and they're wanting to do that. And when you think about prevention, it's about behavior change, right? How does one change their behavior? Listen, do I know bagel, cream cheese, and OJ in the morning is not good for me? I know that. But how can I get that information so that I can get confronted with it and make changes in my behavior? And that's what I think the key is how do you transform that information for consumers?
You're a smart guy, so I know you've heard this a million times. There's a group of people watching or listening right now that will say, there's the cynics. They'll say, does the health industry in America really want us to get healthier when there is a big pharma wants to treat illness, not fix it?
Yeah, listen, I get the cynics. I get that. You could probably say that across a variety of different industries. We're in the business of helping people get healthy and stay healthy. One of the things that Abbott has been doing actually is we're gonna address problems, medical problems that exist, but we're also looking at a place in the industry that we usually don't spend a lot of time in, which is healthy people that want to stay healthy. So we've been making investments in that area. So, in the cynics, you gotta back it up, right? So we've developed technologies that are helping to do that. One product that we've launched recently is called Lingo, and it's directed towards people that want to understand what happened, when they eat, their mood, and how that influences their health. So
And that came from a failure, actually. It was like a technology problem that turned into one of your biggest products.
Yeah, that's Libre, which is a continuous glucose monitor for people with diabetes. And when we launched that, what we started to see is people that didn't have diabetes were using the product to get better insight on their health. Again, on the theme of being preventative. So we then developed a whole new system just for that population.
Well, you said something really interesting when we were talking before the interview. A lot of people I see once a year here at this conference, and a lot of people they've lost a lot of weight. And a lot of people, just be honest, that they're on the shot. Zepbound, GLP-1s.
Yeah.
right, Ozempic, whatever it is. You made a critical point. You said, that's great, but watch out for muscle loss, because that's a lot of the weight, and you guys have a drink to help counter that.
Yeah, so one of the challenges when you have that kind of weight loss is that you're also going to lose muscle, and muscle is important. Muscle health is important. So we saw that as a need. So we're a leader in nutrition. So we developed a nutritional drink that's heavy in protein, heavy in fiber, and heavy in HMB to help preserve muscle mass.
Yeah, and that's critical. So a lot of people are losing weight on these drugs. They're not yours, but your message to them is just be careful about what kind of weight you're losing. It's not all created equally.
Yeah, these are great drugs. I mean, it's incredible what they're doing, but at the same time, you have to treat your health more holistically and look at all aspects of it, right? So.
Yeah, and it's an important point. I know it's an audience here that a lot of people can afford to pay outside of insurance, but to your point, hopefully we can fix some of these outcomes before we get to that. Robert Ford, CEO of Abbott Labs, stock's been up 17% over a number of years, so thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. Great to be here.
Thank you. Kelly.
Brian, great stuff. Really appreciate that. Treasury yields are holding steady as Wall Street awaits the Fed's latest rate decision on Wednesday. Rick Santelli has more after a break.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Our advanced matching helps find talented candidates so you can connect with them fast. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Selling a car is a big deal. You've had some big moments. Okay, and some wrong turns. But when you're ready to sell, Car Gurus is a big help. Get multiple offers instantly, so you choose the best deal. Car Gurus, the #1 most visited car shopping site.
Don't buy another stock before reading this book, because when you see the returns you could be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize that in today's market, buying and holding stocks alone, it's not an option. The simple, beginner-friendly option strategies you'll learn in our new book could take your investing returns to a whole new level. And today, we'll give you a copy for free. Get your free copy while they last at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
It is amazing to have a collagen. I used to have a probiotic, a green juice. I replaced it all with this Arma colostrum. And if you don't know what colostrum is, it is amazing. It is a bioactive whole food. It has all the essential nutrients you need for your skin, your gut, energy, focus, mood, performance, your hair, like
order
immune
candles.
system. It strengthens, supports all of that. The first thing I noticed was the energy and recovery that it had after workout. If you want to try it, try armor.com.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Oh, dish soap is on sale. We need it?
Yeah. Oh, I think we need ketchup too.
What's in there?
Here. The ketchup's not in the fridge.
Ketchup does not go in the fridge.
Like when you were a kid coming up, you did this in your mother's house.
Right.
Baby, she failed you. I love your mother, but she ain't raised you right.
You try telling her that.
No, I will.
Wow.
Good wow or bad wow?
Just wow.
Omaha Steaks has taken the smash burger and flipped it on its head. Introducing Omaha Steaks Smash Burgers. These sizzling beauties are built for the grill. They come pre-smashed, so you don't need a griddle.
Order submitted.
From freezer to bun in just 5 minutes. And if that doesn't make you flip out, the taste definitely will. For a limited time, you'll get 16 free smash burgers at omahasteaks.com/smash.
With the president pressuring the Fed to cut rates and the outlook uncertain, how will the Fed balance the threat of lower growth and higher unemployment? Fed Chair Powell's message to investors. Power Lunch, Wednesday 2 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC+.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Rick Santelli here live on CME HQ. And if we look at some of the data that was released at 10 o'clock Eastern today, well, it was one of the main reasons we saw markets move up, whether it was equities or interest rates. And the main driver was prices paid. Now, all 4 metrics were pretty good sequentially, higher than last month. But 65.1 in prices paid was the highest going back to Dece of 22. And as you look at 2-year and 10-year, you can see the immediate response in the marketplace, yields popped. And when yields pop based on what is a hook into still stubborn pricing action, what you saw was December Fed Fund futures selling off. All Fed Fund futures sold off, but we want to concentrate on the last contract of the year because as it moves lower, it's implying there's going to be less easing. And if you open the chart up to April, you'll see that we're basically at a 1-month low should it close at this point. And we want to be very cognizant of that because we know in the past, Fed Fund futures might build in a lot more activity than actual reality shows as time moves on. And finally, if we consider right now the yield curve at 51 and change, what underscores is that with all yields moving up, we are seeing a little bit of steepening. Bear steepening is always a positive for the economy because not only was prices paid up, but all the other metrics, 3 out of 4, were in expansion territory. Power Lunch will return after a very short break.
The Bond Report is brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
At AT&T Business, we guarantee our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans. What we can't guarantee, your employees having a similar work style. You hired them. Or your staff, all having the same vibe. I like this style. And your design team being on the same page.
Bold choice.
For 2002.
What AT&T does guarantee, our best deals on any smartphone with your choice of our best plans for any employee. And we mean any.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to
Order
life,
submitted.
our life.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes.
Order
And with
canceled.
so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Order submitted.
Is she leaving?
Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
In the off-season, I'm a male hand mop. Now I have relaxed fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins. No bending down and no touching. I kind of love not using my hands.
Come on, Andy.
I'm out the game. Try relaxed fit Skechers slip-ins.
A Squawk Box exclusive. Legendary investor Paul Tudor Jones. His outlook for the market, economy, and American exceptionalism. Plus, where he's finding opportunities now. Squawk Box, tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. And streaming on CNBC Plus.
Order canceled.
Filled. Well, she's not the easiest person to please. Right, Mama?
She needs things to be just right.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, we do love her. That's my mug, isn't it?
But she needs a place of her own, and fast.
Thankfully, she's on Redfin. Redfin updates their listings every 2 minutes.
That means every 2 minutes, there's a chance we'll be back to having our porridge in peace.
Oh, wow. This one's just right.
Is she leaving?
Yes.
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, and take a quick look at the S&P 500, which is near session highs and only down about 8 points. If it turns positive, it would extend its winning streak to 10 straight sessions, and we're up about 10% over that period of time. Highly unusual and a big rebound from the Liberation Day lows. We'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade.
Hello.
Unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade
Order
brilliantly
filled.
with
Order
Schwab.
filled.
We got
We just
2
signed
more
the
to
lease
get
on our
out,
third
but
shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops. Custom Ink makes it so easy. Get started today at customink.com.
hello.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Let's go.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't
What
a
up,
good
man?
retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on
Yeah,
your
I'm
side
addicted.
keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help
Oh,
you
all my
need to make
PA
your
is green,
retirement a
so
success,
that's good.
including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement, 13 retirement blunders to avoid, maximize
Yeah.
your Social Security.
On the
Call
3 minutes, if you look at it, the booty thing,
1-800-759-4477.
it's like
Fisher tailors a
dropping
plan
down.
to keep you on track for a retirement you want. And as a fiduciary, we do better when our clients do better.
I think
Call
I'm
now
done with
for
the
your
fun
comfortable
tonight or
retirement
today.
kit.
Call 1-800-759-4477.
You can't
Call
hear
us
me?
today. You
Doc?
don't have it coming to you unless you plan for it.
If your
No, I think
portfolio
Doc's
is
talking about
1
on
million or
YouTube.
more, call 1-800-759-4477.
These bills are crazy.
She has no
Hey.
idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
Well, she doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term
Yeah, I can hear
policy?
you. You still trading?
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
I don't know why it says YouTube is low. Wait, can you
The
check
road
YouTube
to
for me?
opportunity is often the road overlooked. At Enterprise Mobility, we guide companies
turn
to
my headset
unique
up. Hold on.
solutions from our team of mobility experts.
It's
Because
still
we
low for you
believe
guys?
The more ways we all have to move forward,
Really?
the further we'll all go.
Welcome back. Check out shares of Southwest Airlines on pace for their 10th
That's weird.
straight day of gains, so kind of along with the broader S&P, and that they're up
Let me turn it up
24%
more.
in that period of time. The best
Oh
10-day
shit, hold on.
since June of 2020.
What the
rivaling
fuck just
United
happened?
so
Yeah,
far,
I was short, yeah.
30% in the past month, but the company, United that is doing
And
a
I got
change
one more
with some
position left.
turbulence in New Jersey, canceling 35 daily round trips from Newark Airport.
I mute the TV. Can you hear me better now on YouTube? A lot better or no?
This has been going on for some time, Kelly, and it really is a ridiculous situation that should be resolved, and hopefully will be resolved in the weeks and months to come. Let me give you some perspective on the cancellation.
Hey Doc, can you hear me now?
Stuff over the weekend, and yes, there's weather in the area, so this is adding to the 75 cancellation. 122 delayed flights today. Look at the average arrival.
I guess a little better, but it's not a lot.
Again, weather is making this a little bit worse today, but this doesn't gloss over the fact that it's a bad situation.
Alright, let me turn it up more. Hold on.
You've got a number of things happening there. One of the runways
What about now?
is down and under construction. So you've got only 2 runways.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 50% is better than nothing.
Traffic controller staffing, which we've talked about over the last couple of weeks here. And then you've got airline flight schedules. It's not a slot controlled airport. The FAA doesn't
I gotta get out. Done with this.
get this many flights. And as a result, the airlines can do a
Where are you shorted?
That doesn't help the situation at all. The Port Authority, which is overseeing the New York
I was at 83 when I shorted, but it's good now. I'm done. Yeah.
and accelerate long overdue technology upgrades
Yeah.
continue to cause delays in the nation's busiest air corridor. Here's the Secretary of Transportation expressing his frustration with the situation.
Let's go. Keep dropping.
Too big of a part of our economy to see it go down because
I'm gonna short again if it pumps.
but these controllers can use the best equipment in the world,
The 3 minutes going down.
It's unacceptable.
Nice.
Taking a look at shares of United, they have canceled 35 daily flights. They started doing this on Friday. Scott Kirby has said, look, we've got to manage our schedule as much as possible, and taking out 10% of the flights, Kelly, just makes it untenable for them. The level of flights that they were going to have before.
Dang, it's going. I'm out. Everything's out now. I'm done.
This make or break hour begins with a winning streak for stock. 9 days and counting. As we do begin this final stretch, here's where things stand. With 60 to go in regulation,
Abu, you out, right? Oh, he's not even in here. That's a nice drop.
Microsoft and Meta and Alphabet, you see there, they're all green today. Apple, though, not so. It remains in the red, down by almost 2.5%, $200 even. That's what we'll call it. Let's track it over this last stretch. Interest rates are picking up today, too. That could be keeping a little bit of a lid.
No, I'm not playing options anymore. Took my money. Yep.
$57. It's been right around that level for the day, and we'll follow that.
Things coming back up.
Rebound and where things are heading from here. A lot obviously depends on trade deals. And on that note, we start out in Beverly Hills today with our own Sarah Eisen, who interviewed the Treasury Secretary earlier and made some headlines. Hi, Sarah.
Is here at the Milken conference with all the heavyweights in global finance and the bank chiefs to deliver a message reinforcing growth and investment in President Trump's economic agenda. And also to reframe the conversation, so it's not just all about trade, but it's also about the tax deal which he's knee-deep in negotiations with Congress and is trying to pass by July 4th, and deregulation. Of course, I asked him for an update on trade. He's not pretty constructive about where they stand. Listen.
I can say that I am highly confident that we have 18 important trading partners. We'll put China to the side. The 17.
No, I can't hear you, Dean. Say it again.
With the very good trade proposals, President Trump is going to be involved in all of those.
No, nothing.
Negotiations on this one, I think that the current situation is unsustainable. It's got this trade embargo between the U.S. and China, and he said we could see the escalation within weeks. There's really no way to exactly how that's going to happen and what it's presented that as a plan, but again.
Yeah, it's gonna hit. Even a 15 minutes gonna curve down, so let them rug it out. Yep.
Their three-stage approach, as you just said, and really the idea that the U.S. is still, Sarah, the preeminent place for foreign investment, which has been questioned over the last many weeks given some of the movements in the markets. Obviously, the Treasury Secretary rejected that tape. Also, earlier also rejected that negotiation. That's not one of those.
I'm good now. You took some off, right, Fish, or no? That's good. Thank you.
To get there, it's economic growth. really talking about it and trying to lay out exactly how that's going to fit and trying to redirect the conversation all around them.
Yeah, well, mentioning the brain damage, those are the words we've used. We've been, of course, using similar, and Rick comes up with them in a couple of days, and I'm glad we caught up with you, sir. Thanks so much for the interview in the background program. All right, that's Milken. Dan Greenhouse, Solus is here with us at Post 9. All right, so you heard from the Treasury Secretary today. The market's going for 10 in a row. We might just get it, too. I mean, we're well off of where we were earlier today. We're already back 17.5% on the S&P from the lows. Where are we going? Now that we're back where we are, I think, and as viewers probably know, I've been somewhat optimistic, very optimistic, consensus. But now that we are back where I thought we should have been,
Dang, it's going back up. I might want to reshort again.
Here, it's a little more complicated.
Yeah, I'm going to reshort at 55. So let's see if it hits.
That are produced overseas, et cetera, et cetera. So that story is not over with. I just don't think it's going to be as bad as a lot of people anticipate. Plus, you've got the 200-day, on a more technical basis, you've got the 200-day moving average, about 1.5% above where we are. And I think there's going to be a lot of hesitancy among those of us that look at those sorts of levels until you consistently.
Yeah, it's going down. I'm not in yet.
Not just from the market standpoint, but feels like from a sentiment standpoint too. Why don't you listen to what Brad Berkshire of Altimeter said earlier on he's joining us from Milken's way about the level of risk that he is willing to take right now.
Let me check on the bot, see if it's going to go short or not. Nope.
So it is a volume knob. And in 23 and 24, I had 9 units of risk on. So our volume was turned way up. At the start of this year, we turned that down to 1 unit of risk, 1 out of 10. And today we're back up to about 6 or 7 on that volume knob. That's a pretty interesting perspective. Beginning of the year, all the way down, turn the volume all the way down. This is too noisy. And now 6 or 7. That sounds like a pretty decent environment that we are in now. Yeah, he's talking about leverage. And I think for those of us on the asset management side of things, that's how you're supposed to think about the world. You can take more risk when you flop aces, so to speak, and when you flop a 2-7 offsuit, then maybe you want to.
Game is done. Who was that?
It's fair to say you're more comfortable with the environment. You know that the president isn't as draconian as perhaps the original headlines suggested to some.
I think that was Dean.
It's probably a 10% across the board baseline, but you know it's not going to be as bad as you thought. Plus, in conjunction with that, you've got Q1 earnings season, which went really, really well. Basically, double expectations on the EPS side of things, and corporate commentary was not phenomenal, but was quite good. It was far from phenomenal. Let's be honest. It just wasn't nearly as bad.
Let me see. Yeah, I see it.
I disagree. I mean, listen, again, you just have MasterCard. I've said this 100 times. I think the card companies are the premier conference call.
Give it time. It'll come down.
MasterCards are supported. I basically said the same thing that Visa, Capital One, and American Express said, which is sure that
maybe. I'm so over trading today. Are you flat? Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go back up. I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna lower down 47, 147.
Let's say, but I disagree. I think the first quarter was solid. Okay, solid's better than, I mean, you stopped myself from saying phenomenal. Okay, good. I mean, you self-corrected. I didn't even have to do it. There's still a lot of uncertainty. And to that end, Adam Parker suggests that they are way more negative now than they were just 2 weeks ago. Why? Because, as he says, and I quote, there's no doubt in our minds that conditions are meaningfully worse and more uncertain now than they were at the beginning of the year. You don't think that's true? Well, things are certainly, the environment is more uncertain today than the beginning of the year. I absolutely concede that point.
No, it's your profit, not your balance.
With the number of other people taking a more optimistic view, you did. Now that we're back to 56, whatever, 56.71 as of this moment, I think you have to temper your enthusiasm a little bit and say, okay, well, what is the catalyst to take me, not just about the 200-day moving average, which is important to remember, but back up towards the highs or even beyond. And I think with that level of in a lower growth environment, that's a bit of an issue. Earnings weren't fabulous. They weren't terrific, but they're still slowing. Sure. But I also don't think the focus on valuations right now.
Yeah, you made too much.
By right now, I mean 2 years. This is not a valuation-driven market.
Oh, damn, yeah.
Discrepancy or the divergence between the valuation that we place on the Mag 7 type stocks, NVIDIA, Broadcom.
Should have got in.
Services, obviously, you're talking about a humongous percentage.
Yeah, even a trade station is looking bad too. I'm gonna lower to 142.
Orders canceled.
40. There we go.
Submitted. Going on in markets right now is about money flows. It's about allocation. It's not really about valuation. The market is compelling. I need to get involved. It's cheap. The margin of safety, etc. I don't think that's the issue right now. I think it is more about flows than anything else. You worry about it anyway. That's the only thing trade that's been highly distributed over the last month. Defending it, why wouldn't he? That part of his job is to defend the great country and why money should be flowing to the safest and deepest markets on the globe. And we are still the safest and deepest markets. We are still the world leader economically, politically, certainly militarily. To put numbers on it, at the basis level, the U.S. consumer spends $20 trillion, $6.5 trillion or so of that is on goods. The world wants access to that. The president is correct about that idea.
I think bot went short. Yeah, I did. 127. Yeah. I'm just gonna short now. It's not funded, so I ain't gonna be scared.
Think about what Dan has to say here.
Aw, come on.
I sort of agree that I'm still a little more cautious, although less cautious than maybe I was on Tariffs. The real thing is that we kind of have 3 baskets and eggs in all of them, and
I think it went in too early. Trust the bot, huh?
50% probability that tariffs will be at some level. It may slow growth in certain pockets, but it's not enough.
I'm gonna short on another account. Not that one. Okay, 145 on this other one. Gotta make sure I don't have anything pending on the funding. What? I didn't. Who is this? Abe? What up?
Sort of this year so far, and you can those trends can continue. The other 2 baskets
Here we go.
some capital and the possibility that there could be just higher tariffs for longer. I think China is going to be the.
Can you hear my TV?
The Fed even said that I'm actually in Beverly Hills as well, and I heard him say.
You can, right? Okay, good.
Sustainable, and so that just tells me that there hasn't been a lot of talking there, and that's gonna affect us in future quarters, even though this past quarter just didn't show that. And for that, we do have some more T-bills than we normally would. We have some dividend stocks allocated to that, and then the third is, the best case scenario, which is low tariff or maybe no tariff even in the future because the deals turn out to be that way. And so that you just want to own some cyclical names, and that I had kind of a 30% probability for. So I think it's just an environment where diversification continues to be really important.
Not to mention, Stephanie, this past week, I think we were reminded of just how incredibly resilient this economy is. That it continues every step of the way to defy, if not logic, the odds.
People keep trending. I think the first one of paper, I think it was last week, talking about the difference between the soft data and the sentiment versus the hard data. Really, one of the takeaways I got from it was, people they're spending more, so it feels like they're less wealthy, but they're still spending more. And I think that's what's insulated for us. The thing I'm looking for in the future is how the shipping prices are really going to affect consumer prices here, because that could actually start to put a damper on hard data.
this week. Let's not forget about that. Berkshire has been charging patients, thought they were in a good spot to do that until the whole tariff thing came around. But even now, just given where the labor market is, the resiliency of the economy, the way that the equity market has bounced back, he's probably feeling pretty decent about their position going into this week.
Damn. No.
Screams for a cut, other than the administration screaming for a cut. I don't see any reason why they would signal anything right now. And on top of that, you do have this age-old debate about how the federal government is supposed to respond.
I'm short on another account.
Orders submitted. Prices for some items will go up, some others may go down. The response to that is still an open question. Orders canceled.
Out.
We just brought the second reports up. You got WTI at 57. Oil, gas at the pump is on its way to probably the mid 250, 275 range. That's an incredible incentive for consumers. Obviously, you want it to go down for the right reasons, which is supply going up, which is what's happening with increasing production rather than the opposite. So we'll see how the consumers respond to that. But yeah, I think that this week is going to wait and see. All right, let's now bring in CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli. He is here at Post 9, returning from Berkshire Hathaway's annual meeting. It's great to have you here. I'm sure it was great to be there. And someone to sit there and hear Warren Buffett himself talk about success. As much as this was set up, as much as any rational attendee said this is just a matter of when, not if, it was still surprising. I think dramatic. I think you're right. It was delivered. And there's a way of framing it that says, wow, the ultimate take the rough away at the top move because of how the stock is done. I mean, it's kind of surpassed in recent months almost any of its subcomponents, right? All the quality stocks that have sort of resembled all of the the financial plays, everything about it, whatever makes it up, was given a premium, and it has been in large parts the Buffett premium and the savings premium. He's handing over a company when he leaves at the end of this year as CEO that has probably unrivaled financial flexibility and optionality built into it. The question
You have bought one long?
Well, I was going to go there. What do you think he does?
Oh, I'm gold.
I mean, he made the point that he's going to step back at the end of the year, but he's not going anywhere. And he made that point as well, which has some wondering if something with the cash mountain, the pile doesn't even adequately describe how big the cash mountain is, if he does something with that as his last act. I think that's going to be purely dictated by circumstance kind of thing. Because I don't think he thinks of, look, I have $300+ billion burning.
Hello.
If the conditions.
Someone came in and just left.
The private company that decides it's ready to sell that he thinks is very attractive. If that comes along, he didn't want it to happen without him. And he thinks he can sort of lend some support and help if there's that kind of a decision to be made. I think that was somewhat trying to reassure the investors that, if we get into one of these environments where it feels like you need a snap decision as to whether you're going to deploy $100 billion, the guy who's been there for 60 years will help out. Stephanie, I'm thinking here as we have you from Robinhood and trying to think about Mr. Buffett's legacy and his impact on all of us and those who invest in great stock markets and all the markets that we have here. And dare I say that I'm not sure Robinhood would exist today if not for someone like Buffett, who turned generations of people onto investing in stocks.
I think Gambit's leaving.
And the way that we all think about compounding and buying low and trying to sell high and being engaged in the process and trying to grow your wealth over a period of time, no matter how young you begin and how old you leave.
Yeah, we absolutely provided a great philosophy and base to get invested. We obviously provided the way to do it. And so I think his legacy, I think is a lot of the things that we see our customers actually doing. We see our customers investing in things when they go down, right? So that's that, be fearful when everyone's greedy, be greedy when everyone's fearful. And we see them doing that on the individual stock basis. Apple's actually we see that's been down. And
There you go.
People have been buying and they've been selling some things that went up like Microsoft. So I think that's actually the direct relationship to the way that Warren has always approached market.
How would you address this? What sort of to the kind of conversations that we have every day. Listen, unfortunately, the days that I've all time, I think those of us who find our way to Graham and Dodd at some point, that's a large chunk of the investing universe, eventually finds their way to Warren Buffett. I think the two will forever be interlinked. I will be the party hooper for a minute here, and Mike, tell me if I'm wrong here. A lot of this recent legacy is defined by a single decision, which is that to buy Apple in the middle of the last decade. Sure. And listen, I don't. That's not taking anything away from him or Berkshire or what Greg's inherited. But well, that is true. Although his Apple stake today is representatively about 5% of the market cap. And we'll take $60 billion of Apple to $1.1 trillion company. And without that, a market performer for the last couple of years. Oh, in terms of portfolio, more recently, a lot of it. And again, it speaks. I don't mean that as a criticism per se. Well, it's not Apple. It's Warren Buffett. I mean, it's amazing how making a one correct decision can mean that much outperformance and separation. I will even. I'll take it to a different degree. I think in that somebody who, when technology was all the rage in the late.
There you go.
Okay, before the dot-com crash, people criticized
Good profit.
where the market was going, and he was very clear. I buy what I understand, and I don't understand. Well, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but I don't understand what all this stuff is, or what all of it means, or how to analyze companies that aren't even profitable and where they're going to be. And for Apple, a technology company to arguably be his greatest, or certainly one of, at the top of the mountain, investments that he's ever made.
Too early.
Shows you that he was able to kind of think about that as a consumer staple, and he could actually look at the units times price.
Nice work.
The great thing about Buffett is he'll be the first year. Yeah, he missed a lot of these. He missed when it was really early, and he acknowledges all that. So I would say it boils down to a very rare blend of opportunism and optimism. Because long term, he always says this country's better than it ever was. It's going to be even better in the future. In the meantime, if things look bad when there's a crisis, he wants to be the backstop. Yeah, always bringing common sense to no matter what the time is told. Mike, thanks. Stephanie, thanks. Dan, we'll see you soon. Thank you, sir. All right. Let's get into routine of
Wait, look.
biggest names moving into this close. Hi there.
Are you short there? Oh, okay.
Investors that margins won't really improve for at least 2 quarters despite increasing manufacturing rates and utilization rates.
I know, but I gotta pay for the data for Ninja Trader. I had it before, but I took it off. I might. I just love NQ. Yeah, I think right now I'm paying 4 or 8, but I think it'd be 12 to add YM.
We have some news out of the CFTC. Contessa Brewer joining us now on the news line with the headlines. Contessa?
Yeah, it's got the Commodities Futures Trading Commission. This is the federal agency that oversees not only commodities trading, but for the predictions market, has thrown in the towel in its opposition over election prediction trades or election bets. You might remember that Kalshi had sued the CFTC
Damn, Abe.
allowed election trades to go forward. A federal court before the election last November said that they could continue to accept those trades while the court deliberated, and today the CFTC has said it will no longer approve them. This is a big move in favor of Kalshi, where they've had a series of legal wins, not just over election trades, but also sports trades as well. New Jersey, a court just in New Jersey had handed Kalshi a win that allows Kalshi to continue to offer trades on sports. And this is a real game shifter in the landscape for wagering, because what it does is it opens the door to these whole sort of predictions markets or bets.
Nice.
If you look at sports, it's only legal in 39 states.
Yeah, NQ is dropping again. What? What I have? Oh shit, I didn't know I was short. I was short on. Yeah, it just got out. I didn't even know. Too many accounts. Let's go.
Players or sportsbooks to come in and offer prediction trades.
Interesting. We'll follow it. Contestant, thanks for the headline. That's Contestant Brewer. We're just getting started here on Closing Bell. Coming up next, Intelligent Outlook Doesn't Win 875 with what we'll be watching for with Power Good today. And we'll join us after the break.
Yeah, that's me.
Through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with bikes. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local lights, and cultural treasures.
I should log off. I don't want to be too greedy.
Exploring the world in comfort.
Check that. That's pretty good. That's right, all right. Let's back that. What? See the right question and great impact your future. Are you qualified to do this? What? Especially when it comes to your finances.
Do you have a question?
Are you a certified financial planner?
Yes, I am a CFP professional.
CFP professionals are committed to acting in your best interest. That's why it's got to be custom. Find your CFP professional and let's make a plan. Custom income is what we are here. Well, how Custom takes care of everything we need. So
Turn this off. Yeah. Just me and you now.
It's not an option.com.
It's time. Yes, the time has come for a fresh approach to dog food. Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time to quit the kitchen and feed their dogs fresh food from the farmer's dog. Made by vets and delivered right to your door, precisely portioned for your dog's needs. It's an idea. Its time has come.
I never thought I could lose weight after menopause, but with Weight Watchers, I've lost 50 pounds. I've changed, and I needed a plan and understood my change.
A new phase of life deserves a new approach to health. Weight Watchers help target stubborn weight gain caused by menopause with our proven points program and access to weight loss medication.
My confidence level had just soared. I finally feel like me again.
Join now at WeightWatchers.com. I am Polestar 3. I am pure electric performance. From the straightaways to the hairpin turns, I am designed to deliver the drive tomorrow.
What up?
Polestar 3. View offers at Polestar.com.
We're back with a news alert on drug manufacturing. Angelica Peebles joins us now with those details. Angelica?
Hey, Scott, the Washington Post is reporting that President Trump will sign an executive order today to incentivize domestic drug manufacturing. That's according to White House officials who are speaking on background. And a few of the different policies that will supposedly be in this executive order are directing the FDA to reduce the amount of time it takes to approve pharmaceutical manufacturing plants in the U.S., as well as directing the EPA to accelerate
Shit, eh?
facilities related to manufacturing of drugs and their ingredients. Now, these are both important components because we've heard from some of the CEOs, companies like Eli Lilly, that's building many manufacturing plants in the U.S., that it can take years to get these things built and permitted, and that's one hurdle. So, of course, that's a big step for these companies. So we'll have to see exactly how that plays out and if this does, in fact, incentivize more manufacturing in the U.S. Scott?
Angelica, thank you for the update. Angelica Peebles, tech investors get another read on the AI trade today.
Thick is done.
Over time, here to discuss is Intelligent Alpha founder and CEO Doug Clinton. Welcome back. It's nice to see you.
Good to see you, Scott.
This has to be the ultimate stock to give you a rolled as a factor. This stock led the way. When the markets come back, this stock's done unbelievably well. So what does that mean for tonight?
Well, if you count that, that's 60% in the last month, our calendar share. So I don't see reality. The bar has to be pretty high. You know, you look at the price action of the stock coming in, and when you're averaging about 60% in the last month, I think that says that you have to really not only beat expectations, but beat them handily. And that's what Palantir sort of been doing in the last few quarters. It's not a stock that we own as alpha. The challenge for us is not that it's not a great business, because I do think it is. The challenge, though, is look at it fundamentally, over 70+ times revenue. I think it's just hard to see how do you get a long-term return if it's kind of traded.
What do you think we learned last week about the AI trade?
I want to stop the stream. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
We're just getting started. We're in the first inning. This